Hello, 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 hello. I'm going to now turn on this. We're doing the research today. We're gonna do a bit of the level, and then we are jumping into the main important event, which is it is on. Which is, let me see. Let me see our roadmap. I've been silent? Wait, how can I be silent? I'm speaking now. Okay. Wait, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You should be able to hear me. Wait. Oh. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Oh my gosh. I think this was off. Okay, okay, good, good. So we're gonna do a bit of the level, and then we're jumping into the main important thing, which is I'm gonna show you. I have it here. Uh, oh my god. Jose Maria Morelos. That's going to be on our focus today. Jose Maria Morelos. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna look into the person. A deep dive, just like we've done with Miguel Hidalgo, which turned out to be a very fruitful research topic, you know? Very nice, very interesting. It's very nice. Oh. Seems like it's almost over. Actually, the level is almost over. Interesting.
My lord. Yes, my
Okay,
lord.
since the level is almost over, we're basically almost doing the research. I'm gonna...
Your command.
Let's go.
Your bidding. Yes. Your will, sire. Yes, my lord. My liege. Your bidding. Yes. We are under attack. Yes. My lord. Yes.
I made a mistake. Oh. Why can't I move?
Your my lord. Yes, my lord. My liege. Yes.
Alright. You ready?
Yes. Yes. My lord. Yes, my lord. My lord. Yes. My yes, my lord. We are under attack. Your bidding? Yes. Yes.
Okay. We've done it. My gosh. It's been so long. We're almost at the last stretch of the human campaign. Oh, we can move forward. Done. Alright, we're done. Unless there's some secret city to the right. In which case I better make more troops. Gosh. Oh no.
Your will, sire? Yes, my lord. Yes. Yes.
What is it?
Yes, my lord. Yes. 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 Yes, my lord.
What?
Your bidding? Yes, my lord.
How did that happen? Oh, this game.
Your command? Your bidding? Yes.
Oh. We won.
Even these children of the underworld are no match for Azeroth's steel. Runners have arrived and informed you of grave news. King Lane lies dead this day, assassinated by the treacherous Verona at Stormwind Keep. His last command was that you should assume the mantle of war leader and end this battle that has drained the land of its resources, and now its king. Scouts report that deep within the Black Morass lies one of Blackhand's darkest seats of power, the Temple of the Damned. No peasants dare approach the vile temple, and only the bravest of your soldiers have agreed to accompany you on this mission. You must strike boldly and without
There will be no reinforcements. It was a strange victory. It's a very strange. Wait, why he? Oh. It's a very strange victory. Oh, damn.
My lord.
Okay, we're done. We're done when it comes to this. We're gonna. 26. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now. Ugh, I can keep my promise and do the research. And next time we will maybe do the level. You know? And then we move on to the Orcish campaign. So this is the plan. This is like the plan. You know? Alright. Let's go. Let's find the right browser. Right browser. Where is it? Where is my dear? Oh, I think this is it. Where's the ptasie mleczko? I'm prepared. Browser. And now we do this. Boom. Hello, Jesse. Hello, Jess. Hello, Jess. Sorry. See? Like I made your name more. Okay, this is it. We're gonna look at the wiki. Jose Maria Morelos, Wikipedia. We're not gonna be looking at the Polish wiki since it's probably not quite the thing that we'll be able to use. Oh, the Spanish one is like with a special star. I'm gonna be looking at this, and we're gonna be discovering this wonderful historical figure. Jose Maria Morelos, not to be confused with Jose Maria Morales. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. That was that not to be confused with Jose Maria Morales. Damn. That's in this Spanish name, the first of the paternal surname is Morelos and the second of the paternal family name is Pavon. Okay. Was so dedicated to the working class farmers that he always wore a farmer's cap. Oh, you mean this? You mean this? That is interesting. José María Talco Morelos Perez y Pavón, which I can already tell you a little bit of strange trivia that you probably did not ask for, but in many places, Maria is considered a woman's name, but this person's second name is Maria, and also in Polish, it is acceptable for a man to have the second name of Maria. So this is like a little bit of naming trivia, right? That the gendering of names can sort of fall to the wayside sometimes. Spanish. Wait. Why is it with an X? Xose. I'm pretty sure it's Jose. Being a man is not acceptable though. Yeah, probably. Jose Maria Teclo Morelos Perez Ipa Bason? Oh, let's listen.
José María Teclo Morelos Pérez y Pavón.
Yeah, exactly. See, Pavon. Okay, I was correct. I was worried there for a second, you know? I was worried there for a second. I was reading it incorrectly, but it seems that we're in the clear. Okay, we got the pronunciation down. All quiet on the Western Front, right? Born in Valladolid, Michoacán, Morelos studied at Colegio de San Nicolás and was appointed priest of Caracuaro in 1799. Wait, who? I have to check something. Right, there we go. We already have like a connection. Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla, the hero of our first research day, was a professor at the Colegio de San Nicolás Obispo. I'm pretty sure he became a dean. Oh, thank you. Well, I'm not always correct. But, you know, I do try to learn. But, yeah, he was the professor at the Colegio de San Nicolás and a dean before he was removed for his Enlightenment views. And now we have the priesthood creates revolutionaries. Like, I mean, it sort of makes sense, I guess. It sort of makes sense considering that, well, education means that you have access to more materials that, you know, open your eyes to certain things. And if you combine it with having an actual conscience, then the resulting, you know, thing might be a person that is for the people, you know? Sorry about that. Just took my HRT for the day. Okay. So, studied at Colegio de San Nicolás, where or soon becoming an insurgency leader, aided by local peoples along with revolutionary leaders Mariano Matamoros and Ignacio Lopez Rayon. Morelos occupied territories in southern and central New Spain, leading the siege of Cuautla and capturing Acapulco. So he was What year was the Cry of Dolores again? 1810. Cry of Dolores. In 1813, Morelos wrote Sentimientos de la Nación, a document influenced by the Constitution of Cadiz, where he outlined his program for the Mexican nation. Under his leadership, the Congress of Anahuac was installed in Chipalcingo, and on 6 November 1813 declared the independence of Mexico. So it was like 3 years after the Cry of Dolores. But wait, we're gonna sort of jump between our heroes here. When was he executed? Mm, 1811. 1811. It's also a refresher course. Because the more we sort of go back to certain things, the more we sort of, the more we're gonna remember them, the more it's gonna commit to our memories. Facts about those revolutionary heroes. Okay, capturing Acapulco. Oh, there we go. Okay. We do have, like, in 70, he joined Miguel Hidalgo's Cry of Dolores. See? This is like a big, soon becoming an insurgency leader. So he did join the Cry of Dolores. Capturing Acapulco, New Spain's main port in the Pacific Ocean. His campaigns galvanized regional insurgencies against Spanish rule, which made him the Royalist army's main rival. So I guess he was sort of able to gather more organized army than the father of Spain, Miguel Hidalgo. In 1813, which must have been already after Hidalgo has been executed, Morelos wrote Sentimientos de la Nación. So we've been through this. He outlined the program for the Mexican nation. And on the 6th of November 1813 declared the independence of Mexico. Here we go. 22nd October 1814, the Constitution of Apatzingan, drafted by Congress, declared that Mexico would be a republic. A republic is always better than an empire. After a series of defeats, Morelos was captured by the Royalist army in Temalaca, Puebla. He was tried by the Inquisition, defrocked as a cleric, and executed by civil authorities in San Cristobal, Ecatepec on 22nd December 1815. Morelos is considered a national hero in Mexico, who, despite not having a military background, became a successful insurgency leader. Credited with organizing and bolstering the War of Independence, the Mexican state of Morelos and city of Morelia are named after him. Okay, so the second important figure in the battle of independence for Mexico. I wonder if he was just as pro-indigenous people as Miguel Hidalgo. Yeah, also executed. We're actually executed in fairly similar times, right? Let's see. Uh, right. Call of Dolores 1810. Let's see the execution 1811. Jose's execution was 1813. Birthplace and house of Morelos in Morelia today, a museum. So this is like apparently the place where he was born. Pretty interesting house. Okay, and a museum. So probably it's a museum dedicated to Morelos, if I'm not mistaken. Morelos was born in Valladolid, since renamed Morelia in his name, as we've just learned. Although often portrayed as being of mixed or indigenous descent, oh, Morelos was classified as a Spaniard, Espanol. So, was he of mixed descent? Was he partly indigenous? Well, that is pretty. That would be pretty interesting to sort of explore, right? Like, classification does not exactly have to correspond to actual descendant, heritage, right? Um, in his baptismal register, a system in which the Catholic Church kept separate registers for ethnic affiliation. Although ethnic affiliation was fluid in colonial Spanish America, his family was considered as Spaniard according to the social categories of the time. His parental family had both Spaniards and mestizos, whereas his maternal family was fully Spanish. I mean, what do you think? I mean, I think that would make him sort of have partial heritage, right? Since his paternal family had both Spaniards and mestizos, right? Right, yeah. You rounded it up. Mestizo Wikipedia. Yeah, mixed race heritage. A mestizo, Spanish mestizo, um, is a term used for ethno-racial classification to refer to a person of mixed European and indigenous American ancestry. In certain regions, such as Latin America, it may also refer to people who are culturally European, even though their ancestors are not. The term was used as an ethno-racial exonym for mixed race castas that evolved during the Spanish Empire. It was a formal label for individuals in official documents such as censuses, parish registers, inquisition trials, and other. Priests and royal officials might have classified persons and mestizos, but individuals also use the term in self-identification. Hello, Rock. So I'm pretty glad we sort of came in to check the term itself, because the term mestizo itself referred to people of mixed origin, So it's basically a racial um, sort of, it says here, it's a racial classification that was created by the Spanish Empire. The noun mestizaje, derived from the adjective mestizo, is a term for racial mixing that did not come into usage until the 20th century. It was not a colonial era term. In the modern era, mestizaje is used by scholars such as Gloria Azaldúa as a synonym for miscegenation, but with positive connotations. Yeah. In the modern era, particularly in Latin America, mestizo has become more of a cultural term, with the term indio being reserved exclusively for people who have maintained a separate indigenous ethnic and cultural identity, language, tribal affiliation, community engagement, etc. In late 19th and 20th century Peru, for instance, mestizaje denoted those people with evidence of Euro-indigenous ethno-racial descent and access, usually monetary access, but not always, to secondary education institutions. Similarly, well before the 20th century, Euro-American descent did not necessarily denote Iberian American ancestry or solely Spanish American ancestry. Distinct Portuguese administrative classification mestizo, especially in Andean regions, re-infrastructured by Euro-American modernities and buffeted by mining labor practices. This conception changed by the 1920s, especially after the national advancement and cultural economics of indigenismo. Right. And now you know why I hate the word Latinx. Why it's deciding that what to call people of Latin descent. Right. Yeah. You're right about that. Okay. Let us jump in back to the article. So we now know more or less the context of the mixed racial heritage, right? We know more about the heritage happening. And now we move on. Okay, we will look into that one, some other time. Okay. His father was José Manuel Morelos y Robles. A carpenter originally from Zindurio, a village west of Valladolid. His mother was Juana Maria Guadalupe Perez Pavon. Okay, yeah, it's like from what I understand of how Spanish names and surnames work, you sort of take the surnames from both parents, right? Hence, Jose has the Pavon surname from his mother, right? Originally from San Juan Bautista de Apaseo, also near Valladolid. Valladolid was the seat of a bishop and of the government of the colonial intendancy of Valladolid. It was known as the Garden of the Viceroyalty of New Spain because of its prosperity. Right? Okay, let's move on. Through his paternal line, Morelos was related to Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla. Oh my gosh. Now it's all coming together. They were related. Wow. Okay. Now this is interesting. Through his paternal line, Morelos was related to Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla. Both insurgents shared a common ancestor, Diego Ruiz de Cortez, who was a descendant of the conquistador Hernán Cortés. Hidalgo was the descendant of Ruiz de Cortez through his mother, Ana Maria Gallaga. Wow. This is the exact place of birth of Jose Maria Morelos. It's just must have been a bed here back then, right? There must have been something more here back then, right? If this is the exact birthplace, then there must have been something else here, right? Morelos worked as a muleteer, arriero, which I'm not sure. Oh, okay. We'll have to learn about the conquistador one day. An arriero muleteer, or more informally, a mule skinner, is a person who transports the goods using pack animals, especially mules. Okay. Okay. I did not know that. So, Morelos worked as a muleteer in the area where he fought in the insurgency on the ground, experience of the terrain that would be valuable. He is also said to have worked on a ranch rented by his uncle for nearly 10 years. Yeah, through mules. Morelos had ambitions for something more than working with his hands, and assiduously studied his maternal grandfather. His maternal grandfather was a school teacher. In 1789, he enrolled in the Colegio de San Nicolás Obispo in Valladolid, where Father Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla was rector. There we go. When he was ordained a priest, he, as with many others without connections, had no benefits to guarantee any income as a priest. However, as a secular cleric, he took no vow of poverty and could freely pursue business activities to make a living. As a priest, he could not marry, but he did form a relationship with at least one woman, Brigida Almonte. He is known to have fathered 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. His firstborn was Juan Nepomuceno Almonte, who played a significant role in Mexican military history. Lucas Alaman, a fierce 19th century opponent of the insurgency, and after the independence, a conservative politician and historian, asserted that Morelos fathered various children with anonymous women of the people. That's interesting. This charge of promiscuity might simply be a slur without foundation on the insurgent priest. At Morelos' trial, the Inquisition accused him of sending his son to the United States. He testified at his trial that while he had not been completely pristine for a priest, he had not acted in scandalous manner, and that he had sent his son away for education and for his safety, acknowledging his paternity. Damn. He wasn't like, no, it's not my son. He was like, yeah, it was my son. I'm sending him for safety and for education. There you go. What do you want from me? Leave me alone. Hidalgo and Morelos mural in Museo Casa de Morelos. Jose Maria Morelos by Petronilo Monroy, 1865. It was my son. It was my son 100%. The former rector of the Colegio de San Nicolas Obispo, where Morelos attended seminary, Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla was planning with others for the independence of New Spain from the Spanish Empire. About 6 a.m. on the 16th September 1810, Hidalgo, then the parish priest of Dolores, Guanajuato, since renamed Dolores Hidalgo in his honor, ordered the church bells to be rung and gathered his congregation flanked by Ignacio Allende and Juan Aldama. Hidalgo addressed the people in front of his church, urging them to take up arms with the cry of Dolores, the event that we are now extremely familiar with, right? You're very familiar with the cry of Dolores. El Grito de Dolores, now celebrated every year on the 15th September at 11 p.m., which is interesting because you would think that it would be celebrated on the 16th at 6 a.m., but it's actually celebrated on the 15th at 11 p.m. Interesting choice. I wonder why. That called for armed revolt after the Spanish colonial authorities had discovered the conspiracy of Querétaro, a clandestine movement seeking Mexican independence. Like Allende and Aldama, Josefa Ortiz de Dominguez, popularly known as the Corregidora, was one of the famous initial supporters of the revolt. Miguel Hidalgo and his followers rose in open rebellion against the Spanish colonial authorities, launching what became the Mexican War of Independence. It all began with the Cry of Dolores in 1810. It's a very important date to remember. 16 September, 6 a.m. It's also worth remember 15th September, 11 p.m. is where it's when it's being celebrated every year. Those are important dates to sort of commit to memory, important events. With the imperial government taken by surprise, operatives took important cities of the Bajío region without an organized response. The insurgency proclaimed Hidalgo Captain General of Mexico in Celaya on the 21st September. Hidalgo y Costilla advanced to Guanajuato, as we have learned last time. And on the 28th September, the rebels captured the Alhondiga de Granaditas in battle, killing at least 400 Spaniards who had taken shelter. Among the dead was the crown's highest official in Guanajuato, Intendant Juan Antonio Riaño, an old friend of Hidalgo y Costilla. True, surprised imperialist. The fort of San Diego in Acapulco, Guerrero, Mexico. It was Mexico, I think it should be. It was originally built between 1615 and 1617, but an earthquake destroyed it in 1776. It was rebuilt in 1783. The Bishop of Michoacán, Manuel Abad y Cuepo, excommunicated the insurgents. Hidalgo y Costilla and his army marched on to Valladolid, where the locals feared that the slaughter of Guanajuato would be repeated, prompting many people to abandon the region, particularly elites. Valladolid was taken peacefully on the 17th of October 1810, so the same year. In Tacambaro, Hidalgo y Costilla was proclaimed general and Allende captain general. Okay. Hidalgo ordered arrest for his troops in Indaparapeo, where a few minutes before their departure, Morelos, who had read about his excommunication and his triumphs, found him. Morelos had heard of the revolt in October 1810 and capture of Port Acapulco. The west coast port for the Pacific trade to the Philippines, also a Spanish colony. Unlike Hidalgo, who was a poor tactician leading a huge and undisciplined following, Morelos quickly demonstrated military skills, gathering and training a small corps of fighters. He sought allies in the region and obtained cannons and other war material. Okay. Morelos' objectives for the rebellion called for the creation of a republican government that all Mexican people would participate, the abolition of slavery, very important, very, very good. This is one this seems to be, maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but this seems to be one of the biggest, like, you could say, differences between the US revolution for independence and this one, you know? The fact that this was more like of a people's revolution, you know? Everybody participates. Abolishment of slavery and the elimination of divisions between races and ethnicities, right? Elimination of the divisions between races and ethnicities. And in the US, it sort of feels like it was the revolution of the elites that just wanted to cut themselves off from the British, you know, because they felt restrained by the British. Am I being unfair here? Oh, I don't know why. It's okay. Let me remedy that a bit. Of course, the chat can be on screen. Of course. Um, Wait, what is the nope to? To my question if I was being rough? Like, it does feel like this is more about the people themselves, you know? Damn. I'm suddenly finding myself thinking that, I don't know. I don't know much about the history of Mexico, but the ideas of the revolution were built on far better foundations than the US's. You know? Like, Mexico's principles of revolution were built on far better, you know, foundations. I don't know. I'm starting to think that I'm really starting to feel bad about how history went, you know? About US just annexing parts of Mexico. Like, although I don't know how much of that ended up being implemented into the post revolution Mexico. I guess we're going to have to read about that somewhere. Cuz I have to admit my knowledge on Mexico is extremely little, you know? What if Mexico was built on the principles of the abolishment of slavery and the elimination of divisions between races and ethnicities? Then like, maybe Mexico should have become the dominant country in the continent, on the continent, you know? It's, you know, at least from what I'm reading here, you know? Like, it feels like a shame that the US became dominant with its racism, slavery, redlining, you know, and stuff like that. And here you have like a revolution centered around all Mexican people participating, abolishment of slavery, and the elimination of divisions between races and ethnicities. Maybe that's why bigots from the US are so salty about Mexico, you know? God. Right. Victoria video game. Morelos soon showed himself to be a talented strategist and became one of the greatest revolutionary military commanders of the war. In his first 9 months, he won 22 victories, defeating the armies of free Spanish royalist leaders and capturing almost all of what is now the state of Guerrero. Wow, that's pretty impressive. In December, he captured Acapulco for the first time except for the fort of San Diego. Spanish reinforcements forced him to raise the siege in January. By quick marches, he was able to capture most of the Spanish possessions on the Pacific coast of what are now Michoacan and Guerrero. On the 24th May 1811, he occupied Chipancingo, and on 26th May he took Tixtla. In his second campaign, Morelos divided his army into three groups. The most important engagement of his campaign was the Cuautla. On Christmas Eve, 1811, the townspeople welcomed Morelos to the town. The next year, his forces were besieged by the Spanish army under General Felix Maria Calleja del Rey. Yeah. On the 2nd May 1812, after 58 days, Morelos broke through the siege and started his third campaign. Major victories on this third campaign were at Kitlai on 8 June 1812, Tehuacan on 10th August of 1812. We're getting closer to his execution, by the way, because as we remember, he got executed on 1813. There's the self-portrait. Orizaba, Oaxaca, and Acapulco. Morelos arrived at Orizaba with 10,000 soldiers on the 28th October 1812. The city was defended by 600 Spanish soldiers. Negotiation led to a surrender without bloodshed. It seems like he was also better at navigating situation without leading to bloodshed. He entered Oaxaca in triumph on the 25th November 1812. Acapulco fell on 12th April 1813, forcing the Spanish army to take refuge in the fort of San Diego. Okay? In 1813, Morelos called the National Constituent Congress of Chipalcingo, composed of representatives of the provinces under his control, to consider a political and social program which he outlined in a document entitled the Sentimientos de la Nación, Sentiments of the Nation. The Congress called itself the Congress of Anahuac in reference to the Aztecs. On the 31st September 1813, the Congress, with Morelos present, endorsed Sentiments of the Nation. This document declared Mexican independence from Spain, established Catholicism as official religion, and created the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government. Right. You should. Speaking of, I'm pretty sure. Okay, we might need to look into this. I might be speaking out of my butt, but I'm pretty sure that the rights of certain people in the conquered Mexico terrains eroded when incorporated into the US. I'm pretty sure that is what happened. That the rights of certain people in the conquered terrains of Mexico eroded after the incorporation. Correct me if I'm incorrect. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. This document declared Mexican independence, established Catholic as official religion, and created the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government. It declared respect for property and confiscated the productions of the Spanish colonial government. It abolished slavery and racial categories in favor of the title American. Interesting, huh? For all native-born individuals. Torture, colonial monopolies, and the system of tributes were also abolished. Morelos was offered the title Generalissimo with the style of address Your Highness, but he refused these and asked to be called Siervo de la Nación, servant of the nation. On the 6th November 1813, the Congress declared independence in the solemn act of Declaration of Independence of Northern America. See, like the idea was to just call everyone in Mexico Americans, you know? Capture and execution. Contemporary engraving depicting the defrocking and degradation of Morelos by church officials before released to civil authorities for execution. Execution of Morelos. God. Shortly thereafter, Morelos began his fourth military campaign, a series of defeats beginning at Valladolid in late 1813 while escorting the new insurgent Congress in November 1815. He was defeated in Tamalaca by royalist forces. Morelos and his guard were surrounded rather than have all taken prisoner. Morelos told his men to each save himself. This left Morelos to be captured alone. As a Catholic priest, the church had jurisdiction for his imprisonment and trial. He was jailed in Inquisition building in Mexico City. Although Morelos was a huge prize for the royal government, the viceroy decided not to make a public spectacle of his journey of incarceration, but rather slipped him into the capital before dawn. The royal government had experience with the trial and execution of Father Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla, which was done far from the capital and in rushed fashion. But Morelos' trial was conducted in the capital with the highest officials proceeding, with the outcome of a guilty verdict and execution by civil officials. Inquisition officials drew up 23 charges against Morelos, and following proper procedure, Morelos had a defense attorney, Jose Gires. He was charged with treason, disloyalty to the crown, and transgressions in his personal life, namely sending his natural sons to the United States for education. Faster to make everyone a citizen, easier to raise a militia than send the army, right? He was tried and sentenced to death for treason. Morelos was executed by firing squad on 22nd December 1815 in San Cristobal Ecatepec, north of Mexico City, in order that his execution not provoke a dangerous public reaction. He was later judged to be reconciled to the church, lifting his excommunication as he was seen praying on his way to his execution. After his death, his lieutenant Vicente Guerrero continued the war for independence. Let me see if this person is on the list. The all-important list, you know? The all-important list. Let me see. Yes. Vicente Guerrero is in fact one of the people that we will be talking about next time, you know? Today we're focusing on Morelos, but his lieutenant Vicente Guerrero is one of the people that we will be interested in next time. Okay, legacy. Morelos is considered a national hero of Mexico. The state of Morelos and city of Morelia are named after him. Morelos has been portrayed on the 50 peso notes since 1997 and on 1 peso coins during the 1940s, 1970s, and 1980s. The Estadio Morelos in Morelia, Puerto Morelos in the state of Quintana Roo, the Morelos station in Mexico City Metro, the city of Ecatepec, the Morelos in Mexico State, where he was executed, Insurgente Jose Maria Morelos y Pavon National Park in Michoacan, and the Morelos satellite from the communications company Satmex are also named after him. His remains were transferred to the Monument to Independence A Angel de Mexico City, along with those of the other heroes of the insurgency. The presidential aircraft Boeing 787 TP-01 was named Jose Maria Morelos y Pavon. Excellent. There's one thing that I want to look into as a stun lock, because I keep wondering about that, you know? I keep thinking about that. Let me see. We have to briefly look into it. Benito Juarez. Nice. Thank you for the link. Okay. Mexican-American War. I want to see a bit about it, at least. The Mexican-American War, also known in the United States as the Mexican War, and in Mexico as the Intervención Estadounidense en Mexico, American intervention in Mexico, was an invasion of Mexico by the United States Army from 1846 to 1848. It followed the 1845 American annexation of Texas, which Mexico still considered its territory. I'm gonna look at the map. Maybe Mexico would have been more progressive under, maybe like, maybe Texas would have been much more progressive under Mexico. Who knows? There you go. Um, Map of Mexico before. Territory ceded by Mexico. Wow. Mexico got butchered. It got really butchered, didn't it? Wait, so California was Mexican as well? Was it? New Mexico. Wow. Damn. Okay, we're gonna read a bit about it. Mexico refused to recognize the treaties of Velasco because they were signed by President Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna while he was captured by the Texian army during the 1836 Texan Revolution. The Republic of Texas was de facto an independent country, but most of its Anglo-American citizens wanted to be annexed by the United States. Sectional politics over slavery in the United States were preventing annexation because Texas, formerly a slavery-free territory under Mexican rule, would have been admitted as a slave state. Well, what do you know? This is one of the answers to a few questions that I've actually had. Upsetting the balance of power between northern free states and southern slave states. In the 1844 United States presidential election, Democrat James K. Polk was elected on a platform for expanding U.S. territory to Oregon, California, also a Mexican territory, and Texas by any means, with 1845 annexation of Texas furthering that goal. However, the boundary between Texas and Mexico was disputed, with the Republic of Texas and the U.S. asserting it to be the Rio Grande, and Mexico claiming it to be more northern Nueces River. Polk sent a diplomatic mission to Mexico in an attempt to buy the disputed territory together with California and everything in between for 25 million, equal to 70 to 700 million, I guess. An offer the Mexican government refused. I mean, why would it agree? right? Why would it agree? Interesting. Hell, harmony. The US sent troops to the disputed Rio Grande, ignoring Mexican demands to withdraw. Mexico responded by attacking the soldiers on April 25th, 1846, a move which Polk used to convince the Congress of the United States to declare war. It was a war over Mexico. Beyond the disputed area of Texas, U.S. forces quickly occupied the regional capital of Santa Fe de Nuevo Mexico along the upper Rio Grande. U.S. forces also moved against the province of Alta California and then turned south. The Pacific Squadron of the U.S. Navy blockaded the Pacific. Let's see what happened next. Mexico obtained independence from the Spanish Empire with the Treaty of Cordoba in 1821, after a decade of conflict between the Real Army and insurgents for independence with no foreign intervention. The conflict ruined the silver mining districts of Zacatecas and Guanajuato. Mexico began its sovereign nation with its future financial stability from its main export destroyed. Okay, so Mexico began its independence on a very shaky ground when it came to financial stability. Mexico briefly experimented with monarchy, but became a republic in 1824. I'm not making a video. I'm doing a quick look at a topic right now live. Even your beloved Bad Empanada said that Wikipedia is perfectly fine for checking basic concepts and basic things, you know? So we can look at the sources later. Like, are you saying I'm making a video here? There's a difference between looking over a concept on stream and making a pre-made video. Okay. Okay, Hell Harmony. Cool theory. Cool theory. Jesus. Yeah, Bad Empanada has made a whole video about Wikipedia, about, of course, Holodomor, the Great Hunger. This government was characterized by instability. Yeah, and then you look for other sources. Maybe the other sources will contradict or dispute the Wikipedia, but you have some sort of like a... The Wikipedia is out there for you all to read. There is no need for this. Well, all the other sources that Bad and Canada provide also is out there for all to read. There is no need to watch any of Bad and Panada's videos, is there? Right? You know that Bad and Panada's video could just be a list of sources and links that people could just read by themselves, right? Actually, that's true of all historical videos. All history videos could just be a list of sources for people to read, couldn't it? It could. It could. Ah, you came here to see this mess. I see. I see. You really watch my stream often for someone that just comes to see the mess, you know? Very interesting. Biggest Bad Empanada fan. Biggest fan of Bad Empanada. Very cool. Very brave. Holodomor. Very brave. Very cool. Very interesting. Was ill prepared for a major international conflict when war broke out with the US in 1846. Mexico had successfully resisted Spanish attempts to reconquer its former colony in the 1820s and resisted the French in the so-called Pastry War of 1838, but the secessionist success in Texas and the Yucatan against the centralist government of Mexico showed its political weakness, as the government changed hands multiple times. The Mexican military and the Catholic Church in Mexico, both privileged institutions with conservative political views, were stronger politically than the Mexican state. Maybe how Harmony thinks that the US was good to annex parts of Mexico. I want to see something about I want to see something about the aftermath of the war, what it meant for the racial relations, you know? I'm probably gonna look into it some other times. And in terms of peace, having won a decisive victory, the US was divided on what that peace should entail. Now that the US had gone far beyond the territorial gains it initially envisioned, by invading central Mexico with its dense population, the question was raised whether to annex the entirety of Mexico. After Wilmot Proviso, there was a listening of fervor for the idea, but the taking of Mexico City had revived enthusiasm. There were fierce objections in Congress to that on racial grounds. Hello, Squid for Hire. Racial grounds. South Carolina Senator John C. Colton argued that absorbing Mexico would threaten U.S. institutions and the character of the country, so racism prevented the whole of Mexico from being incorporated. We have never dreamt of incorporating into our union any but the Caucasian race, the free white race. Oh God. Of course. It is all racism. Of course. To incorporate Mexico would be the first instance of the kind of incorporating an Indian race, for more than half of the Mexicans are Indians and the other is composed chiefly of mixed tribes. I protest against such a union as that. Ours, sir, is the government of a white race. We're anxious to force free government on all, and I see that it has been urged. That is the mission of this country, to spread civil and religious liberty over all the world, and especially over this continent. It is a great mistake. Of course. Sort of, I guess it sort of explains the conservatives' attitude towards Mexico in general, right? Beyond the racial argument, Calhoun contended that the US could not be both an empire and a republic, and he argued that being an empire would strengthen the central government and be detrimental to individual states. Rhode Island Whig Senator John Clark also objected to annexing all of Mexico. To incorporate such a disjointed and degraded mass into even a limited participation of our social and political rights would be fatally destructive to the institutions of our country. There is a moral pestilence to such a people with this contagious, a leprosy that will destroy us, right? Effect on the United States. God. In much of the United States, victory and the acquisition of new land brought a surge of patriotism. Victory seemed to fulfill Democrats' belief in their country's manifest destiny. Although the Whigs had opposed the war, they made Zachary Taylor their presidential candidate in the election of 1848, praising his military performance while muting their criticism of the war. Has the Mexican War terminated yet, and how? Are we beaten? Do you know of any nation about to besiege South Hadley, Massachusetts? If so, do inform me, for I would be glad of a chance to escape if we are to be stormed. I suppose our teacher, Miss Mary Lyon, founder of Mount Holyoke College, would furnish us all with daggers and order us to fight for our lives. I wanna see the Oh, despite initial objections from the Whigs and from abolitionists, the Mexican War nevertheless united the US in a common cause and was fought almost entirely by volunteers. The United States Army swelled from just over 6,000 to more than 115,000, the majority of the 12-month volunteers. Scott's Army decided that a year's fighting was enough and returned to the US. Anti-slavery elements fought for the exclusion of slavery from the territory absorbed by the US. In 1847, the House of Representatives passed the Wilmot Proviso, stipulating that none of the territory acquired should be open to slavery. If successful, the Wilmot Proviso would have effectively cancelled out the 1820 Missouri Compromise, since It would have prohibited slavery in an area below the parallel here. The Senate avoided the issue, and the late attempt to add it to the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was defeated because Southern senators had the votes to prevent its addition. The House of Representatives is apportioned by population, and the North was growing, allowing it to win the majority of the House in the 1846 election. But the Senate representation in two per state, and Southerners had enough votes to block the addition. The war proved a decisive event for the U.S., marking a significant turning point for the nation as a growing military power. It was also a milestone in the U.S. narrative of manifest destiny. The war did not resolve the issue of slavery in the U.S., but rather in many ways inflamed it, as potential westward expansion of the institution became an increasingly central and heated theme in national debates preceding the American Civil War. By extending the territory of the United States to the Pacific Ocean, the end of the Mexican-American War marked a new step in huge migrations of Americans to the West, which culminated in transcontinental railroads and the Indian Wars later in the same century. For Mexico, the war had remained a painful historical event for the country, losing territory and highlighting the domestic political conflicts that were to continue for another 20 years. The Reform War between liberals and conservatives in 1857 was followed by the Second French Intervention, which set up the Second Mexican Empire. The war caused Mexico to enter a period of self-examination, and its leaders sought to identify and address the reasons that had led to such a debacle. The immediate aftermath of the war, a group of Mexican writers, including Ignacio Ramirez, Guillermo Prieto, Jose Maria Iglesias, and Francisco Urquidi, compiled a self-serving assessment of the reasons for the war and Mexico's defeat. Edited by Mexican Army officer Ramon Alcaraz, denying that Mexican claims to Texas had anything to do with the war. They instead wrote that for the true origin of the war, it is sufficient to say that the insatiable ambition of the United States, favored by our weakness, caused it. The work was noticed and translated to English by Colonel Albert Ramsey, a veteran of the Mexican-American War, and published in the United States in 1850 as a curiosity. Despite his being denounced and held to account for Mexico's loss in the war, Santa Anna took power for one last term as president after he lost the Misilia Valley in 1853 to the U.S. Gadsden purchased the allowed construction of a transcontinental railway on a better route that was ousted and went in lengthy exile. The exile he drafted his version of events, which were not published until much later. Right. I'm gonna have to look into it more. So what do you think? I'm gonna maybe Google. Maybe policy in Mexican land conquered by the US. A brief history of race and the US-Mexican border. Here we go. A brief history of race and the US-Mexican border, tracing the trajectories of conquest. Conquest of Mexico between 1846 and 1848 has largely disappeared from public consciousness as a significant historical event with contemporary consequences. Yet this conquest resulted in the annexation by the United States of approximately one half of the former Mexico. That's a lot. Constituting most of the current southwestern United States. In this article, I describe the roles that race and racism played in justifying the conquest, and I explored some of the current consequences of the conquest. One of the defining features of any conquest is the subordination of the conquered. The history of the conquered Mexicans and of the Southwest demonstrates this purposeful subordination. Through careful redrafting of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, the U.S. Congress reserved to itself discretion over when to admit the conquered territories as states. Let me see. Right. Slave state. Okay. That explains a lot. Congress waited until Mexicans were politically disempowered racial minorities within each territory before admitting the conquered territories as states with political representation. This happened earliest in the cases of Texas, annexed in 1845, and California, and latest in New Mexico, which was denied statehood until 1912. God. Oh, man. The minimization of the political power of Mexicans as Mexicans emerges then as prominent theme of the conquest. I believe this theme can be generalized to all Latino people subject to U.S. conquest. The minimization of the political power of Latinos continues today in at least three areas. First, nearly 4 million U.S. citizens resident in Puerto Rico live without voting rights or political representation in the federal government, yet are subject to federal law, violating democratic theory. Second, the international long-term exploitation of undocumented Latino immigrant labor maximizes agricultural profits while minimizing the potential political power of the immigrants. Lastly, attempts to curtail the use of Spanish through official English laws and other restrictions symbolize the subordination of Spanish speakers and result in less access and use of the democratic process. Yeah. These are some of the trajectories of conquest. The study of this history helps explain why Latino political power always seems less significant than population numbers and demographic projections suggest it should be. Well, now we have found a really a really interesting thing. I might as well link it. I might as well link it for everybody. This is getting extremely interesting. Yeah. This is a bit of a sidetrack though, you know? Because historically we're still talking about the Mexican Independence War, but we're gonna take, I'm gonna look at this a bit more, then we're gonna sort of move on to the next thing. You know? Expansionist desire for Mexico, race, and the war against Mexico. I mean, we already saw that one of the main reasons why the US was opposed to annexing all of Mexico was racism, so it's not even like sort of since we are about to admit this territory, New Mexico, as a state of the Union, the disposition of its citizens to retain their racial solidity, and in doing so, to continue the teaching of their tongue, must be broken up. Yeah. Yeah. Damn. Oh, man. Of course. Senate Committee on Territorial Affairs. Doesn't that sound like the worst? According to a Senate committee report from 1910, the cohesion of Mexican Spanish-speaking U.S. citizens of the new Mexican territory and their ability to retain and pass on their Spanish language must be broken up. The report states the interesting proposition that the territory's admission to statehood and consequently its voting representation in Congress necessarily meant the dissolution of Mexican American identity. Why was the Senate so concerned about the race and language of Mexican Americans? Why did admission to statehood mean breaking Mexican American identity? And what identity would replace the former Mexican identity of the territory? Tentative answers to these questions appear from a study of the history of the border. In this article, I present a brief history of the roles of race and racism in the creation of the US-Mexican border, which, by the way, has very real repercussions to this day, right? The happenings on the US-Mexican border, build the wall, and all of that stuff, right? God damn. 30 pages. Okay, question for everybody. Do we want to go through the whole thing now? Give me like some positive emote if we want to go through the whole thing right now. Or give me some alternative emote if you don't want me to go through the whole thing right now. Because we can go and discuss the whole thing right now. I just need to know if you're okay with it. Must know if you're, I mean, Maybe Hell Harmony would approve. I mean, it's not Wikipedia. Okay, you send the emotes, or maybe just write if you want us to go through the whole thing. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick, and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm back. Oh, I see. Ah, okay. He ran away, I see. Okay. And we continue. God, the more you learn, the worse the US gets. I swear. Tentative answers. In this archive present brief history of the roles of race and racism in the creation of the US-Mexican border. The entire southwestern United States, including part or all of Texas, California, New Mexico, or California, as conservatives call it, Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, and Kansas were formerly northern Mexico. The United States annexed Texas in 1845. Between 1846 and 1848, the United States conquered Mexico and took its northernmost lands, which became the other states mentioned above. As I discussed in part 2, race shaped the creation of the border with Mexico in highly significant ways. Sovereign desire for the expansion of slave territory was crucial to the annexation of Texas and the subsequent deposition of the conquered territories. Racism played an important role in purporting to justify the war of conquest against Mexico and in limiting the political power of Mexicans within the United States. White supremacy was a central component of the ideology of manifest destiny, which justified the conquest of Mexico as a divine Anglo-Saxon racial right. Jesus. I don't... It sounds as fascistic as it gets. Such just... Okay. The racial right. Oh man. There's nothing worse when okay. The mixed races of Mexicans posed an affront to Anglo ideals of racial purity. Some white politicians believed the mixed races of Mexicans posed a grave threat to democracy itself. Ultimately, these racial factors played a decisive role in determining the amount and location of Mexican territory that the United States would keep as the spoils of war. In this article, I explore a theme inextricably tied to conquest, the denial of political power to conquered people. It may seem obvious that the denial of political power inheres in conquest. After all, conquered people rarely have a say in matters of their own conquest. It is less obvious how, in a democracy, the denial of political power is reproduced in subsequent generations. Sociologist Robert Blauner, in work well extended and developed by Mario Barrera, describes three conditions associated with colonized minorities in the United States. The first condition is that of forced entry into the larger society of metropolitan domain. The second is subjection to various forms of unfree labor that greatly restrict the physical and social mobility of the group and its participation in the political arena. The third is a cultural policy of the colonizer that constrains, transforms, or destroys original values, orientations, and ways of life. I am unsure whether the concept of the colonized minority fully elaborates the transgressional and cultural process of conquest. For example, while colonization seems closely related to conquest, colonization refers to temporary seizures of land and displacements as well as to permanent seizures. Temporary co-optation of land and culture allows for some altered restoration of original norms. On the other hand, the permanent seizure of land requires processes for the transfer of the land to its new owners. If a conquest seeks the permanent displacement of the original culture, then the conquering power must have process for inhibiting the survival of the original and its transmission to future generations. Conquest, as I use it, refers to the more or less permanent seizure of land and usurping of culture, as in the US, conquests of Indians and Mexico. Nevertheless, Blauner's free conditions form a useful framework within which to consider the conquest and subsequent subordination of Mexican and Mexican American people in the United States. Blauner's conditions also help to explain the current legacies of this conquest affecting many Latinos as well as Mexicans. I will use each condition as a kind of leitmotif, repeating its words as an introduction to sections of the text that illustrate the condition. In part 4, I discuss some of the current legacies of conquest. First, the unremedied colonial situation of Puerto Rico demonstrates the purposeful denial of meaningful political power to Puerto Ricans by the United States, a situation which direct links to the strategies used before to deny political power to Mexicans. Second, the long-standing and continuing exploitation of undocumented immigrant, Mexican and Latino labor perpetuates an impoverished class of laborers who lack political participation and representation. Lastly, societal campaigns for official English and English-only rules in the workplace seek to undermine the linguistic heritage of Latinos and to limit the economic and political power of Spanish-speaking Latinos. Even though, technically speaking, the US doesn't have like an official language, you know? So that is sort of nonsensical. The manifestation of the manifestation of exploitation desires for Mexican lands began early. Acting through important national figures, the United States persistently sought to obtain Mexican territory in 1767, even prior to U.S. nationhood. Benjamin Franklin apparently expressed desire for Mexican lands. After the Louisiana Purchase, Thomas Jefferson sought unsuccessfully to claim the Rio Grande as the southern border boundary of Louisiana. Then, in 1826, President John Quincy Adams offered $1 million for Texas, then a northern province of Mexico. Mexico rejected the offer. Subsequently, President Andrew Jackson, an early advocate of Texas annexation, attempted to purchase Texas for as much as $5 million. When Texas won its independence in 1835, Mexico protested vigorously and repeatedly the United States' ambitions to annex Texas and incorporate it as a state. Also in 1835, President Andrew Jackson offered to buy San Francisco Bay from Mexico. In 1845, President James K. Polk sent an emissary to try to persuade Californians to follow Texans' example and to secede from Mexico. Polk also sent his representative John Slidell to Mexico City in an attempt to purchase California and New Mexico for between 15 and 40 million. Mexico refused to sell its territory and refused even to deal with Slidell. What could not be had by purchase was taken by force. Polk sent a military force into an area understood to be Mexican, the border area between the Nueces and Rio Grande rivers, in order to provoke hostilities. Shortly thereafter, Polk got what he wanted. American troops were attacked and killed by Mexican soldiers in the border area under Mexican sovereignty. Polk, however, alleged that Mexico has passed the boundary of the United States, has invaded our territory, and shed American blood upon the American soil. Rather than asking for a formal declaration of war, Polk promptly requested from Congress an unusual resolution recognizing that a state of war already existed by the Act of the Republic of Mexico. Debate on this resolution was severely limited, with dissenting voices given little chance to be heard. Ironically and revealingly, Polk and his cabinet had agreed to ask Congress to declare war against Mexico before news of the bloodshed reached Washington. Most contemporary historians agree that President Polk provoked the United States war against Mexico as a pretext for accomplishing his expansionist purposes. So a lot of questions that we've had about this invasion are being promptly answered right now. 2. Race and the war against Mexico. The first condition is that of forced entry into the larger society or metropolitan domain. Robert Blauner, Racial Oppression in America. A. The role of slavery in the annexation of Texas. Slavery and the Southern wish for expansion of the number of slave states played a prominent role in the annexation of Texas, the first seizure of Mexican territory by the U.S. government. Anglo-Americans first began arriving in Mexico's northernmost provinces in the early 1820s. They were perhaps some of the first illegal aliens. In 1821, prior to Mexican independence, Spanish authorities allowed American Moses Austin to establish a colony within Texas. Moses Austin was later succeeded by his son Stephen Austin, who, along with the other early settlers from slave states, brought his slaves with him. So he brought slavery to Texas. How sweet. Mexico's declaration of independence from Spain in 1821 cast a doubt on the future of slavery in Texas. Eventually, because of the sparse population of its northern provinces, the Mexican government passed legislation encouraging and legalizing the migration of white North Americans into Texas. Although Mexican leaders generally disapproved of slavery and sought to limit slave trading in Texas, they never did anything to effectively abolish it. Furthermore, Mexican laws restricting slavery went unenforced, and American slave owners found ways to evade Mexican law. When Mexicans became concerned about the expansionist desires of Americans and their disrespect for Mexican law and traditions, they passed additional legislation seeking to forbid further immigration by Americans. Yet this too proved ineffective because Americans ignored the laws and continued immigrating illegally to Mexico. Wow. Okay, we should stop here for a bit and, maybe discuss this a bit. The fact that sort of US sent people illegally to sort of take over Mexico, which is a bit ironic, that US flooded Mexico with illegal immigrants, and now Trump says about building the wall against the evils of Mexican immigration. Oh, when we do it, it's bad, but when the whites do it, it's okay. Like, I mean, literally, yeah. Literally, yes. It looks that way, you know? Oh, there we go. Over time, Mexico's prohibition against slavery became a major irritant between the Mexican government and the American immigrants. The President of Mexico outlawed slavery by decree on September 15, 1829. Maybe they fear Mexico will take Texas back. I don't think I'm an expert on US history. When did US abolish slavery? 1865. Okay. Oh, wow. You know what? Mexico was a bit faster to abolish slavery than the US. What do you know? 1829 versus 1865. And it only took civil war, from what I know, right? The President of Mexico outlawed slavery by decree on September 15, 1829. We should give Texas back. It's not like America actually gains anything from Texas. They take more in Texas than give. Maybe, like, however, Mexican officials effectively accepted Texas from the decree by choosing to promote Texas settlement and economic development over the decree's enforcement. Many Americans immigrating into Texas were slave-owning Southerners whose slave ownership was illegal under Mexican law. Slave owners attempted to circumvent the law by freeing their slaves while simultaneously forcing them to become indentured servants for life. Wow. Okay. Accustomed to U.S. protections for slave ownership, Americans viewed the abolition of slavery as a deprivation of their individual liberties and of their private property. Wow. This is the most US moment ever. Slave owners accustomed to US protections for slave ownership, Americans viewed the abolition of slavery as a deprivation of their individual liberties and of their private property. I'm not even gonna mention that they were not in the US when complaining about it. They were in Mexico. They were in Mexico complaining that their US based civil liberties and private property were being, you know, great. Although at times critical of slavery, Stephen Austin was a forceful advocate of slavery in Texas, and more than any other individual was responsible for gaining the approval of Mexican authorities for introducing slavery there. Austin stated his views in an 1833 letter. I have been adverse to the principle of slavery in Texas. I have now and for the last 6 months changed my views on the matter, though my ideas are the same as the abstract principle. Texas must be a slave country. Circumstances and unavoidable necessity compels it. It is the wish of the people there, and it is my duty to do all I can prudently in favor of it. I will do so. Slavery is the wish of the people there. So I guess the only ones that count as the people were the white slave owners. Nobody else counted as the people, you know? It's pretty blatant, pretty, you know, it's pretty out there. It's like it's not even trying to hide what it's all about. Anglo-Americans together with Mexican Tejanos fought a war of independence from Mexico in 1835. Stephen Austin described the war in racial terms. A war of extermination is raging in Texas. A war of barbarism and of despotic principles waged by the mongrel Spanish Indian and Negro race against civilization and the Anglo-American race. This quote just says it all, doesn't it? This quote just says it all, doesn't it? This quote just said it all. Like, it is basically I'm going to be honest, it is a 19th century version of the white genocide argument. You know? The famous or infamous Battle of the Alamo was part of the Texas War of Independence. While typically characterized by North American whites as battle for freedom, this interpretation is unintentionally deeply ironic. White people who were fighting for Texas independence were also fighting for the freedom to own slaves, which was prohibited under Mexican law. Wow. A fight for freedom to own slaves. How brave, how heroic. Amazing. The importance of the freedom to own slaves as a cause of Texas independence is illustrated by Texas' first constitution after gaining independence from Mexico, which explicitly protected the right to own slaves. Section 9 of the general provisions of this constitution protected the property rights of slave owners in their slaves, as well as the rights of future immigrants to own slaves. This is basically like Russia invading Ukraine and just taking bits of its territory. All persons of color who were slaves for life previous to their emigration to Texas and who are now held in bondage shall remain in the like state of servitude, provided the said slave shall be the bona fide property of the person so holding said slave as aforesaid. Congress shall pass no laws to prohibit immigrants from bringing their slaves into the Republic with them, and holding them by the same tenure by which such slaves were held in the United States, nor shall Congress have power to emancipate slaves, nor shall any slaveholder be allowed to emancipate his or her slave or slaves without the consent of Congress, unless he or she shall send his or her slave or slaves without the limit of the Republic. No free person of African descent, either in whole or in part, shall be permitted to reside permanently in the Republic without the consent of Congress. Great. It's all coming together. Once slavery was formally legalized in newly independent Texas, this really this really reminds me of how Russia does things. Like when it sort of declared that parts of Ukraine are now independent states, right? When slavery was formally legalized in newly independent Texas, the migration of slave owners and the number of slaves within Texas increased dramatically. Texans, a majority of whom were white Americans by 1846, were strong supporters of U.S. annexation. The United States annexed Texas despite strident objections from the Mexican government and the dubious constitutionality of annexing an independent foreign country merely by joint resolution of Congress rather than by treaty. In 1845, Texas was accepted into the United States as a slave state. Its state constitution contained provisions protecting slavery that resembled those of other southern slave states. Article 8 of the Texas Constitution of 1845 was titled Slaves and provided in part, the legislature shall have no power to pass laws for the emancipation of slaves without the consent of their owners, nor without paying their owners previous to such emancipation a full equivalent in money for the slaves so emancipated. They shall have no power to prevent emigrants to this state from bringing with them such persons as are deemed slaves by the laws of any of the United States, so long as any person of the same age or description shall be continued in slavery by the laws of the state, provided that such slave shall be the bona fide property of such emigrants. John Quincy Adams understood the efforts to annex Texas as designed primarily for the extension of the area of slavery and the magnification of the power of the slavocracy in the Council of the Nation. The anti-slavery North saw the annexation of Texas as a national disaster. The expansion of slavery had led to the annexation of formerly Mexican territory and thereby set a precedent that would facilitate the subsequent war of conquest against Mexico. B. White racism against Mexicans is a rationale for the war of conquest. As I described in part 2a, the United States sought Mexican lands for a long time. In addition to slavery's role in the United States' desire for Texas, race played a second role in the creation of the border. The racism of white Americans created the rationale to justify the seizure of the lands from allegedly inferior Mexicans. Mexicans were perceived by white Americans as mixed race, mongrel, people distinctly inferior to the presumed racially pure whites. According to historian David Weber, American visitors to the Mexican frontier were nearly anonymous in commenting on the dark skin of Mexican mestizos, who it was generally agreed had inherited the worst qualities of Spaniards and Indians to produce a race still more despicable than that of their parent. Rufus Sage, a newspaperman and Rocky Mountain trapper, described the Mexicans with typical disparagement. There are no people on the continent of America, whether civilized or uncivilized, with one or two exceptions, more miserable in condition or despicable in morals than the mongrel race inhabiting New Mexico. Yeah, of course. We have a lot of parallels because we're just we're just living in the continuation of what happened back then, you know? Like, we do need to remember that as much as it feels that it was a long time ago, it actually wasn't all that long ago, you know? The things happening that we are reading about now, they did not happen all that long ago. To manage them successfully, they must needs be held in continual restraint and kept in their place by force, if necessary, else they will become haughty and insolent. As servants, they are excellent when properly trained, but are worse than useless if left to themselves. I mean, we all know how bigots, conservatives, Republicans see Mexican people. We all know the Trumpian rhetoric around the wall, around criminals and rapists from Mexico. We all know all of that, right? We all know the rhetoric about Mexico coming from Trump, right? Perceived as some incomprehensible mixture of black, Indian, and Spanish races, Mexicans by their very existence violated white American taboos against racial mixing. The presumed racial inferiority of Mexican people fed the ideology of manifest destiny, which asserted that it was the destiny of white Anglo-Saxons to occupy the entire continent without regard for the presence of presumed inferior races. So basically, the US version of the Nazi Lebensraum. The theory of the Mexican conquest resembled the theory underlying the conquest of American Indians. Since Anglos perceived Mexicans as prominently Amerindian, the rationale used to usurp Indian lands was in turn used against Mexicans. White Anglos believed that Mexicans, like Indians, were incapable of using their lands productively and that whites would put the lands to better use. This belief also provided a justification for the War of Conquest, according to Reginald Horseman. C. Race and the drawing of the border. It was done under the guise of a God-given right to the land, manifest destiny. Yeah, but it was also done with the white supremacy view, right? It's very similar to how, I'm gonna say it, very similar to how Nazi Germany saw its conquest of Eastern Europe, for example. You know? In addition to shaping the decision to conquer Mexico, race also influenced the amount of formerly Mexican territory that the United States decided to retain. By the end of the war, the United States occupied much of Mexico, both its northern provinces, which had long been sought by American expansionists, and many interior provinces, including Mexico City. Even under military occupation by the United States, Mexico refused to negotiate the cession of its territory. Responding to the Mexicans' refusal to negotiate, President Polk considered the possibility of conquering and annexing all of Mexico. The move to annex all of Mexico enjoyed popularity in the United States, but also engendered significant resistance. Many politicians and the American public resisted the annexation of the long sought northern provinces of Mexico, in large part because of race. The annexation of Mexican land posed a profound problem for white politicians. Adding Mexican lands to the United States meant adding racially undesirable Mexicans to the population. The prospect of bringing mixed-race Mexicans into the Anglo-Saxon Republic of the United States ignited fears of the degradation of white supremacy, as well as fears concerning the survival of American democracy. Senator John Calhoun, a prominent Southern Democrat, opposed annexation because of these racial implications. It is without example or precedent either to hold Mexico as a province or to incorporate her into our union. No example of such a line of policy can be found. We have conquered many of the neighboring tribes of Indians, but have never thought of holding them in subjection, never of incorporating them into our union. They have either been left as an independent people among us or been driven into the forests. I know further, sir, that we have never dreamt of incorporating into our union any but the Caucasian race, the free white race. To incorporate Mexico would be the very first instance of the kind of incorporating an Indian race, for more than half the Mexicans are Indians, and the other is composed chiefly of mixed tribes. I protest against such a union as that. Ours, sir, is the government of a white race. A government misfortunes of Spanish America are to be traced to the fatal error of placing these colored races on an equality with the white race. Here we go. The greatest misfortune of Spanish America are to be traced to the fatal error of placing these colored races on an equality with the white race. So basically what this person is saying, to translate it, Mexico was not racist, and that was its quote-unquote mistake, you know? Mexico should have been racist and white supremacist, just like the US, you know? And this is actually where we go back to people like Miguel Hidalgo Costilla, who was a big proponent of uplifting the indigenous people, you know? Jose Maria Morelos, who was partially of indigenous heritage himself, you know? We go back to those people who fought not only for the independence of Mexico, but for independence for all people within Mexico, indigenous, people of mixed race, of all people, not of a select few of a special race. Here we go. That error destroyed the social arrangement which formed the basis of society. And yet, it is professed and talked about to erect these Mexicans into a territorial government and place them on an equality with the people of the United States. I protest utterly against such a project. Are we to associate with ourselves as equal companions and fellow citizens the Indians and mixed race of Mexico? Sir, I should consider such a thing as fatal to our institutions. Why did the US have to win? Calhoun countenance retaining only those Mexican lands that contained no Mexicans. Our army has ever since held all that it is desirable to hold, that portion whose population is sparse, and on that account the more desirable to be held. For I hold it, in reference to this war, a fundamental principle that when we receive territorial indemnity, it shall be unoccupied territory. Furthermore, American citizenship was understood to be for whites only, with full voting membership only for some white people. Accordingly, American politicians perceived the problem of incorporating Mexicans into the United States as profound. As expressed by historian Frederick Merck, the idea of a wholesale raising to citizenship of the mixed races in Mexico, which seemed inescapable if they were to be absorbed, was horrifying. Was he condemning the Spanish for not genociding the natives a century before? Yes. The answer is yes. Correct. The answer is correct. The answer is correct. Oh my God. The final boundary lines approved in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo required Mexico to cede to the United States only its northernmost sparsely populated provinces of New Mexico and California. These provinces constituted roughly one-third of Mexico. Including the formerly annexed Texas, Mexico lost the northernmost half of its territory as a result of U.S. aggression. President Polk has desired all of Mexico. Ultimately, however, he went along with the limited territorial annexation. In his diary, Polk expressed concern about taking land populated by many Mexicans. I expressed a doubt as to the policy of practicability of obtaining a country containing so large number of the Mexican population. The racial concerns of Senator Calhoun and others were thus assuaged, and the press congratulated Polk for acquiring land encumbered by only 100,000 Mexicans. Yeah. Like, I really was wondering about the US-Mexican War. Because I'm gonna be honest, from what we're reading about the Mexican Revolutionary War, about the main actors of the Mexican Revolutionary War, of their ideas about race relations, people's rights, freedom. Mexico was shaping up to be a far better country than the US. Like, maybe it's my bias because we're now reading about these things, about Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla, about Jose Maria Morelos, but Mexico was honestly shaping up to be a better country than the US in many ways. You know? What do you think? So had Polk succeeded in everything he wanted, he would have pulled a Holocaust before Hitler was even born. Yeah. Yeah. Like, there's an important reason why there's this president of Nazi Germany, copying a lot of the things they did from the US. Oh, this is this to me seems like very important history to learn, you know? And then we're gonna come back to the revolutionary heroes of that period. It was such tragic history. So part of the solution to the problem of incorporating too many Mexicans was to take only the most sparsely populated northern provinces of Mexico. There still remained, however, the problem of how to manage the presence of the Mexicans remaining in the conquered territories. This problem was addressed through the careful drafting of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo and later through the deliberately slow fulfillment of the promise to incorporate the conquered territories into the United States. The race and the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Mm. The white politicians who modified and ratified the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo were concerned about the threat of Mexican participation in the U.S. democratic process. Of course, they were. Accordingly, they modified certain provisions on the draft treaty in order to minimize the possibility of Mexican participation in U.S. politics. Under Article 8, both as drafted and as certified, Mexicans in the conquered territories had the right to remain in the United States, either by election within 1 year or by continued residence within the United States. Mexicans were to be considered to have elected to become citizens of the United States. The U.S. citizenship granted to the Mexicans remaining in the conquered territories, however, was much less significant than might appear at first glance. State citizenship, the source of political representation and potential voting rights, was not conferred by the treaty's provisions. Right. Revisions made to Article 9 of the treaty delayed the incorporation of the territories as full states. Under the original draft language of Article 9, the conquered Mexican territories and Mexicans still residing within the territories shall be incorporated into the Union of the United States and admitted as soon as possible according to the principles of the federal Constitution to the enjoyment of all the rights of citizens of the United States. In the meantime, they shall be maintained and protected in the enjoyment of their liberty, their property, and the civil rights now vested in them according to the Mexican laws. This draft language, based on the treaty for the cession of Louisiana, promised admission of those territories to full statehood as soon as possible. However, the Senate amended this language so that the final ratified version of the Article 9 said, "The Mexicans shall be incorporated into the Union of the United States and be admitted at the proper time to be judged of by the Congress of the United States to the enjoyment of all the rights of citizens of the United States according to the principles of the Constitution." Rather than admitting Mexicans into the Union as soon as possible, the Senate made their admission discretionary at the proper time. In Congress' judgment, the original language of the draft was treaty raised the horrifying prospect of Mexicans enjoying citizenship on an equal basis with white people as soon as possible. The revised and final language, however, gave Congress discretion to admit states containing Mexicans whenever Congress deemed it proper. The revised treaty language proved sufficient for Senate ratification. Even Senator Calhoun, who earlier had protested loudly regarding the Mexican threat to white rule in the United States, supported the revised treaty. Public concern over the possibility of legal equality between white people and Mexicans was also allayed by the final treaty language, according to one popular newspaper. It's not. In the annexation of New Mexico and California, the United States will incur none of the danger which have been predicted of admitting a race of men differing from us in language, religion, descent, laws, manners, and social condition to an equal participation in the benefits and responsibilities of free government. The country thus acquired is comparatively unsettled, and by the time it has a population enough to send a member of Congress, will be fully Americanized. Translation: white. So all of the forebodings concerning the appearance in the Senate of House of Representatives of Afro-bred Mexican or half-breed Mexican will be dissipated. Right. Of course. Which, of course, in turn, really reminds me of current Republican and conservative language about immigration. You know? It was race in turn that became a principal determinant of the proper time for admission. As I will discuss in Part 3, Congress deemed the admission of former Mexican territories proper only when the immigration of whites to the territories created a majority white population. Accordingly, Mexicans would never attain political influence as Mexicans but only as minority members of predominantly white populated states. Because New Mexico was populated by a majority of Spanish speaking Mexicans and Mexican Americans, Congress used its discretion under the revised Article 9 to deny it statehood for 62 years, except for Puerto Rico. Except for Puerto Rico, this is the longest period in which a U.S. territory remained unincorporated. The Senate's decision to delay statehood for the conquered territories until the proper time was based on an intent to exclude Mexicans from political power. As stated by one commentator, the final form of Article 9 of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo simply recognized the determination of Americans to oppose admission of Mexicans into their Republic of White Men. Part 3: Race and Statehood. The important role of race in the exercise of congressional discretion to grant or withhold statehood is apparent in examination of Congress decisions to approve or deny statehood to the territories taken from Mexico. The speedy annexation of Texas in 1845 was allegedly accomplished to protect white settlers from the threat posed by Mexico. Mexico, however, had never conceded the legitimacy of an independent Texas or an annexed Texas. Contemporary historians discount the idea that Mexico posed any real threat to U.S. immigrants residing there. As discussed earlier, the protection of slavery, and the addition of slave state to the Union were prime factors in the independence and later annexation of Texas. Do you think any of those people regret their decisions while in hell? No. I think they don't regret it. I think they were white supremacists to the core. Like, this is unironically a horrible, racist, fascistic country just invading their neighbor and taking their territory in the name of racism and white supremacy. The gold rush of 1848-1850 generated a huge influx of immigrants into California, transforming the former Mexican majority into a minority. After the gold rush, California's population increased dramatically. When California was admitted as a state in 1850, Anglos were a majority of the population. Corresponding to the dramatically diminished proportion of the population, Mexicans saw their political influence in California decline. The drafters of the California Constitution intended for Mexican political influence to remain minimal. For example, Article 2 of the 1849 California State Constitution granted the right to vote only to white males and denied suffrage to Mexican people, Indians, and black people. While Texas and California were admitted promptly to statehood because of white political control in each of the states, New Mexico languished for 62 years as a federal territory. Among the principal reasons for denying statehood to New Mexico were the racially mixed dark-skinned Mexicans lived there and that they spoke Spanish. New Mexicans submitted several formal petitions for statehood. In 1850, New Mexicans held a constitutional convention and drafted a constitution with strongly anti-slavery provisions. The 1850 state constitution enjoyed overwhelming popular support, suggesting strong popular desire for statehood. Because the admission of new slave or free states would alter the balance of power in Congress, debates over new states at this time focused on the issue of whether slavery would be permitted in this state or territory. Under the Compromise of 1850, California was admitted as a free state, but New Mexico was recognized only as a federal territory. Its status with respect to slavery was to be decided at a later time. Another state constitution was drafted in New Mexico in 1872. But this time it was rejected by New Mexicans voters, effectively condemning this second opportunity to petition Congress for statehood. In 1874, a bill was introduced into Congress to enable the people of New Mexico to form a constitution and state government and for the admission of said state into the Union on an equal footing with the original states. Serious objections to this legislation were raised because of a majority of inhabitants of the territory were of Mexican descent, aliens to us in blood and language. Because of the alleged widespread illiteracy and because most New Mexicans were Catholic, yet another state constitution was drafted in 1889. Like its 1872 predecessor, this constitution was rejected by New Mexican voters. An important factor influencing the rejection of this constitution was the Anglo fear that if New Mexico became a state, Mexican domination would be the result. In April 1902, during what appeared to be a more favorable climate for New Mexican statehood, a bill was introduced proposing statehood for New Mexico, Arizona, and Oklahoma. When this bill reached the Senate, it came under the control of Senator Albert Beveridge, chairman of the Senate Committee on Territories. Beveridge was known as one of the strongest and most effective opponents of statehood for New Mexico between 1902 and 1912. In particular, the race and language of Mexicans were of great concern to Beveridge and his colleagues. When Beveridge led a community, subcommittee to conduct hearings on the fitness of New Mexico for statehood, much of his questioning concerned the racial composition of the New Mexicans and the extent of their use of the Spanish language. Nothing has changed, has it? Beveridge's first question during these hearings was a request for a description of the differences in the races and the relative proportions of each. Beveridge inquired extensively about the use of Spanish in New Mexico, courts and classrooms, and its use by Mexican children on the playgrounds and in their homes. Based on these concerns, Beveridge concluded that the most prudent course was to withhold statehood for New Mexico and Arizona indefinitely. In reporting his committee's conclusion, Beveridge wrote, "On the whole, the committee feel that in the course of time, when education shall have accomplished its work, when the masses of the people, or even majority of them, shall be in the usage and employment of their daily life have become identical in language and customs with the American people, when the immigration of English-speaking people who have been citizens of the other states does its modifying work with the Mexican element, which means when the area becomes white, when all these things have come to pass, the committee hopes and believes that this mass of people, unlike us in race, language, and social customs, will finally come to form a creditable portion of American citizenship." So, in other words, once this place becomes white, it can become a state. It appears that New Mexico did not become a state until a bare majority of its population was English speaking, which apparently first occurred in 1910. Around this time, congressional concerns over the use of Spanish in the territory were expressed in the New Mexico Enabling Act of 1910. This act required that public education shall always be conducted in English, and that the ability to read, write, speak, and understand the English language without an interpreter shall be a necessary qualification for all state officers and members of state legislature. Discussing the perceived necessity for these language restrictive provisions, Beveridge wrote that since we are about to admit this territory, New Mexico, as a state of the Union, the disposition of its citizens to retain their racial solidity, and in doing so to continue the teaching of their language, of their tongue, must be broken up. Beveridge's words echo the racial concerns that led to the discretionary and delaying language of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. These words also suggest a powerful view of statehood as a kind of ultimate Americanization, requiring the obliteration of racial and linguistic differences from Anglo norms. The race and language-based reasons for withholding statehood from New Mexico should not be taken to mean that the Mexicans in New Mexico were unable to exercise power within the territory. For example, one careful study demonstrates the extensive degree to which white Americans and Mexicans shared power in administrating the criminal justice system in territorial New Mexico. Mexicans served frequently on juries, deciding the fates of European and Americans and Mexicans. Ironically, given the role that race played in the ultimate decision to grant or to withhold statehood, it may be that evidence of the important role that Mexicans played in the criminal justice system slowed the acceptability of New Mexico as a state. I'm gonna drink a sip of water. We're gonna drink a sip of water. My gosh. It echoes so much that's happening right now. It's incredible. Congressional. Wait, part 4. Minimization of Latino political participation, contemporary consequences of the racial premises of the conquest. Which is actually, well, now we're entering into the consequences of today. Congressional discretion in admitting former Mexican territories to statehood tempered widespread concerns about admitting Mexicans to full citizenship. Congress minimized the political influence of Mexicans by refusing to admit states unless whites held political control. This scheme, the minimization of the political influence of Mexicans, Mexican origin Americans, and subsequently other Latinos, remains a prominent one in the relationship between white Americans and Latinos. In this part, I explore 3 ways in which this historical theme may extend contemporary influence. 1. The subordinate status of Puerto Rico. 2. The legal subordination of migrant and seasonal workers, most of whom are Mexican. And 3. The continuing attempts to limit political participation through legal restrictions on the use of Spanish. A. The colonial status of Puerto Rico. The first condition is that of a forced entry into the larger society or metropolitan domain. Robert Launer, Racial Oppression in America. I've already seen this quote play out. My gosh. Okay. The current status of Puerto Rico as an incorporated territory is closely related to the precedent of the racialized allocation of political power reflected in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Article 9 of the treaty was revised to guarantee Congress the discretion to incorporate the conquered Mexican territories at the proper time. In the 1898 Treaty of Paris, which settled the Spanish-American War and transferred dominion over Puerto Rico to the United States from Spain, Congress followed and extended the precedent set in its treaty with Mexico. Consequently, Congress reserved for its complete control over the political and civil rights of Puerto Ricans. According to Article 9 of the Treaty of Paris, the civil rights and political status of the native inhabitants of the territories hereby ceded to the United States shall be determined by the Congress. This was the first time that a territory had been acquired by treaty with neither an implicit nor an explicit promise of admission to statehood. Subsequently, in the insular cases in Balzac versus v. Puerto Rico, the U.S. Supreme Court relied on the language of the Treaty of Paris to confirm Congress's dominion over Puerto Rico. In these cases, the court held that based on Article 9, Puerto Ricans were not entitled to constitutional protection, but only to such rights as Congress chose to grant them. In addition, the court described Puerto Rico's constitutional status as an unincorporated territory. In part, the court's reasoning was based on concerns about the race and inferior culture of Puerto Ricans. Such racial concerns were also prominent in subsequent debates over the Jones Act, which granted statutory U.S. citizenship to Puerto Ricans. As in the case of Mexicans, serious objections were raised about the fitness of mixed race, part African Puerto Ricans for citizenship. In addition, congressmen were concerned about the capacity for self-governance of people from tropical climates, the assumption being that democracy was only for white people raised in cold Nordic climes. Indeed, statutory citizenship was created for Puerto Ricans as a way of showing that they were under U.S. control rather than for purposes of inclusion. As in the implementation of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, the Treaty of Paris was implemented to minimize the political participation of Puerto Ricans. To this day, Puerto Ricans remain essentially powerless in U.S. politics because Puerto Rico is not a state. It has no voting representation in Congress. Approximately 3.8 million U.S. citizens who reside on the island are ineligible to vote for the President and the Vice President of the United States. Yet, despite their lack of representation in the formulation of federal law, they are subject to all the federal executive and legislative power that is not locally inapplicable. In addition, Congress has plenary power over Puerto Ricans under the Territorial Clause of the Constitution, which is subject only to rational basis review. These conditions violate a fundamental norm of democratic theory that citizens should have a voice in the enactment of laws binding them. The unjust contemporary condition of Puerto Ricans is closely related to the race-based allocation of political power, evident in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. B. Anything but free disfranchisement through the exploitation of Mexican labor. The second condition is subjection to various forms of unfree labor that greatly restrict the physical and social mobility of the group and its participation in the political arena. Robert Blauner, Racial Oppression in America. The plight of migrant farm workers, mostly of Mexican origin, belies the mythology of the United States as a place where the operation of the free market yields humane working conditions for all. Most migrant farm workers are anything but free. They toil for long hours doing back-breaking stoop labor, picking strawberries and other crops by hand, racking their bodies to preserve the unblemished appearance of the fruit. At night they sleep in overcrowded garages and caves and shanty towns. Most Americans will not do the work because it's too difficult and it pays too little. The situation of migrant farm workers has been described as involuntary servitude and virtual peon age by knowledgeable observers. American agriculture reverses free market principles. Ordinarily, the more difficult a job is, the more employers have to pay to attract employees. In the fields of California, however, the only laborers who will do extraordinarily hard labor for illegally low wages are undocumented workers, mostly from Mexico, who are in no position to complain about their wages. In this way, undocumented laborers subsidize American agriculture and those of us who eat California fruits and vegetables by keeping the cost of these items lower than they would be if workers were paid a legal wage. The consistent, cyclical, and cynical use of temporary and undocumented Mexican labor in the United States also illustrates the minimization of Latino political power. Right. For a century now, American agriculture and other labor intensive industries have sought both documented and undocumented Mexicans as source of cheap, reliable labor. Even during times of overt nativism and racism, such as during the enactment of the national origins quota system in 1924, agricultural interests were able to argue successfully for unrestricted Mexican labor. While demand for Mexican labor has greatly been strong, while demand for Mexican labor has generally been strong, periods of economic weakness and surplus labor have resulted in the expulsion and repatriation of Mexican laborers, as during the Great Depression and during Operation Wetback of the 1950s. The extensive history of the migration of temporary Mexican laborers, encouraged by the US government and powerful agriculture interests, can be understood in the context of the political powerlessness intended for Mexicans subject to the US conquest. Despite the frequent characterization of undocumented Mexican immigration as illegal and criminal, both the US government and agricultural employers have actively encouraged such migration because it serves important economic interests. The Mexican government also benefits from migration to the United States. The United States provides a safety valve for Mexican workers unable to find work in the chronically weak Mexican economy. Mexico also benefits from the dollars sent back to Mexico by migrant workers. But through temporary contract labor programs like the Braquero program and simultaneous tacit or formal acquiescence in undocumented migration that is temporary and clandestine in nature, both governments guarantee the reproduction of politically powerless Mexican and Latino population within the United States. As Professor Michael Olivas described the situation, most crucial to the agricultural growers was the need for a reserve labor pool of workers who could be imported for their work, displaced when not needed, and kept in subordinate status so they could not afford to organize collectively or protest their conditions. Mexicans filled this bill perfectly, especially in the early 20th century. Southwest, where Mexican poverty and the revolution forced rural Mexicans to come to the United States for work. The important the importation of Mexican laborers accomplished by joint agreements between the Mexican and US government was cynically employed to create a reserve pool of temporary laborers who had few rights and no vesting of equities. The cynical use of Mexican and other Latino labor contributes to the current political powerlessness of Latinos in several ways. A large number of undocumented Latino persons in the United States inflate the perceived political power of Latino citizens. The number of Latinos aged 18 and over and thus age eligible to vote is about 22.9 million. However, this number includes over 4 million undocumented adults, bringing the potential number of Latino voters down to 18.9 million. Scholars have established a close relationship between the treatment of immigrants and the treatments of citizens of similar ethnicity. One particular egregious example was the so-called repatriation or expulsion of Mexican laborers and Mexican American citizens to Mexico during the Depression and later during Operation Wetback in the 1950s. During the nativist segregating of undocumented Latinos during the mid 1980s, the hostility ostensibly aimed at immigrants also resulted in negative treatment and perception of Latino citizens. Another more recent example occurred when U.S. Congressman Luis Gutierrez of Illinois, attempted to enter the Capitol building with his daughter and niece. He was denied entry by a Capitol Police aide. When he identified himself as a member of Congress, the aide told him, "I don't think so." When he produced his congressional identification card, the aide responded that it must be fake. The aide added, "Why don't you and your people just go back to the country you came from?" Congressman Gutierrez and his family were stunned. Eventually, another Capitol Police officer recognized the congressman and allowed him to enter his office building. The aide assumed that someone who looked like Congressman Gutierrez, who is Puerto Rican, neither belonged in the United States nor in the U.S. Congress, regardless of his evidence of membership. The economic and social exploitation of undocumented immigrant laborers fuels the exploitation of Latino citizens. Thus, Americans of Mexican or other Latino origins are sometimes assigned to do work which Americans do not have to do. The political and economic powerlessness of undocumented persons is reinforced and reproduced by the doctrine of agricultural exceptionalism. The term agricultural exceptionalism refers to the statutory exemptions for the agricultural industry from minimal guarantees available to employees in virtually all other sectors of employment under, for example, the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, and the National Labor Relations Act, NLRA. Agricultural exceptionalism appears to have originated in a desire to reproduce the subordinated laboring class of the southern plantation. I'm sorry. Direct legislative history explaining in the FLSA's exclusion of farm workers is virtually non-existent. By 1938, when the FLSA became law, the exclusion had become routine in New Deal legislation. An examination of the predecessor legislation of FLSA, however, reveals the reason for the exclusion. To enact the social and economic reforms of the New Deal, President Roosevelt and his allies were forced to compromise with Southern congressmen. Those congressmen negotiated with Roosevelt to obtain modification of New Deal legislation that preserved the social and racial plantation system in the South, a system resting on the subjugation of black people and other minorities. As a result, New Deal legislation, including the FLSA, became infected with unconstitutional racial motivation. The discrimination survives, however, in the wholesale exclusion of agricultural workers from the maximum hours and overtime provision of the FLSA. Because of many such exclusions, undocumented workers are paid less and protected less than most American workers. The subordinate status of undocumented laborers is supported by the law, thus undermining both the interests of undocumented persons in fair treatment and the interests of other American laborers and employees whose competitive positions are undermined by immigrant labor. Agriculture exceptionalism can be found in many American laws, of which I will give just a few examples. The NLRA excludes farm workers explicitly, making it extraordinarily difficult for them to organize and bargain collectively. Their relative inability to bargain collectively results in some of the lowest wages in the nation paid for some of the hardest work, together with hazardous working conditions and often squalid living standards. The Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986, which makes it illegal to employ persons without evidence of employment eligibility, exempts agricultural employees and therefore facilitates the employment of undocumented immigrants. The FLSA provides another example of agricultural exemptionalism. The FLSA originally excluded agricultural workers from its minimum wage, overtime, and child labor protections. In 1966, Congress amended the FLSA to include many agricultural workers, but expected those working on, accepted those working on family farms. Farm owners, however, have continued to evade the FLSA by delegating the hiring and recruiting of farm workers to labor contractors, and by leasing parcels of land to farm worker families in sharecropping arrangements. These arrangements effectively transfer the risks of agricultural employments to the workers. Professor Guadalupe Luna has described the extensive scope of agricultural exceptionalism, showing how regulations, subsidies, and exemptions for the agriculture industry privilege agriculture producers while impoverishing the demeaning farm workers. The encouragement, use, and exploitation of temporary Mexican and Mexican American labor, beginning in the early 20th century and continue into the present, have left multiple legacies. One legacy is the profound economic disadvantage resulting from the importation of temporary labor and agriculture exceptionalism. Exemptionalism. The policy of excluding farm labor from social and labor legislation involved unstated legislative decisions to perpetuate a low-income, disadvantaged farm labor force. Another legacy is the persistence of informal Mexican migration. American society and government act with great hypocrisy towards migrant Latino laborers. While migrant laborers are condemned as illegal and criminal, further facilitating their disenfranchisement, the agricultural industry and other industries remain highly dependent on them, as they have been for a very long time. As noted by one scholar, those who argue that the United States bears no responsibility to Mexican migrants who recently have entered illegally ignore the long-standing involvement of U.S. employers in promoting this flow and of U.S. government in encouraging the violation of its immigration laws in order to accomplish its foreign policy objectives. The perpetuation of politically and economically powerless Mexican and Latino labor force is fully consistent with the racial legacy of the conquest. The disfranchisement of and devaluation of migrant laborers is also apparent in political attacks upon them. California's enactment of Proposition 187, for example, sought to deny undocumented immigrants access to basic medical care and public education. During the heightened nativism of the mid-1990s, resolutions were introduced in Congress to deny birthright citizenship to American-born children of undocumented immigrants. One such proposal, introduced in 1994, requested an amendment to the Constitution of the United States to provide that no person born in the United States will be a United States citizen on account of birth in the United States unless a parent is a United States citizen at the time of the birth. Such proposed amendments illustrate powerfully the amount of political venom directed at undocumented Latino immigrants and aimed at their further disfranchisement. The history demands vigilance with respect to contemporary decisions that reinforce or aid in the further reproduction of the political powerlessness of Latinos. Just prior to the September 11, 2001 attacks on the World Trade Center, Presidents Vicente Fox and George W. Bush held a summit meetings to discuss a formal agreement creating a new guest worker program involving temporary Mexican laborers. Any such program that does not include eligibility for legal residency and eventual U.S. citizenship should probably be rejected because it continues the now familiar pattern of enabling the United States to exploit Mexican labor while denying eventual access to political power. Although such programs may be in the interests of the US and Mexican governments, they are clearly not in the interests of Latinos, whose political power remains less than it should be. As stated by one commentator, for Latinos guest workers without legalization will unacceptably set back the immigrant cause. Such a program not only sets back the immigrant cause, it also sets back the cause of Latino citizens whose political representation and clout has been minimized. By virtue of the person's birth within the United States, if you're born in USA, you are a citizen. Well, they didn't want to extend that to people who were the children of illegal immigrants. C. Disfranchisement through language restriction. The third condition, a cultural policy of the colonizer that constrains, transforms, or destroys original value, orientations, and way of life. All right? So let's go. As part of its racial reasoning for denying statehood to New Mexico, Congress objected to the political participation of Spanish speakers. This could be described as the denial of political participation through linguistic control or dominance. This theme remains a potent one. The official English movement continues its work of attempting to solidify English as the official language of governance. However, this attempt is unnecessary since English is unquestionably the dominant American language. The official English movement also undermines America's claims of tolerance for diversity, particularly given the nation's long history of multilingualism. History shows the long-time presence within these borders of Spanish, Indian, French, and Asian languages, in addition to the remnants of African languages suppressed during slavery. Linguistic control through mandatory English has important ramifications for political participation. One of the principal aims of the recent official English movement has been the repeal of certain provisions of the Voting Rights Act that requires multilingual ballots in areas with high concentration of voters whose primary language are not English. Repeal of those provisions would obviously curtail voting by eligible voters. Moreover, it has also been documented that enactment of official English laws reduces voting by persons who are bilingual. The symbolic elevation of English and simultaneous devaluation of other languages sends a message that rejects and alienates all persons who identify with a language and culture other than or in addition to English. Another form of linguistic subordination occurs commonly in American workplaces. Many employers have implemented English-only rules prohibiting the use of Spanish in the workplace except during breaks or lunch. Such rules have been applied to discipline or terminate an employee who answers a work-related question in Spanish, as well as employees who engage in private conversations in Spanish, as well as private conversations. Employers have disciplined employees or subject them to such rules even when there is no interference with work performance or when Spanish is actually needed to perform services for Spanish-speaking customers. Despite Equal Employment Opportunity Commission EEOC guidelines which recognize English-only rules as a form of national origin discrimination, The US courts of appeal have generally ignored the EEOC's guidelines and have upheld employer control over non-English languages. I understand this continuing perceived need for linguistic control as part of the continuing legacy of conquest. Conclusion. White racism and a desire for the expansion of slavery played prominent roles in the annexation of Texas, the conquest of Mexico, and the annexation of northern third of Mexico as part of the United States. The racism that created slavery shaped the conquest of Mexico. While Anglo-Americans coveted Mexican land, they despised the Mexican people for racist reasons. White politicians committed to a government of white race. White politicians committed to a government of the white race deliberately minimized the voting and representation of Mexican people, either by racial qualifications for voting or by withholding statehood from territories of a predominantly Mexican population. Events as large as the conquest of neighboring country and the seismic adjustments necessary to accommodate a conquest have profound implications for both the conquerors and the conquered. The residue of conquest becomes like social DNA, producing and reproducing patterns and trajectories that resemble the originals. You can still sense the residue, the patterns, the trajectories into contemporary reenactment of one of the themes of the conquest, the denial of limitation of political power to Mexicans. The denial or limitation of political power to Mexicans. And later, Latino citizens and residents of the United States. We can sense the guiding hand of the conquest of Mexico and the subsequent conquest and subordination of Puerto Rico. You can sense the guiding hand of conquest in the legally produced subordinate status of migrant farm workers and in the socially produced definition of undocumented Latino immigrants as illegal and criminal. We can also sense the guiding hand of conquest in attempts to delegalize the Spanish language and Spanish language education and to disfranchise U.S. citizens who vote in Spanish. The history of the conquest of Mexico can teach us the origins and functions of many contemporary racialized images of Mexican and other Latino people. It can help us to understand the structural, racialized distribution of employment opportunities. And it can help us to understand why the political power of Latinos always seems less than it should be. We have finished. If you have enjoyed this reading, if you have enjoyed us exploring articles such as this, then press like, subscribe, ring that bell, consider, doing all these things. Phew. So what do you think? We're done for now. Feel free to maybe throw a donation my way. I'm going to link it again. I'm going to link this again. I'm linking it again in the chat. In both chats, actually. I'm linking both these articles. Oh my gosh. That was a lot. Read 30 pages of this article. How do you feel? How are you feeling right now? How are we feeling right now? Damn. So yeah, if you feel that I've done a relatively good job with this, then you can feel free to sub or dono or something. Ready for more. I'm ready for more as well. I'm ready to learn more about the Mexican Revolutionary War. You know, we're gonna dive deeper into these topics because, well, racism against Mexico was one of the main Trump talking points during his campaigns. We should remember that when we dive into documents such as this, right? I'm gonna check something real quick. We read it. It's 2 a.m. We have been waiting for a while. Enter. Excellent. I have just confirmed through my checker, which is probably something that I should have done from the get-go, that this is in fact indeed a peer-reviewed article. So we can fully trust its contents, I guess, since I have now confirmed in my magic checker that this article is peer approved. It's been peer reviewed, you know? It's a peer reviewed article. So it's legit. So we have learned a lot today. As an aside, I'm thinking about making it like, I think next time we're gonna go back, we're gonna continue talking about the Mexico Revolutionary War, and then we're probably going to inch slowly into the topic of how the US invaded Mexico. Like, damn, I've personally learned a lot about Mexican history and like how there's just so much to say here. A country that tried to build itself on the rules of tolerance, lack of slavery, lack of racial prejudice, fell prey to its economic instability and an invasion from the US. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna read about all of it. We're gonna talk about all of it. I think it's important. I think it's quite important indeed. Wow, my throat is tired. So I propose that we take a break. What do you think? Shall we take a break? Oh my gosh. I think we should take a little bit of a break. It's been a long day of work. Break, yeah. It's true. So what should we do now? We have a few options actually. We have a few options. We can finish the Dylan Burns debate with playing with fire while playing Warcraft 1. This is option number 1. Dylan Burns plus Warcraft 1. Because we have a debate to finish. Option 2. I level some more in World of Warcraft in Xanderholt's guild. Option 3. Resident Evil 3. Option 4. Drakengard. We've got 4 options. I hope you remember all of the options. I hope you know what your options are. I hope you know all of your possibilities. So, what will it be? What will it be? Do you remember the options? I'm gonna check something real quick. Viewer. Wow. Okay, we're gonna jump in here. Yeah, one is the debate. 4 is Drakengard. 3 is Resident Evil 3. 2 is leveling in WoW Classic in Xanderholt's guild. Yeah, WoW Classic with Xanderholt's guild. Actually, Xanderholt is in game right now. So yeah. It is what it is. Maya Major voted 1. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Should talk about it. This is ridiculous. They created Overwatch 2 just to create a PvE mode. And then they said they wouldn't bring it for the premiere because they want to make it perfect. And now they just canceled it. Blizzard is like, I don't have the words. I really don't have the words to comment on what Blizzard is doing. It really isn't the race to become the worst company possible. I'm starting to be really afraid for Diablo 4 right now. Really starting to be afraid for Diablo 4. But yeah. What is your vote? What is your vote? Once we vote, I'm gonna go to the toilet. So, what are we doing? What are we doing? What happens when you're run into the ground by Activision and wankers like Bobby? Yeah, Bobby B. Bobby K. Bobby K, the wanker. True. True. Okay, so which option are we taking? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Option 1 allows us to play a Blizzard game at its prime. Warcraft 1. Well, I guess Prime was in Warcraft 2, arguably. So once again, option 1 is Dylan plus Warcraft 1. Option 2 is World of Warcraft Classic with Xanderhold's Guild. Option 3 is Resident Evil 3. Option 4 is Drakengard, our favorite PlayStation 2 game, Drakengard. Choose your destiny. And by destiny, I don't mean Steven. I mean something very different. Means something very different than just no. Nobody wants to. Only Maya. Oh, okay, with Outro 3, Resident Evil 3. So we have one vote. We have one vote for Dylan, one vote for Resident Evil 3. The Wheel of Fate is turning. We have 2 votes. With just 2 votes. We need to get more, like, decisive voting. Which, by the way, I haven't yet even advertised the stream to anyone today. Actually, haven't linked it anywhere. It might be a mistake. It might have been a mistake, right? I'm gonna put it here. And we're gonna tell everyone to come. Wait, what did you try? What do you mean? Oh, tired. True. Change. There are no more no more voters. Okay. Chancel. Publish. Here we go. It'll be a hatchling round. Okay. Okay. We have ask people to come now, even though it's like a bit late into the game. All right, let's go. Let's go. We have learned about tons of things today. Yeah, I know. I don't want ties. I want. Thank you for liking the stream. Thank you. You're the best. You're the best liker. Okay, so I guess we're going with Dylan. Going with Dylan. Dylan and Warcraft 1. Where is it? Where are you, Dylan? I don't even see you. Oh.
Possibility. Well,
Oh god, where did we stop? It didn't even Oh my god. What happened here? We need to we need to find where we were. True, reinforcements should come. Sandwiches, hello. I know you from the shark coin. Yeah. Red. I talk about Ukraine. The more I read about like the thing that we read about the Mexican US history, US was no better than Russia's with Ukraine. I swear to God. US was no better at all.
on like every level, start failing, and then basically just say, we will blow up the world.
We've been here.
Non-negotiables is that they get Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson. That's their non-negotiables. They get everything. That's their non-negotiables.
My gosh. Hey, we might have to make Dylan a bit smaller. No, that's the wrong window. There we go. I have to make the chat here. We have to turn on imperialism. Imperialism, like, I swear. Like when the US tries to... It was literally no better than Russia. Just can't believe. We're gonna get into it. The US really needed its slavery. It really was necessary to upkeep slavery, wasn't it? What happened to the music? Okay. We're gonna mute the music because we want to hear Dylan. Here we go. We've got our segment for now. Dylan plus Warcraft. Okay, nice. Thank you. Thank you for catching the stream, sandwiches. I will say that I'm a lot less impulsive and angry. That I'm like, I come off as much more angry on the shark card than I actually am. You know?
Yeah, that's how negotiation starts, okay? And then
Oh,
people make
gosh.
concessions and concessions, and then eventually you reach a compromise. I don't think it's any of our business what deal Russia and Ukraine reach. I think.
So why did we sign? We signed a treaty.
This is such a horrible. Okay, maybe I will get more actually angry than with, with the chats, because it is very difficult to listen to this without being mad, you know? It is not our business what deal Ukraine and Russia will come to, which translation just means that this person wants Ukraine to be abandoned and to just lose to Russia, basically.
We would come to their assistance in a situation like this. It is our business. We made it our business
True.
during the
Yeah,
denuclearization.
I don't. First of all, I don't think we should have signed that treaty. And
But we
second of all,
did.
right, the treaty was vague. Okay, we didn't agree that we're going to help them with military aid. We just said that their integrity will be respected. So it's a vague treaty, and
Oh
we
my
know vague
God.
treaties all the time. So
This
you
is so
think we should- but
weaselly.
America's reputation's already in the shitter because of how much we've backstabbed and pulled out of our allies. The last
True.
thing we need is to backstab another ally.
Ukraine is not our ally. They're not part of NATO.
Wait, just because they're not part of NATO
EU.
doesn't mean they're not our ally. Japan's not part of NATO. They're our ally.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
why is you? I mean, Ukraine. Sure, they're more pro-West.
Ukraine helped us invade Iraq. They are our ally in many ways.
What, they sent less like 20 troops or something like that. Iraq was like 99% America and
Yeah,
a little bit of England.
But you can't. Okay, so now it's okay. Maybe they're ally, but they're a tiny ally. So are they? They are our ally. That we are working directly with them in many different aspects. They are our ally.
I'm
Yeah.
not saying we should abandon them. I just don't think we should escalate the support and keep like spending more taxpayer money.
Escalate the support, not escalating the support, and removing support is basically the same as abandoning Ukraine. And it should never happen. In fact, as I've said a few times before, Ukraine should be receiving far more aid than it's receiving right now. Far more. It's a whole topic. It's talked about a lot by military experts. Ukraine receives help when it's starting to run out of gear. It's very reactive the way Ukraine receives help. If that makes sense, you know? Very reactive. Isolationism. I mean, I know that basically I do realize that basically the US has acted like Russia now in the past with its attack on Mexico, but
money and further increasing the
I
chance.
mean,
of
I think we
nuclear
should.
risk.
I think we should send more artillery. I think
True.
we should send the long-range missiles.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
sure, I know you don't give a shit.
And
but
jets.
Like, yeah, I'm on the. I mean, you live in Ukraine, so either way, you would get fucked if things escalate. But I live in America, so for me, you know, the only way things can escalate for me is if there's nuclear exchange. So yeah, I'm erring on the side of caution. I don't want to die.
you're an idiot. You only care about your own ass. You know? When I say that we must be building international alliances, an international movement of support, what I basically mean is that we need to do the opposite of what this guy is doing, you know? We cannot have the attitude of if it doesn't affect me directly, then I don't care. Right? Yeah, he's back. Like, we need to get the attitude that is separate, like the exact opposite of this. I don't care. I'm at home. Only nuclear, you know, is an escalation for me. Otherwise, I don't care. Like, I'm with Dylan. Not only should Ukraine get long range missiles, which it actually is getting, from what I know, but it should be getting jets as well. Care about the world and others. Yeah, exactly. You know? Like an international movement, which mean we would petition for people that might live across the globe from us. As things get worse for trans people, we might have to organize support or maybe organize movement for people across countries, you know? We might have to organize a new start for our friends that are in danger in other countries. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to sort of facilitate? There might be a time when, like in the US, a state will become so bad that we will need to start as a community embracing people from other states and helping them find a new home. You know? Does that make sense? We might need to start doing that. You know? Help each other economically as well, through sharing resources, from sharing knowledge. I have to start doing more. I'm thinking, how can we facilitate that? You know? Uh-oh. Let's heal. What do you think? Okay, we're going. Oh no, he died. One moment. Can.
I don't want my family to die. I don't want my girlfriend to die. I don't want all the people I love to die. I don't want my community to be eviscerated. So that's kind of my position. Is I just don't want. If
Okay.
even so, I guess the question I would ask you is this: what percentage of nuclear risk would make you uncomfortable to continue the sending them aid?
I mean, like a
what number?
percentage point. I don't like the fucking percentage.
Just
the
a
percentage
just a
point numbers.
ballpark.
I don't like these numbers. I can tell you scenarios that would make me
Or
uncomfortable.
just a ballpark, 10%,
But
30%.
there's no number you can really put on it. I don't know, like 30, 40. Like these numbers are they're silly. I think there's scenarios I can give you a scenario where that would make me uncomfortable.
So the U.S. Okay, let's do a pretend scenario. You're the U.S. president. The U.S. intelligence comes to you with definitive information. Say, hey, we put this risk at this percentage. Do you want to proceed?
Well,
so
it
you're saying
depends on
30.
the specific scenario because. Like,
True.
it depends on the scenario. Like, oh, Russia's actually starting to engage nuclear bombers. We have intelligence leaks showing that Putin's serious about it this time, and then I'm like, okay, now this is a scenario we have to take seriously. This isn't just saber rattling.
So here's what it is. If we escalate the aid, so we send them long range missiles like you want, the U.S. intelligence says, hey, this
Ukraine is getting long range missiles, by the way. It's confirmed. So what now? Playing with fire. Ukraine is getting long range missiles. So what now? You're gonna do now? 27.4.
the percentage. So are you saying it's 30-40% that would make you like not want to send the aid?
I mean, again, I'm just saying numbers, but can I give you scenarios that these are like must
No, but I'm
realistic?
more interested in the percentage risk.
Why the percentages? This is not how. I mean, it's. I don't think that's the best way to calculate.
Because everything in life is certain percentages.
No, that's
there's a chance that
stupid.
this will
But it's
happen, there's a chance
impossible
that
for
this
me to
won't
know
happen.
what is what percentage. There, how we the way me and you calculate percentages is going to be completely different.
Right, but I'm
Yeah,
saying that
sound
U.S.
of your-
intelligence comes to you and gives you all their sources and tells you this is the percentage.
Yeah, but
Right.
what basis did they use to calculate the percentage?
Exactly.
Let's say it's very, very trustworthy. Like let's say this is the
Trustworthy.
U.S. intelligence that you really trust.
Oh
you
my
know
God,
the
what
CIA
a-
chief is giving you
So it's was based on my standards of what 30 to 40 to 50% would be.
Yeah, dude. Because at the end of the day, we don't know. There's no
Oh
certainties.
god.
That's why I wanted to write out a scenario, because then we have something specific to work around.
True.
But we still don't know. Yeah, we can give a scenario, but we still don't know how Russia's exactly going to respond. We don't know. It's all probabilities and scenarios. We all agree that it's unlikely that Russia would use a nuke tomorrow, but it is more likely that that will happen compared to 10 years ago. So it's all probabilities and scenarios. So, I mean, I'm just going off the number you gave, which is 30, 40%. I think that's absurd. For me, that number is less than 1%, but even 5%, I'm extremely uncomfortable because it's the end of basically
Why
the
an
end of the
idiot?
world. For a war that doesn't involve us. We weren't attacked,
Oh my
and cause
god.
us to spend taxpayer money. I mean, I guess we're just not going to come to an agreement on that.
I
but
hate this.
for me,
I hate
that's
this
like
person.
that number's less than 1%. Like even if it's a 2% chance, 5% chance, I'm not comfortable with that risk. And I think anyone who is comfortable with that is just talking shit and being really, really cavalier. But I think that
You're talking shit.
If I come to your house and I have like 20 bullets, right? I have a gun with a chamber of 20 bullets. I take 19 out. I have one, and I say, "Is it cool if I just press this on your head?" You're gonna be like, "Fuck no." I'm gonna be like, "Well, what are you?"
Well, okay. This is to be clear.
People are still gonna be like,
in
no,
your scenario,
right?
it's Dylan. I'm gonna press this to your head. If you pull it away, then maybe all your friends get dumped into a mass grave. This is the scenario.
But all our friends are not gonna get dumped into a mass.
Well, no. In my scenario, yes, because my friends live in villages that could be occupied by the Russian army
True.
and then could be dumped into mass graves.
Your situation is different. Yeah, I will agree with that. But I'm looking
Thank
at it
God.
as American.
Yeah.
Thank God Dylan is not a douchebag. Dylan is not a villainous idiot.
I mean, I do also genuinely care about Ukraine, and I do genuinely care about the people who are suffering here. And I think would be a fantastic American ally in the future. It would be beneficial for the United States to ally with us. For example, the supplemental deals that we've done with them since this war started for replacing a lot of our old decrepit equipment in the military, that has been beneficial for us. The fact that we're testing our artillery production with this war has been beneficial for the United States. The fact that we can't produce the artillery shells necessary to actually send over to the war, that's an issue. We're supposedly the most powerful nation in the planet, but in a situation where we got into a hot war and we actually needed artillery shells, we've run out that quickly. That seems to be an issue that we need to address, and things that due to us supporting Ukraine has supported the United States, has helped the United States.
Are you saying we should spend more money on military?
Yes.
I'm saying that we should have a basic level of military production in this country that we could turn on at a very short notice if there was a situation where the United States had to engage in war.
So how do we do that? By spending more money on military, right?
Well, to invest in military infrastructure, yes, but that doesn't mean most money that we spend in the military is wages. Most money in the military is wages, and I believe in an audit on the Pentagon. Also, I think that's probably something we can.
Well, first of all, they do audits on the Pentagon, and they fail every single year. So
yeah, I think we need to run a successful audit on the Pentagon. Okay, let me.
Well, we do run audits, and they fail, and then we just don't know what to do about it. And we just ignore it.
That's why I think we need to fix that problem. I'm saying we need to fix the problem, and we need to run a successful audit on the Pentagon to help deal with the financial issues. But I need
because part of it is corruption, and we're not comfortable with that, and that's where a lot of this money is going. It's corruption.
What part of it's corruption?
Oh my god.
All the what's it called? Like basically like half of the military budget is basically like welfare for defense contractors.
In what way?
In the way that like there's non-competitive bids where they're giving like crazy prices, and because they have a friend on the inside in DoD
that makes up for like half of our Pentagon budget is if we would have more competitive bids.
Yeah, when you do not compete. I mean, at one point there was a story like there was a story that came out where it was something like it cost like $800 for one meal for the army. They were spending $800 per meal per person in the army. $800 for like shitty food.
But that doesn't necessarily indicate corruption. That can indicate incompetence. That can indicate a million different things.
True.
But why do you think that number is so high? Why do you think we have to pay $800 per meal per soldier? Like, why? Where do you think that money's coming from, right?
I mean, that's a complicated question. I think.
Well, it's actually a really straightforward question. Someone is massively marking things up, right, and not giving the real cost.
Well, I mean, that's the easy answer, but I don't know if that's necessarily the honest answer.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to come to an agreement on that. I think there's definitely a good amount of incompetence and corruption that goes on.
I just need to.
I think what we should do is
I hope
We
You
raised
won't.
the military budget. I think we got way bigger problems than that.
I think I want to ask you one last thing. I got to bring it back to this. I don't understand how us stopping our sending of more weapons and us pulling back from our aid in response to nuclear threats would not embolden more nuclear threats
True.
for not only Russia but any other international player that has nuclear weapons, or would not encourage any tin pot dictator to then race to get nuclear weapons, knowing that all they would need to do is say, we will blow up the world and then we'll back off. Even if the threats
Yeah.
don't seem to have anything behind them necessarily, and most likely don't have anything behind them.
So yeah, so that would have happened if, for example, when Russia started making its nuclear threats, because you notice their rhetoric hasn't been as bad in the last, in the last month as it was like 5-6 months ago. So as soon as Russia stepped up its nuclear rhetoric, if we pulled out, you can make an argument for that. At this point, Russia's not making rhetoric, and we're pulling back anyway. That could just mean that U.S. simply has a different policy, not because we're scared.
So we would indicate that we're pulling out for a different reason, not that reason, in order to mask the real reason, which is fear of nuclear war.
Well, it's not the only reason. Also, I think it's a waste of money.
You think it's a waste of money?
Yeah, I do. I think that the American government should focus on helping American people first.
Oh my
Again,
God.
I don't understand how this amount
I'm okay
of
with
money.
giving like humanitarian aid, right? I'm okay with
Why
that.
isn't that a waste of money?
Because that goes directly to save people's lives.
The
Military,
military aid goes to save people's lives.
No,
Absolutely. it does.
literally, this war is killing people every single day, including
You need.
innocent
Do you?
Ukrainians.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think military aid to the Soviet Union to fight the
I
Nazis?
don't think the corruption within the American military industry and conflict has anything to do with providing Ukrainian support. True. I don't think so either. It's ridiculous. How about sending aid to Ukraine helps with saving Ukrainian lives from Russians, Because in occupied territories, Russians commit genocide on Ukrainians. But I guess playing with fire just doesn't give a crap about that.
Nazis saved
doesn't
lives
care.
or did not save lives?
That's a false equivalency.
Well, no, I'm asking you because there have been cleansing
The same breath, this guy claims I'm not okay with losses, but then acts like the alpha male. True.
operations in the Kiev Oblast. We have the largest mass grave uncovered in Izium of over 440 bodies. The largest mass grave since the Yugoslav
He doesn't care.
genocides.
Russia's not doing like a Holocaust. They're not just mass.
I didn't say
killing.
it's a Holocaust, but they are
But that's-
engaged.
that's
Wait,
what makes
but
it
to be
false
clear,
equivalency.
we are engaged. Wait. I'm just wanting to see. I just want you to be able to say that death and destruction wrought by a force can be so mighty that the only option to save your people can be the use of military force to defend yourself. And I don't need to necessarily say that a Holocaust is going on to say that the
True.
Russian army in its conduct is so horrific and so bad that if they were to occupy the entire country, the amount of deaths would skyrocket into the country,
is committing
especially since they were going
genocide.
door to door in the Kiev Oblast, finding military-age men and executing them on the side of the street.
True.
Yeah, there's
Not just
atrocities
men,
every
women
war.
as well.
America has also
But
been
that was
involved with-
organized by the government. That was organized.
Oh my God. Really? But America also did atrocities. Oh, I guess that makes the Russian atrocities okay then. Great. I love this sort of logic. I just love it. I'm loving it.
That wasn't a rogue unit. That was a cleansing operation. There
Are you
was.
familiar with what's it called during the war in Iraq? The leak that came from WikiNotes, that we also had a military policy of doing some really shady shit and targeting civilian areas. So we do some
We've
shady
done
shit.
shitty shit. I don't remember door-to-door
Right,
cleansing operations.
it's not just Russia. Now, of course, Russia is morally despicable for doing that. I think they probably take it a lot further than America does. But the point is that there's genocides in Africa all the time. We don't do shit about it, right? So let's not pretend like our whole thing
I think
is
we
saving,
should do.
is
Well, no, I
saving
didn't say.
human lives.
But that's
Let's not pretend
that's a
like
straw
like
man.
America's doing. Let's not pretend like
That is a
America's
straw
doing
That's a
man.
straw man.
saving Ukrainian
Whether or
lives.
not whether or
We're
not
doing
it's
this
self-interested or not
because they're
doesn't
playing
matter. If it has a
geopolitics.
good
They're
impact,
playing
then that's what
geopolitics.
matters.
Dude, there was like a genocide where I
Let
think
me ask
7
you a
million people
question.
were murdered
Let's say
in
that
Sudan.
somebody's starving and they want to buy food from me, and I don't care if they have food or not at the end of the day. I care that they give me money. They give me money, I give them food. Was that a bad interaction because I was self-interested, but I was able to help that person?
Oh my god.
Well, they're not buying it from us. We're just giving it to them, as far as I
Well, a
understand.
lot of it is bought, actually.
Really?
Yeah, a lot
Then
of it is through the Lend-Lease Act.
Why do we need to pass $100 billion aid package if they're buying it from us?
Again, I already said this earlier. It's not $100 billion aid package, but a lot of it's through the Lend-Lease Act.
Okay, so they might pay us back for it later.
Yeah, a lot of it. Not all of it, but some of
But
it. Yeah,
they're not paying for it now.
Yeah, that's how the
Okay.
Lend-Lease Act works. Yeah.
Right. So if things go well, they might pay us back. But except the American government can barely pay itself back. With
What?
Its, with its what's it called?
Oh my god.
Like the government bonds that it does. So
No,
I mean,
Yeah,
if you want to be hyper selfish here, do you not think it would be beneficial for the United States to
it's
have
not
countries indebted
it's
to it?
not hyper it's not hyper
It
selfish.
is.
It's as an American, if I was an American
Hyper
leader,
self-interested.
my first focus is to help other Americans. Everything else is secondary to that. So if we have helped every single American, if there's no American who's dying from a lack of healthcare, if
Messed up logic. I'm not gonna lie, see this game looks tedious. You have the patience of a saint, thank you. I do try. It's an old game, Warcraft 1, you know?
there's no veteran who's dying from unable to get good quality healthcare, if there's no person who's starving to death, if there's no people who are dying from preventable medical conditions, then at that point we can explore helping other countries. If we're not $20 trillion
Then
in
why?
debt,
So you wouldn't support Lend-Lease to the Allies before we entered World War II. You wouldn't have supported Lend-Lease to the Soviet Union because we had tons of people in the midst of the Great Depression, a much worse economic, a much worse
situation.
Why was that a different situation? And in what way was it such a different situation?
Because the German government was literally doing a Holocaust.
So okay, it has to literally be a genocide for the humanitarian situation to be bad enough.
Wait, hold on. It's not that the US was aware of the Holocaust 100% of the time. What? The US didn't join the war because of the Holocaust. Are you kidding me? If the US joined the war because of the Holocaust, then it would not need a Pearl Harbor event to join it. Why would it? It would just join because of the Holocaust. You know?
Have a good reason to send aid.
Well, half the time when there's a genocide, we don't do shit anyway. But yes, I think if there was a genocide going on in Russia, then yeah, I think that at that point,
there is genocide going on in Ukraine, you idiot. Like, you just pretend not to see it because you're... Yeah, exactly. And it is selfish.
calculus would be a little different.
Okay,
Shellfish.
so mass graves, that's not bad enough. White phosphorus, that's not bad enough. Cleansing operations, going door to door, executing.
Ukraine has done some similar
not
shit.
that bad of it. It's not nearly on the same scale.
What?
It's not even close. That's like comparing American war crimes to German war crimes.
Russia is worse. I will not deny that.
It's not even comparable.
But in every war, there's horrors. War
Fuck
is terrible.
you.
That's why you should avoid war in the first
Of course,
place.
we committed war crimes in World War II as well. But again, it's like comparing apples to
We
oranges.
committed them in Afghanistan. We committed them in Iraq. We committed them much sooner than that. We committed them in Vietnam, right? So every war.
Yeah, and that's
typically has
why
war crimes. War is dirty.
US committed crimes and therefore Ukraine should be abandoned. Great. Therefore Ukraine should be abandoned to Russia because US did crimes in other countries.
War is horrible, and that's why war should be avoided. You're not going to have a war.
Have you
You're not gonna have a
What an
war.
I would
idiot.
never argue that the Soviet Union committed war crimes, which they did. Therefore, we can't send them Lend-Lease because the Germans were obviously the aggressor. They were obviously committing the vast majority of the war crimes. They were obviously committing the most destruction. All
God.
things you could argue about Russia.
There's a massive difference between Germany doing a Holocaust and Russia
Again, you're
fighting a war.
pivoting back to that. That wasn't my argument there. I didn't argue
So
that
what
they're
is your
committing a
question?
Holocaust. I'm saying that Russia's committing the vast majority of destruction, committing the vast majority of the war crimes, and their mission is the
Because they're the ones-
annihilation of the Ukrainian state.
Because
True.
they're the ones that are invading. The country that invades is always doing more damage than the country who's not invading.
By the way, I
What?
will say that the claim of genocide does become more legitimate when we're talking about Ukraine, depending upon how you view the deportation of Ukrainian children.
True.
Trying to force them to take
Absolutely.
Russian passports, force them to learn the Russian language, like the eradication of the culture.
Sure, there's terrible, which is why I propose we end the war as soon as possible.
Yeah, by letting.
Why would that
this-
wait? Would that end the mass graves in occupied territory?
No,
You know what? Yeah, I agree. We should make the war end as soon as possible by giving Ukraine more weapons. Because what this cretin is proposing is that Ukraine war should end as soon as possible by making Ukraine lose. This is what this cretin is saying. Like I cannot with this person. You know? It's just a bit too much. By this logic, we shouldn't give any aid to anyone. Yeah.
prevent new mass graves.
How would that prevent new mass graves in
Because
occupied
every
territory?
day the war continues, innocent people die.
Innocent
War
people will
cannot-
die if the war ended tomorrow.
Why would more innocent people die if there's a peace?
You don't think that they would find everybody that had some relation to the government, some relation to pro-Ukrainian sentiment? They'd go to door and either deport them and force them from their homes,
Or kill them.
torture them as they have done in many instances, and murder them. I mean, that
Well, that's
happened in
why-
Crimea
They
in
would.
2014 to a lot of
Well, that's why in the
activists.
that's why in the peace treaty you would make sure that's not happening, right? You would find some way to negotiate.
Are you for real? Like, this is why this person should stay in his lane. He should stay in his lane and just talk about dating advice.
What do you mean?
But that's
making it seem
silly.
like-
That's
you're making
silly.
it seem
That
like
is
you would
silly.
Find some way to negotiate that. What do you mean?
But
You're making it
that's
seem
silly.
like,
That's
you're making
silly.
it
Come
seem
on.
like peace treaties don't work. Like
A lot of
forget
no,
it.
a lot of them don't. A lot of them don't work. We had a lot of ceasefires in Sudan recently that we negotiated. How did that work?
Whatever.
So should
What
we
do you
just
know?
keep fighting wars forever?
Some wars should be won.
Yeah, exactly. We should win. And by we, I mean Ukraine.
How do we win this war? Ukraine takes back Crimea. Ukraine takes the demolished region. Putin's still in
My
power.
belief is this.
So why can't the
if
wars continue?
victory is unachievable, then we have to negotiate peace. But if there's any chance that victory can be achieved due to the vast amount of atrocities that the Russians committed and the fact that they're obviously in the wrong here, we should support Ukraine until they basically say,
True.
look, we are no longer willing to deal with the amount of suffering and the toll of war that would be necessary for us to liberate the rest of the territory.
True.
We need to sit down and negotiate. That's how most wars end.
What if you found out that by keeping this war going, another million Ukrainian citizens would die? Would that change your calculus?
Probably not, no. Because I know what the Ukrainian people believe. I agree with what the Ukrainian people believe.
True.
What about what's the population
Dylan
of
is
Ukraine?
based.
It's like 20 million or
44
something?
million.
Okay, what if it's 10 million?
I just
10
want-
million Ukrainians die.
And I probably would have to change my calculus.
What if it's 10 billion gazillion? What if it's every Ukrainian in the country just spontaneously dying? Oh God.
Calculus, yes. But the
Okay,
thing
so-
is,
so
my
you're okay
calculus.
with-
By the way,
You're okay with the millions.
my calculus is based upon what the Ukrainian people are willing to endure. People have died. Millions have died in independence struggles all around the world. In Vietnam, millions upon millions of people died, forcing out French colonialists and then the United States. Millions of
True.
people died in independence struggles.
Dylan
in
has
Africa,
done his
fighting for their own
homework.
liberation, but they continued because for them freedom was more important. And they were willing to go through that struggle and go through that suffering for the promise of a better future. That's what
True.
the Ukrainians are doing. And I think if they
Dylan has done his homework on Vietnam. Of course. Good. This is why Dylan is so
they are
good.
willing to endure it, that's up to them.
True.
Okay, so no, it's up to America because we're the ones who are contributing to it, right? So we're
So
not.
we need to do the moral calculus on their behalf on how much they're willing to suffer.
No, that has nothing to do with it. I'm just trying to see
We're
where
talking
your
about
mind
the
is.
moral calculus because my thing is
I'm
the
trying to see
day
on your
the
perspective.
day the Ukrainian
Wait,
people want to
you
stop
said that.
fighting, I agree with them, and I'm fine with that because that's
You
their
said
decision.
okay. You
True.
said that one right, but there's two separate things. Number one is when Ukraine wants to stop fighting, right, or when Russia wants to stop fighting, and number two, when America decides to give or not give aid, and to what extent. They're two different things which are related, but they're not the same thing. So you said that 1 million Ukrainians dead, you would be okay with the war continuing. 10, you would
I
not
mean,
be.
that decision is based upon my conversations with Ukrainians and them telling me.
Sure.
I've had conversations with Ukrainians where they say, "We will have our border, even if it's the last border humanity ever draws." I'm pretty sure they took it from an internet meme, but that's still like those conversations I have with people. They're willing to do this independent struggle to the bitter end, right? And so off of those conversations, I think they'd be willing to pay a very hefty toll for their own liberation, like many other people would.
Well,
If
I'm
we
not
got
asking
invaded,
you-
if America got invaded, I would very much be willing to fight to make sure we weren't occupied by a foreign force, even if
Well,
it meant millions.
I'm not asking you. You're answering a question I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you about what do the Ukrainian people want. Let me
You're
be
asking
a little
about
bit
me
more-
personally. My
Right.
personal ethics.
You
My
are the
ethics is
president.
dependent upon
Okay.
what they
You
want.
are okay. Hypothetical. You're the president of the United States, right? And the C.
You suck at those hypotheticals. Your hypotheticals suck. Your hypotheticals are shit. Pardon my French. Like, they're crap.
If we continue giving this aid, 1 million Ukrainians will die. If
1
we stop
billion
giving this
gazillion.
aid, they won't die. Do you say, okay, that's fine, let's keep giving this aid, even though 1 million people?
I would share the information with the Ukrainians and find out what they think.
Well,
Why is that so hard to grasp?
let's say the Ukrainian government says, "Fuck it, we want the aid." Do you
Then I would,
still
yeah, I
give
would
it
still
to them?
send them the aid. Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, what if the calculation is 10 million? Then you don't.
It would depend upon what the Ukrainian people want.
Let's say the
Polish
Zelensky
people,
government-
I mean, if you look at how much
Let's say
Poland, when they did the Warsaw Uprising, I think they had lost already 30% of their population. 30%.
You say that as if it's like a good thing.
I don't say that's a good thing, but let me ask you a question. What do you think is better, Nazi occupation or liberation?
If my choice is having my mom, my dad raped and murdered, my community being blown up, and me missing a leg, or being occupied by a foreign government, I think I'll probably pick being occupied by a foreign
But the
government.
problem is the occupation of foreign government comes with rape, murder, and mass graves as well.
Really depends. Also, dude, like honestly, like in the Donbass region, there's like a lot of Russian people who live there. A lot of them like actually identify as Russian. I think a lot of those people who live in Donbass region.
The saddest part about this fragment here is that I actually believe that the Warsaw Uprising was a mistake. But hearing this dude talk about it, oh man, it's really... The Warsaw Uprising situation was a very different situation from now, okay? It was a very... Oh my God, why are you doing this to me? Oh my God, why are you doing this to me? I'm just gonna say quickly that the Warsaw Uprising was not a good thing. Okay, the situation was different because German forces were sort of retreating at that point, and the Polish underground army was thinking that it could sort of finish off the German forces and greet the Red Army as the sort of, what's the word? As the hosts of Warsaw, you know, the army wanted to greet the Red Army as the hosts, you know, because the underground army didn't trust the Soviet Union for good reasons, as it turned out. But the underground military miscalculated. They had actually bad intel. They thought they were far less German soldiers in Warsaw than they were. Plus, the uprisers basically had no weaponry, and it ended with the uprisers being slaughtered by the German soldiers because there were more of them than the intel indicated. And the Red Army did not lift a finger to help. They stationed at the other side of the river and then watched as first the uprisers were murdered by the German soldiers, and then 200,000 Warsaw citizens were killed during the uprising. 200,000 civilians were killed. So, and of course, in addition, 80% of the whole city was razed to the ground as as a result of the uprising. So, yeah, it's a complicated topic, you know. It's a very complicated topic. Too complicated for playing with fire to discuss.
Region. At the end of the day, don't really give a shit that much who the country is controlled by. They care about their own quality of life and their local.
No.
Does the polling data indicate that? Because I know that there is a small
That's
minority who
bullshit.
support
Getting
the occupation.
accurate polling data on this? Like, do you think that we're getting like the honest opinion here?
What else are we gonna base it upon? Are we just gonna be like, well, I guess the Russians say
True.
it, so it's true? Like,
Well,
what am I supposed to base it upon?
Well,
Because I've been to the Donbass, I've talked to people there, I've had conversations with them, I can base it off of that, I can correlate that with the polling data, and it seems to line up from the polling data. Obviously, having been in occupied territory, they probably have a slightly different opinion, depending on who you talk to and what's legally allowed to be said.
Okay, Dylan, let's just assume, for argument's sake, that you're right and the Ukrainian people really want it. So let's just go up to in the hypothetical. So that the calculation now
Okay,
is.
by the way, I gotta leave in 5 minutes because it's like 5 a.m.
Thank God.
Okay, yeah, I'm almost done. So the what's it called? The intelligence tells you that if we give this aid package, 10 million people die. You tell Zelensky, he says, yeah, no problem. We still want the aid package. Do you still give it to them?
I think
Yes.
I think if it was that large of humanitarian catastrophe, it would not be dependent just upon Zelensky's opinion. I would have to ask the intelligence apparatus if the Ukrainian people would have enough morale or be willing to go through that type of a struggle. But also, we're talking about something that's not going to happen, by the way. 10 million people is not going to be the
I just
number.
want to see where your ethical line is at. Let's just assume that the Ukrainian people.
Someone's
are
trying
generally
to
in
be
favor of the aid
Destiny.
package. They're
How
like, "Fuck it,
cute.
Then I would still be in favor of it, yes.
How
Okay,
cute.
what
Someone's
about 50
trying
million?
to be
What about
Destiny.
literally
And then
almost
there's
every-
no
I'm just
Ukrainians.
trying to
That's more
figure
than
out your
all the Ukrainians
morals.
speak. Now you just this isn't even physically possible anymore.
Like most of Ukrainians will die, but they still want it. You would still be in favor of that?
Dude, you're not going to get me to change my answer.
Okay, so we just should always give people what they want.
Well, I believe that. Well, liberation struggles. The problem is a lot.
Yeah,
of
it's
times
called
people don't realize-
self-determination. You should look it up. Self-determination. Yeah, that's right. He seems not to realize that Ukraine knows exactly what will happen. It has only been 30 years since they were subjugated by Russia. True. You're
the
right.
generational violence that still occurred during occupation. Because you're saying, occupation
My
would be fine
God.
because the death stopped. That isn't necessarily true. A lot of occupations continue to have death, continue to have torture. The Russian occupation in Crimea had Tatar activists' bodies appearing in rivers after they were tortured by either the Berkut or the FSB, and then had their bodies dumped because they dared to speak against the occupation force. And I have no
that's
reason to
not-
believe
that's not
that occupational force would not be even more brutal, considering now the violence that has occurred since then.
I mean, are you trying to make the argument that like the Ukrainians would be terrorized more and there'd be more violence if the war ended? Is that the
Yes.
argument?
What would happen
Yes.
is you could legalize and make the terror permanent.
Yes.
So you think ultimately there would be more deaths if
Yes.
there's a peace?
I don't know if it would be more deaths, but for
I
some
think so,
people,
yeah.
permanent terror, permanently not being able to voice your opinion in the government, being displaced from your home, they're willing to give mighty sacrifices to fight against that.
Yep.
Okay. Sure. I mean, I think that there will be
Hey,
a
hey.
lot less deaths if the war ends. I think the faster you can end the war, the
The
better.
sooner, by the way, the sooner the war ends, the better. But I do
You
believe
can't end the war if there's a lot of war mongering, which is kind of what I see on your end. Just like this, like, yeah, fuck it, YOLO, nukes. I don't give a shit.
it's warmongering to say that I hope that the people who got invaded win the war and push out the invader.
no,
If that's
you're saying-
warmongering,
That's
then
Warmongering.
us fighting the Japanese were warmongering. Us
That's
fighting the
not
Germans was warmongering.
No, the war mongering is you saying we should escalate the aid and give them long range weapons. That's
Yeah.
To end the war quicker.
You
Okay,
idiot.
and then what happens if Ukraine decides to use those weapons on Russia proper?
And they use the weapons on Russia proper. They probably would.
Oh, you think they probably, but you don't have a problem with that? But that's according to
No.
Putin.
No. I
Wait,
don't.
what do you
Well,
mean?
they've already done it before.
What do you mean? What? So it's okay for Russia to do it, but it's not okay for Ukraine to do it to Russia? It's war, you idiot. It's war.
And the Russians haven't done shit.
Okay, so just because
It's
they
war.
haven't mentioned in the past just means that they won't do shit. So it's
Well,
good.
you usually look to the past and you look to
Very
history to see
strong-
indications of what they would do in the future.
This is an unprecedented situation. So you think it's a good idea to give Ukraine weapons that?
So to be
according
clear, the
calculations, they will want to
Ukrainians have
use on
derailed
Russian property.
trains. The Ukrainians have done air raids. The Ukrainians have done drone attacks. The Ukrainians have done tons of attacks across the border. What would change fundamentally about the missiles that would make it so the Russians are like, that's too much. We
True.
need to end the world now.
True.
So where should we stop
an
giving?
idiot.
Should we give them a nuke?
No,
Is
I don't
that
think we
okay?
should give them a nuke.
Okay, but everything besides a nuke is fine, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just
Thank
give
you.
them like a whole military.
Dylan is the
stockpile.
best.
Give them a whole military stockpile. If it becomes an issue where us giving them military aid now endangers the American population due to a lack of military readiness, then obviously that's a different situation. But that's not the case. We gave them 31 Abrams tanks. We have thousands upon thousands of Abrams tanks. We've given them, in the grand scheme of things, a very small amount of aid comparative to our GDP and what we can produce and readily resupply.
Okay, I mean, I like, no offense, I think your position is pretty nuts, is that we should not only keep up what we're doing,
Because
but
you're
we
an
should expand
idiot.
the aid and give them like everything besides a nuke, especially since you acknowledge there's a chance that they probably
I mean,
would
I don't think we
use
should give them everything besides a nuke because I don't think they need everything besides a nuke, but I think we should give them what they need.
Okay. I guess we got fundamentally disagree on that. I tend to err on the side of caution when it comes to nuclear annihilation. I think
You're
it's
an
crazy how
idiot.
some people are so cavalier about this. Yeah, I mean, like, look,
Just honestly, I think the world you're producing is honestly more dangerous when it comes to nuclear weapons. I
Yep.
think it's going to cause more nuclear saber rattling in the future if we back down on stuff like this. It's going to encourage that
So-
behavior.
not engaging in a proxy war with a nuclear armed country creates a higher nuclear risk than not doing that. You see how
Caving
that-
into nuclear saber rattling encourages nuclear saber rattling.
Yeah.
No one is talking about caving in. We're just
That's
talking about
what it would be. That's how it would be viewed. You
But do
can
you
say
think any-
you can say that you personally might not view it as caving. That's not how the Russians are going to view it. They're going to view it as
Okay.
they beat the West in the Great
The
Struggle.
Russians-
The West
the
backed
Russians are
down
gonna- the Russians
because
are gonna
we
spin
used the
this-
nukes.
At the end of every war, there's a negotiation, right? Most wars, there's a negotiation. Like, there's typically
No,
something that happens, and the
that's
side
not
that's
true.
winning gets a lot more what they want compared to the side that's
Nope.
not winning, right? That's typically
That's
how-
not true. Some wars simply end with unconditional surrender. So that's bullshit. The whole thing that all wars end in negotiation. That's not true. Sometimes it's unconditional surrender. Okay? Let me check. The unconditional surrender of the German Third Reich, signed in the early morning hours of May 1945 at Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force at Reims in northeastern France. There was no negotiation. There was just unconditional surrender. So stop with the BS that all wars end with negotiations. So that's just not true.
how wars work. There's
Oh, should the allies during World War II should have just, backed down and negotiated, I guess.
not a lot of wars where there's like, like World War II, for example, is unconditional surrender, right?
There
But
we
typically
go.
That's not how wars work. There's typically some kind of negotiation, and the side
That
who
is
wants- Russia's
how
gonna spin this
actually
either way.
wars
But
can
what
work.
about this hypothetical? Okay, Russia says that they will accept. Just let us keep Crimea, and we will completely pull out of the Donbass region, and we will allow NATO or the UN to station troops in Ukraine to make sure we don't invade again. Just give us Crimea. We'll stop the war tomorrow. Would you agree to that? You're the U.S. president.
Well, it's not my job to agree to that. It would be the
But
Ukrainians.
you're the U.S. president, right?
Okay, I'm president of the United States. I can't accept it on their behalf. That's their job.
But
to accept it.
you have massive amounts of influence, right? Zelensky comes to you and says, should we accept this, or are you guys just going to keep giving us like shitloads of weapons?
I think it would depend on the strategic situation. If the odds of an offensive on Crimea are low success, then I would say, look, this might be a deal that sadly you might have to accept, or would be a smart move for you to accept. And I might encourage him to accept it if the situation on the ground is not favorable enough to suggest that they could take back Crimea.
But I have a question. If you're so passionate about this, why don't you just conscript in the Ukrainian military and fight for Ukraine?
There we go.
I'm
The
a
idiot's
war journalist.
argument.
I film on the front. I'm not a soldier. I don't have military experience. They don't want people overseas who don't have military experience, because the communication issue is already a problem because I speak English.
Well, that's not true. There's been a lot of foreign fighters who've come to Ukraine.
I feel like I don't want to toot my own horn, but I feel like I've probably done more than most when it comes to this issue.
True.
Like, how can you say you've done more than
Oh
soldiers?
my
who are
God.
fighting
I'm
for
not
their
saying
country?
soldiers, but when it comes to like
What an
foreigners,
idiot.
I feel like I've
Yeah,
contributed.
sure. You've probably done a lot more than the average American, but why not go all the way? You live in Ukraine. Why not
Fuck
just,
you.
Fight for the Ukrainian army? Why not
I
put your
have
life
no
at risk?
military experience and I speak English. They don't want me to fight in the Ukrainian army.
True.
So if they
God.
accepted you, they said that's okay.
This
then
is
you
the
speak
problem with the
English.
International Legion. The International Legion had a ton of issues. Number one, I probably wouldn't, because I don't want to be a soldier. I want to contribute in a
Well,
way that I think I can contribute the most.
You don't
No.
want to risk your life.
Wait,
Okay, got it.
do you not think I don't want to be a
Why
bitch
is-
about this, but you don't think I risk my life doing the work?
You do risk your life, Dylan. You do risk your life.
That I do?
I'm sure you do to some extent, not nearly as
To
much as the
some
Ukrainian soldier,
extent.
Well, yeah, not as much as a Ukrainian soldier, but I think I contribute. I try to contribute the most that I can, either
And I'm
through
sure you do.
fundraising
I'm just-
efforts or
I'm
through
just saying.
documentation of
I'm
war
just-
crimes. This is the work that I think I'm good at. I'm much better
Yeah.
at this than I think I would be holding a rifle.
You might be right about that, right? But it's just I'm just pointing out the inconsistency.
There is
of
no
being so
inconsistency. You're
eager
just
to
an
have other
idiot.
people die, but not willing to risk your own life. To the nearly
I'm filming. Later today, I'm going to go film in a Russian minefield and follow people behind
Right,
them as
but
they
you can
film them
contribute more.
doing demining work. That's
But you can-
dangerous work.
you can-
I hate
you can
I hate to like have to like prove myself like, oh, I do dangerous work, but like
You do dangerous work.
But you can contribute even
this
more.
is like the worst person in
by-
the world you could have asked this question to. I feel like when it
No,
comes to
because
streaming.
you're not contributing as much as a Ukrainian soldier, right?
So I have to be a Ukrainian soldier, or I'm not truly contributing.
No, no one's saying that, but you contribute.
You are
more,
saying
right?
that, you
have-
idiot.
You really care about this.
I
issue.
don't think I would be contributing more as a Ukrainian soldier. I think I'm better at this than I
True.
would be at holding a rifle, because I have no clue
Oh.
what to do with a gun. I'm not a
Well,
soldier.
they would train you. That's kind of how it works.
The
I don't know,
International Legion had these scandals. The International
I
Legion
would
got a
just-
bunch
I
of
would just say,
people
like-
from overseas who had no clue what they were doing, and then eventually they said, "We want you all to leave. This is not your job. You don't know what you're doing. Leave our country."
Yeah, I mean, I think that like every single person I've seen take this like really like hardline position on
God.
Ukraine, where it's like, yeah, man, just fuck it, YOLO, it's not gonna happen. I've
YOLO.
never seen a soldier
an
take that
idiot.
position, or someone who's been involved in war. Typically, the people I know who've been
I'm
involved.
not
in-
YOLO saying. I'm not saying YOLO. Fuck it.
You said 30% is at the point where you would.
I said your
yeah,
number,
that's a-
the number indication. I already told you. If there is intelligence that indicates that there's a high risk that the Russians will actually use a nuke, then that is a situation.
I
where we have
hate
to step
idiots like
back,
this.
Reevaluate our position, talk to our allies, see if we have to change our position to account
He's-
for a situation like
But
that.
we
If that's the
never know.
scenario.
He's risking his life by being in Ukraine near the front lines too. Yeah. This guy's so bad at debate. He's trying to be like
I
Destiny.
wanted to lay out for you.
He's just
You
trying
wanted
to
do
be
the percentages,
Destiny.
which I told you I didn't like.
We
I thought that
never
was
know
stupid.
exactly. With every scenario, there's still a percentage of risk. We never exactly know what's going to happen because we can't predict the future. It's
So
just
that's why
probability.
scenarios are better to lay that out to show you clear. Because if I was to say, look, I think I would reevaluate my position if U.S. intelligence suggested that the Russian nuclear readiness was actually moving forward, they were genuinely considering using a nuclear weapon, that this was something that Putin was moving forward towards, then yes, that would be a situation where we would reevaluate the position. That doesn't sound like YOLO fuck it, but when you ask for like number percentage points, like no matter what, it's going to be portrayed as YOLO fuck it. If I said 20%, it would be
Well, no.
YOLO fuck it.
Well, yeah, because 20% is, if you said like 1%, that would not be YOLO fuck it, right? But 20, 30%, yeah, that's a 1 in 5 chance. I mean, okay, here's the situation. So the U.S. intelligence, you're the president, U.S. intelligence comes to you and says, hey, if we you're like, hey, you're the
Wait,
president.
Alex,
Like, hey, I
you
think
said you cared about homeless people, right?
yeah.
True.
Just, I mean, that's
How
not
many
my
homeless
number
people do
one
you have in
thought.
your home?
I care more about like war veterans and stuff, and I've contributed to those charities time and time
Oh, you've
again.
contributed to those charities. Do you counsel them? And are you hosting any homeless veterans? You know how many homeless veterans there are out there? PTSD,
But
you know, on the street.
there's a
homeless,
True.
big
schizophrenic.
difference. I'm not
You can be
advocating
contributing
that,
a lot more, man.
but I'm not pretending like that. I'm not advocating that this is like the end all be all. I'm not advocating that American citizens risk their life and risk their tax.
But no, you wanna
So you're
stop-
contributing as much as it's convenient for you so you can feel better. But in reality, you don't give a shit. Okay, that's nice.
weapons and
It's
aid
just-
going
it's just a-
overseas, helping a valuable cause to redirect it towards that. So you do want to take it away from other stuff and dedicate it to your cause. Why don't you
Yes,
do
I would
more?
rather take money that we're spending on the war and give it to American people.
Yeah, you want to give Abrams tanks to the homeless. Yeah.
Dude, this is such a cringe example. I'm not saying we should give Abrams tanks to the homeless. Obviously, I'm saying we should take some of that aid package that we're giving to a different country, soldiers, and to contributing specifically to a war, and give it to American people who need the help. There's a lot of people in America who need help. A lot of people are struggling.
Okay, so you want to just take the money that we're sending over, not all the military equipment.
That military equipment isn't free, right? Like you have to, if we send them
We
that
have to
equipment, we have
produce
to
it one day, but a lot of this is old equipment. We're not even going to use anymore.
Right, but we have certain like quotas, and right, and when we send them that aid, we're gonna have to rebuild it, right? It's not just
We're
like
gonna have to restock that stuff anyway. If it's old equipment, we're gonna have to restock it anyway. What do you think we should do with the old equipment instead?
Okay, I severely doubt that like all the stuff, or even most of the stuff we're sending, is just old, useless equipment.
I'm not
Doesn't
saying it's
seem like
old,
that's-
useless equipment, but
Oh,
it's
what
equipment we
an
don't use anymore.
idiot.
I want to modernize for our military. A lot of the stuff we're sending over there is
God.
Vietnam era or stuff from the early 2000s. I mean, at the most of it's, I think, in the early 2000s at the latest. And maybe the HIMARS missiles are some of the most up-to-date stuff.
Are you giving percentages
Right,
then?
so we're gonna have to rebuild those HIMARS missiles because we need to have a stockpile
Yeah,
of those.
those would be an example of something that we would need to build a stockpile of. That's going to cost money.
And those are billions of dollars that I would rather give to American people.
Gotcha.
Almost
Okay.
busy.
Well, I think we could do both.
Well, no, because we don't have infinite money.
Well,
Like, we
yeah,
are-
but again,
we're in a budget
0.1% of our GDP. I don't think that's an impossible cost
Well, I
to
don't.
bear.
I think there's a lot of things we shouldn't waste money on. Yeah, but it's not like
Yeah, I
we
don't think this is a waste of money, man. I don't think helping
my
Ukraine on the
God.
war is a waste of money.
True.
I think we can do both. I think a lot of this comes from the way our tax structure is made. That we have more funds at our disposal. We're the richest nation ever on God's green earth. I feel like we could do both.
We are in a budget deficit every single year. Like, what do you mean? We haven't been budgeting.
Yeah, there's a lot of
for
stuff we subsidize that we
years.
shouldn't be. A lot of corporations that we subsidize
Sure.
we shouldn't be subsidizing.
I
A lot
agree-
of
I
tax
agree with
breaks
all
that we
that.
give to billionaires and large
I
companies
agree
that we
with all
shouldn't have
that.
given.
I agree with
Do
all
you?
that, right? But that stuff doesn't seem like it's going away because they have the Republican Party essentially bought. So we're never going to see any kind of substantial tax reform, right? So it doesn't seem like it's happening. So the money that we do have to work with the system as is, I think should be better spent on American people.
So instead of targeting tax reform in order to help the most people possible, we just need to accept our economy is fundamentally destroyed. It's just garbage. It's always going to be that way.
No,
So instead, we need to start finding out who we got to, kick out of the ship.
I'm fully in favor of tax
True.
reform, but I'm not the president. Someone like me will never be the president. That's the thing. You can't be
Thank God.
like a top American politician or a president or have any kind of power if you care about the truth and you're honest and your integrity. and you're
Oh
willing
my
to play
God.
This weird politically correct game. So yeah, someone like me will never be president. I'll never be a senator, and I'm okay with that. But
This
the
is
point
so
that, like,
pathetic.
it's been like that for a while. I think we should try to change that. I've been pretty vocal about my whole
A
feelings
truthful
about
person will
some
never be a
tax
president.
In
Right,
Afghanistan.
but just because we spend money on
35
stupid
billion
shit,
is a drop.
A true
but just because
seeker
we
like
spend money
me
on
will
stupid shit
never
doesn't mean we should-
be.
$35 billion is
It's
a
a
drop.
drop in comparison to what we have
Do you
been
know how
spending on
many
the war in
people we could
Afghanistan.
help with
Look
$35 billion?
look how much money we spent in Afghanistan and Iraq in comparison to how
Yeah, that was a
effective
waste
the
of money
35
too.
billion we've spent in Ukraine, which has been successful in pushing back an occupation force and actually being a war of liberation, which everybody talked about Iraq and
Well,
Afghanistan being.
we thought Afghanistan and we thought Iraq was going to be a war of liberation.
Yeah, and this one is. This one, you can see
So
it. You can see it from
the
you can
last
see
3 or
it on
4
the
didn't work
streets.
out, but this one is going to be different. Right,
There's
the
been,
last 3 or
there's
4.
been
Oh,
multiple
God.
wars of liberation we have been a part of.
Right, but except that Afghanistan and Iraq didn't really work out too well, right?
Iraq
This one
didn't
will be
ask
different.
the US for help.
Yes.
For
You're-
one.
Wait, is your point we once got it wrong, so we're always gonna get it wrong. Is that
No,
your
we
point?
have a tendency to
Iraq didn't ask the US for help. Okay?
get it wrong very often when it comes to these wars.
What an idiot.
So
Yeah, the
because we
sides
have
that we
got
suppose.
your point is we've got it wrong before, so we're gonna get it wrong again.
Yeah, if there's a
Therefore,
pattern
don't support
getting it wrong, I
Ukraine,
mean, like,
even though
look
all
at
the
how-
overwhelming evidence shows the Ukrainian people want to be liberated. They have a standing government that's asking
Well,
for
the
aid.
Libyan- the
we're not
Libyan people
invading
want-
anybody. We are
the
what we are
Libyan-
doing is completely within lines of international law. Everything that we've done in supporting Ukraine is within the bounds of international law. It's legal. The invasion of Iraq wasn't legal. It was an illegal war. An illegal war the UN wouldn't endorse. This isn't something you can't compare. These are two completely incomparable.
True. You tell him,
Libyan
Dylan.
people also want to be liberated.
an
How did
idiot.
that turn out?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? There's open slave markets in Libya. Like,
Okay,
clearly-
so Ukraine wins open slave markets. Tell me how that happens.
True.
The
No one is-
the
I'm saying
terror and the
that
destruction
these-
came from the
these
Russians,
wars-
not from us.
these wars can have very disastrous
God.
consequence. I think right now the biggest consequence is that every single day thousands of
It
thousands
is the
of innocent
Russians
people are
bringing
dying.
these consequences, not us.
Well, we are directly contributing to that by fighting a proxy
This
war.
feels like just like a desperate way to be like America bad. This is what
True.
it feels like. It feels like we
No,
gotta find
I
some
don't.
way to make
I don't-
America
I
the bad guy. We're
legitimately-
contributing to this.
No, I legitimately don't believe that. I don't see the view of the world as black and white. These are the good guys. These are the bad guys. In every
It sounds
war,
like you're painting a
there's
white or
good-
black
there's
war.
good-
True.
America
there's
has
good and
been
bad.
involved in bad wars, so it's probably a bad war again.
There's good and bad in every war ever fought. No war ever is like 100% good guys, 100% bad guys, right? Every
You are
war
a
is combination. I try to look at
100% an
things nuanced.
idiot.
Of course, generally speaking, Russia is the bad guy in this situation. No one is denying that, right? Clearly,
are.
Russia is doing something very fucked up, right? The question is, as America, as a country who tries to be good, how should we deal
Oh,
with
God.
that? And it seems what we've done in the past, which is strong interfering in these things that are none of our business, has never really, or has most of the time, not worked out well for us. So I think we should be cautious.
But we have
If anything.
treaties bounding us to this. You say it's none of our business, but we signed treaties.
We do not have.
We
the treaty
signed
does
a
not-
treaty. We signed. You say it's none of our business,
the-
but
the
part of the
language-
reason Ukraine is getting invaded is because we told them, "Don't worry, give up your nukes. We'll have your back."
The language is very loose in that treaty. Definitely
Wait,
does not.
whether or
bind us.
not it strongly commits us legally to sending them aid doesn't matter. We still got ourselves involved. We got ourselves involved in denuclearization, which I think is a good thing, by the way. For less countries to have nukes, then there's less possibility
Well, we got
for nuclear
ourselves
disasters
involved
to happen.
by financing a coup.
No, we
in
didn't.
Ukraine.
How
Oh,
did we
come
finance it
on.
too? I love this stuff. This is one of my favorite topics.
Are you not like? Are you being perfectly?
Because it's,
abstract, or like you?
no, I just think everybody who says that doesn't know what they're talking about.
True.
Yeah, there was a pro-Russia government, right? That
Uh-huh.
Putin was in favor of, and then we spent a lot of money covertly.
How much?
To basically over. I don't know how much.
$730,000 to the National Endowment of Democracy.
Okay. Even if it is $730,000, we still.
And what did that do? What did that money do? Tell me what the money did.
Interfered in a foreign country.
What did the money
and
do?
antagonized things.
They asked
Well,
for the
it
aid, by the way. So I don't know if it's interfering if they asked us for the aid. If they
True.
asked
Well,
us for the money.
it overthrew a government.
How did we overthrow the
was-
government?
Because we supported a overthrow.
No, we didn't.
Oh
We
my
specifically
God.
said we didn't want them to overthrow the government. In the Victoria Nuland phone call that people talk about all the time to try to show that we overthrew the government, we specifically said that we wanted the Euromaidan protesters to negotiate a deal with the Yanukovych regime, as the
Uh-oh.
Yanukovych regime
Burns is
was
an
murdering
immoral,
protesters and trying to
morally
outlaw
corrupt,
protesting
bankrupt
after
man.
going back on their word when it came to the association agreement.
Well, so,
we were
yeah, so
telling
there's
them to
no-
accept a deal. So no, we
Yeah,
were not
so-
encouraging
so-
an overthrow. We were doing the opposite.
We tried interfering in another country, and it didn't work out exactly how we planned. Exactly my
What do
point.
you mean? Yeah, so they did the opposite of what we wanted. So we didn't organize a coup. We specifically didn't want a coup.
So maybe we shouldn't have just given them any money.
So
and
will
see
you
how-
admit now we didn't organize a coup? That's just not true?
I'd have to look into the details of what I'm saying. Everything I'm saying is just based on the assumption.
Wait, you need to look into the details of what you're saying. Okay, got you.
True.
You
No,
don't know what you're
saying.
talking about.
No, you're saying that
Okay.
we didn't do this and it was only $730,000. I would need to fact check you.
Okay,
on
but
that.
then how much money did we give? Who? Because people will say 5 billion, but that's 5 billion aid to all of the country. That's for border security. That's for
So
human trafficking. That's for a whole host of issues.
you want me to give you a very specific detail, but you can't give me a
I'm not.
specific
I'm asking for
percentage.
anything. You said we gave them money, and then all I asked was, what did we give them? And then you had no clue. You just vaguely knew that we gave something money, and then somehow that turned into a coup. That's the information you had. You didn't look into the
wrong about that?
specifics.
Did we not give them money?
We gave money for
Okay, so
border
there we go.
security.
That's the
Wait,
point.
okay.
Gave them
Tell
money.
me how the money for border security turned into a coup. How did the money for the anti-corruption efforts turn into a coup? How did the money from the
So
NED,
we had
which is the
absolutely no-
big one, the smoking gun, how did that turn into a coup?
So really, we did not. We had absolutely no role in this. We did not finance the opposition. We didn't
We
give them anything.
specifically
we didn't
wanted
give them-
no coup. We wanted the
we didn't-
exact opposite
We
of the
didn't give them any
situation.
kind of U.S. intelligence. We didn't share any intelligence with them. Really?
What do you mean? We shared intel. How does a sharing intelligence turn into a coup?
Oh my god.
Well, because if you share intelligence with the opposition, they have an advantage.
What intelligence did we give them that led to a coup?
How the fuck? No one fucking. I don't have no idea.
You don't
what's-
know what you're talking about.
Just
Everybody who
because-
fucking says this doesn't know what you're talking about. Every single
Okay,
time, man.
so you're saying we did not give them
Every
intelligence, then, right?
time.
I don't know what you're talking about even. What are you
Did-
talking about?
Did the U.S. government?
I'm asking you, what intelligence did we give them? Just tell me the information, because I don't think you even know what you're saying.
Bro, I'm not a fucking CIA analyst. I don't know specific information.
God.
Don't say it was a coup if you don't know anything.
I'm asking you. That's how political analysts have described it. So that's what I'm going off.
Oh, because
So,
some
are you-
people described
are you
it that
gonna-
way. You just took it
Are you
face
gonna-
value
wait,
and
so
ran with
Are
it.
you going to make the claim that we did not give them any intelligence? Is that your claim?
I'm asking you what the intelligence is.
I'm just asking you. What do you think? I don't know. What do you think?
So you make a claim. I'm like, I don't know. Inform
Did
me.
we
And then
give
you're
them
like,
any
I don't know.
military-
What are you asking me a
Did we
basic
give them
question?
any
Ooh.
military intelligence? Did we give them any military intelligence?
Any
Oh,
military-
God.
I'm telling you, I don't know. So
you
tell
can't
me,
answer
what
my
was it?
question with a question. You're answering my question with a question right now. I'm asking-
No. Your question is, did we give him intel? And I'm telling you, I don't know. That is my answer to you. I
Okay, so you don't know. So then why?
So
you,
wait.
Why
My
you
follow-up.
dismissing my position?
Because my response to you is, what intel did we give them? And you're like, I don't know. So you don't
So just
even know.
because I
So
can't-
neither of us
just
know.
because-
So don't bring it
Yeah,
up.
just because I can name a specific piece
Oh
of
my
intelligence,
God.
What,
that
okay,
how the fuck I would know
vaguely.
doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Tell me all the information you know about the intelligence. Anything. Tell me anything about the intel. Anything.
This is such a crazy thing. So just because I don't know, the exact
you don't know
specifics
anything
of
about the intelligence. You just said intelligence. You just
Oh
heard-
my
I'm
God.
not a CIA analyst, and you don't know either. It sounds like.
No, you
You
said.
have no idea.
Wait.
Your
But this is the
whole answer
problem.
is, I don't know.
If I
You're
told
like,
you,
I don't
if
know.
I said,
So why are you so strongly
Dude.
disagreeing with me? You have
I'm
no idea
disagreeing with you
either.
because you don't know. And if you bring up something in a
But you
conversation,
don't know either.
yes, so that's why I'm confused as to why you brought it up. If neither of us
So then
know,
why are you
why did you
strongly
bring
Oh
it
my
up?
God.
I'm
You have
disagreeing
no idea
because you
either.
don't know. If you don't know, then why did you bring it up as evidence if you don't know
Well,
anything
because
about
that's
the
how
evidence?
I've seen a lot of political analysts describe it, right? I'm going on what they say.
Okay.
But you don't know.
so
What did they
once
describe?
I
You don't
heard
have a-
once that
No, that's a
that-
false equivalency.
I
you know
heard
that.
once
That is a
that
false
Obama,
equivalency.
like, I don't know,
That is
punched a
such a- that's such a
baby.
dumb
Oh, do you need
analogy.
evidence for that? I don't know.
It's
Like,
such a
you know, I
dumb
vaguely heard it
analogy,
once.
bro.
You don't
Okay,
know
so
anything
we can
about
never-
this. It wasn't.
So
We
can
didn't
never- you
organize
don't
a
know
coup,
either.
man.
You have no idea. You
I
said
don't know
you
anything about
know
this intelligence thing, and you don't know. So don't.
Oh
bring it
my,
up if you don't
what's
know.
going
Why are you
on?
disagreeing with something you know nothing about?
I didn't say I didn't disagree that it could have happened. I need to know the details, which you don't have. So don't bring it up.
How the fuck would I know the details? Do you think I'm a CIA analyst? Do you think like I'm a
You
fucking-
come up to me as a claim for that we
Oh, God.
organized a coup or we funded a coup, and one of the pieces of evidence you said is
Oh,
that we give them
God.
intelligence, and I'm like, oh, I
So
don't know about
pain.
that. What intelligence?
You-
do you know? Wait,
Pain.
let me finish my question because this is unbelievably frustrating. You try to use
This
this
is so
evidence. You
cringe.
come to me. Yeah, it is cringe that you're saying this. You come
It's
It's
to
just so
cringe.
cringe how
And
you're warmongering and you're not even willing to fight for Ukraine. You're just like a chicken hawk, bro.
Oh,
You're
You
just-
God.
can do that all you want, man.
You're just
But like
mongering
you're just
just because I
pivoting
say this
because
stuff.
you look unintelligent right now. You look like you don't
Bro, you're-
got the
you're- you're
information on
disagreeing with
this.
me about something
You
you
made
know
a
nothing
claim
about.
you couldn't back up, and now you're like
Do you want
making
me
claims.
to research it and give you the specific details? Like,
If you
want me
would like to, sure. Because all you said was that, well, my evidence for this coup is that we gave some intelligence, and I'm like, oh, I don't know about that. What? Tell me about the intelligence. And you're like, well, I don't know anything about the intelligence. Do you see how
I don't
frustrating
know.
that is?
I don't know the specifics, bro.
Okay,
I
tell
don't
me
know the
anything.
specific
Anything
piece of
about the intelligence. Anything.
Okay, well,
tell me one piece
I'm
of
gonna-
information. Just right now. Do you know anything about it?
was like a pop quiz. I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh
Someone
my
that happened 100 years
God.
ago, the specifics of someone that happened.
We are
100
back
years
to
ago.
this.
Just
Hello,
because I don't
Jess.
know the
Welcome back.
specifics doesn't mean it's not.
Get him,
He
Dylan.
gives so many different countries intelligence for any number of million reasons. That's why I need to know about the intelligence for it to
What?
be evidence of a coup.
Oh,
Like, what if it was like a terror attack, or they were about to be murdered or something? So we told them in advance, like, "Hey, yo, there's somebody about to plant a bomb to kill you. So please know that don't go into that building." It could be any number of things.
Okay, so are you saying that's what the case is, or are you just saying that's
I'm
hypothetical?
saying we don't have any idea, and you brought up this information, so I'm asking you to provide the information about it, but you don't have any of the information.
Well, I'm about to pull it up if you just like chill out. for a
Okay, then
second.
bring this. Let's see the intelligence.
Okay, hold up.
Hey, Ira, thanks for the raid.
God, F me.
By the way, as a side note, I had no idea I was doing a debate on Ukraine. I would have had some more things pulled up if I knew I was going to do a Ukraine debate.
Well, I didn't think it was gonna go this long either.
All right, but bring. Whatever it was, and the giant Nicole.
Should not be talking on Ukraine. Not at all.
Backgrounds of America successfully. Okay, this is a very long argument, so I have to go into details.
Oh, the Victoria Nuland phone call. I listened to the Victoria Nuland phone call.
Still does not very vital less correct. So fuck you. It's just
You sit behind a computer and do a debate. It's ridiculous.
Became the second work of evidence has been recouped. Nothing on Democratic Revolution was 26 between 84
Can
Minister
you just send me the article so I can look at it by chance?
Investigating Western Revolution instead of a coup. Yeah, this is like one of the many articles I'm reading, but sure.
Jesus Christ.
We could just do this another time, by the way. It's like 10:20. It's like, what time is it? Wait, 1 second. It's like 5:23, and I gotta like work at some point.
Yeah, I mean, we can do it again. I mean, honestly, this is like not a debate I'm interested at all. Like, my position is literally like, let's not play with nuclear Armageddon. Your position is like, I don't think it's likely to happen.
It's a
So
stupid
irregardless, even if,
position,
like,
but
you're
you do
completely right
you.
about this, and we like didn't do jack shit in the coup or whatever, or in lack of coup, that still
Coup.
won't change my position. So yeah, like my position is really simple. Like, I
Really,
just think we should
yeah,
focus
you're a
Americans first,
simpleton.
and we shouldn't be, playing with nuclear Armageddon. But it seems.
Hey
Doesn't
man,
seem like
if you ever want to do that like housing project with the homeless, I got your back. Okay. We will build. I'll make you into a second Jimmy. We can make you into a second Jimmy Carter. Okay. You can build all the houses for humanity.
Homeless people is not a cause I'm passionate about. I'm more passionate about like animals and veterans, and I have contributed
You worked a lot in like bringing
Yeah,
animals from.
I've contributed like thousands of dollars to these charities. Yes, I
Wow.
have spent a lot of money.
Well, I've contributed a lot more money to Ukraine. I can tell you that.
Okay, well, why don't you go and fight? Just
Well,
give it a
but
shot.
this is the thing. So we talk about you, and it's like, well, I've contributed a few $1,000s. I've gone to
you're
a war
like-
zone, gone on the ground, contributed
True.
probably close to $20,000 to $30,000. And let me tell you, as a young guy my age, that's a lot of fucking money.
Yep.
Right? I've been pretty involved in this, help with delivery of aid to the front line. I feel like, compared to the average person, I've contributed more. I don't want to
Yeah,
jerk
you
myself
probably
off
have.
because at
I'm
the end
sure
of the
you have.
day, at the end of the day,
Nah, you deserve it.
I'm not
You
Ukrainian.
deserve it.
I'm never going to suffer as much as the Ukrainian people because these are not my communities. These are not my villages. But
Oh,
what do you mean? Well, I don't know where that "oh" came from.
you're not. Well, because what you're saying is I'm not going to suffer as much. Therefore, I don't feel like I should have to fight. But
No, I'm not saying
someone-
that's not what I'm
What
saying.
an
I'm saying
idiot.
that I don't
Oh,
suffer
God.
as much
Oh,
as them.
please.
So the burden that I have, no matter what I do, will never be as bad as the Ukrainians because this is their country. These are their schools. These are their communities that they see in flames.
off.
But this is my personal way of hoping that I can contribute in some way. And I think that I contribute more this way than if I would with a rifle. The International Legion, by the way, which is the organization I would join if I was to join the military, they're trying to organize fundraisers with me. So I'm directly contributing to where I would join if I was to join the military in the first place. And if I had any military training, I probably would join the military. But they don't want foreigners with no military training. All they do is make a mess.
Yeah.
They had too many redditors.
but
They had too
hypothetically
many
speaking,
redditors.
let's
man.
Playing for is weak and just mad that Dylan's actually doing something dangerous and important. Destiny said that this guy understands oppression better than Vosh. Okay. Okay. Amazing. Amazing, Steven. Oh yeah, absolutely, Stephen. Oh yeah, playing with fire understands oppression more than Vosh. Oh, for sure, for sure. Great.
They make an announcement tomorrow that they will take foreigners, then you'll go and fight.
If they said we need foreigners with no military experience, we need them now desperately, then I would actually have to heavily consider it. But they don't want us anyway.
But you will consider, so you'd probably be leaning on the side of doing it.
Possibly, yeah. I don't know. I haven't had to consider it because it was never really an option.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
I do genuinely believe in all of this.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, dude, I think you're entitled to your beliefs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We
You're
just have a different
entitled to
position on
being
this.
an idiot.
Okay, man. You have a good one, okay?
All right,
No,
take
don't
care,
have
man.
a good
Take care.
one.
Bye-bye.
You don't deserve to have a good one.
Oh my god.
True.
Oh my god.
Oh,
What
true.
a conversation. What'd you guys think of that?
That's horrible, but you did well.
How did I do?
You did well.
How did I do, guys?
You did perfectly well.
I can't believe he has not broken any animals out of scientific testing facilities. I really hate having to defend like I'm doing enough because I don't like highlighting the work that I'm doing. I don't highlight the money that I've donated. I don't like highlighting that shit. But then when it's brought into question, you know, obviously anyone would get defensive.
True. God. Dylan is great. Yeah, oh yeah. He did say that. He did say that. Oh man. Okay, one more quickie and then we're gonna do something else because I'm just really oh no. Debating Russia's invasion of Ukraine with viewer. Here we go again. Here we go again.
We had no clue if they were actually going to invade or not because the whole time Russia was saying, we're not going to
Here
invade.
we gonna
We're not going to invade.
They did
How do you
say that.
negotiate with somebody who's not even being serious with you? The whole time you're saying, we're not going to invade, but also here's our list of demands. I thought you said you weren't going to invade.
Let's move on.
Arguing about hypocrisy is so dumb anyway. My opponent just raised money to help stop an invasion for selfish reasons, therefore I win. Yeah. Speaking of raising money, you should consider donating to this stream.
Through Ukraine stuff.
Okay, that's fine with me. So, Ukraine. I'm a big supporter of Ukraine. I'm over in Ukraine. What do you want to talk about?
All right, so
God, those people. I cannot.
all right, this one's a little bit more trickier for me because I'm not Ukrainian. Okay, so
Neither
My
am I.
point is-
That helps.
cool. Okay, well, you know, my problem is NATO. My problem is NATO, and my problem is American
course.
ambitions led us here, which you refuse to acknowledge. American military ambitions.
I think
Is
if,
this
if
a
American
tanky
military
type
ambitions
person?
contributed, I think it's like a factor of like 1 to 10
Burns is
It's
an
like maybe
immoral,
10%
morally corrupt,
compared to
bankrupt
Russia's
man.
90%. And so I don't talk about it because I don't think it's the primary contributor. The primary goal of the current Russian government's foreign policy is to reestablish dominance over the post-Soviet sphere, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, anything that it used to, that the Soviet
But it
Union
don't-
used to
but-
touch,
but like-
it believes it should have some level of dominion over, including Ukraine, and that robs the sovereignty of
Right.
more people than even exist in Russia, because that the amount of people that touches is actually a larger amount of people than even in Russia itself. I think that Russia doesn't have a right to all of these people's land. I don't think they have a right to all of these people's destiny. And if these people want to choose a path with the European Union, a path of democratization. If they want to throw off the oligarchs, I think that's their business.
True.
All right. Well, yeah, like I under what do you call it? I can't deny that, but you make it sound like
And
you
yet
put
you
it like,
do.
very naively, because number one, that all those countries you talked about in Central Asia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, etc., the dictatorships are in Russia's sphere of influence. I don't like those countries to begin with. Yeah, I don't like those countries to begin with. But
What do you mean by
would be
that,
a
by the way?
problem.
When you say Russia's sphere of influence, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, what do you
They have a
mean?
military alliance with those countries.
Yeah, it just do you when you say sphere of influence, do
Oh.
you just say it as like a state?
So did... Oh, boost volume. I will try. So does... Did Ukraine have a pact with Russia? Military pact? No, it didn't. I've boosted.
Statement of fact, or of like that's their thing, so it is what it is.
No,
Like,
it's a
that's-
statement of fact. They have military alliance and what do you call it, and economic alliances and etc. And what was it before? Like I mean, because of what happened in Ukraine, because there was a little protest. Right now Russia's on
little
edge
protest.
because what do you call it? We're saying that Ukraine's futures with with the NATO and etc.
When we say we say that, the Ukrainians are also saying it. All polling data seems to indicate that. I think 70 to 80% of Ukrainians want to be within NATO and want to be within the European Union.
True.
Well, yeah, I've talked to some. I've interviewed some.
The process of getting into European Union has already started. So they don't just want to get into European Union. The process is already starting. Zelensky was given the initial papers to start the procedure of getting Ukraine into European Union, just so you know. So it's not just a wish at this point. It's already the procedure has started. Ukraine is doing reforms to meet the European Union standards. A lot of the problems that Ukraine has are being addressed. So yeah.
Ukrainians as well, and some of them are not for NATO. And these are not Russian Ukrainians; these are Ukrainians, right? And they're not for
Ukraine's a
NATO.
big country.
What are...
Yeah. Okay. So some people are not as well, and I've seen them also living peacefully. Together with Russians outside of the war zone in Ukraine, and most refugees actually.
Okay.
That's why as well I would say that this notion that genocide is nonsense, because most refugees went to I don't know, like 2 million went to Russia, and that's I think 1.5 went to Europe. So Russia took more refugees than anybody else.
What?
So
okay. This is funny. This is very interesting. We're gonna listen to this again, okay? I'm gonna take this to the main screen. Since I'm from Poland, I actually happen to know a bit about this. Wow, interesting. Let's listen to this again.
That's I think 1.5 went to Europe.
How many? How much? Sorry.
Went to
Give me the numbers.
Genocide is nonsense, because most refugees went to I don't know, like 2 million went to Russia.
2 million went to Russia.
And that's I think 1.5 went to Europe.
1 to 51. Okay. I'm gonna give you some reality check. Let's go. I'm gonna do a quick Google check in Polish. The Google check is gonna be basically how many Ukrainians entered Polish border, okay? Ilu uchodźców przekroczyło granicę Ukrainy? Oh my gosh! Since the 24th of February of 2022, So since the beginning of the aggression of Russia on Ukraine, the Polish-Ukrainian 11.9 million refugees from Ukraine have entered the Polish border. 11.9 million. Oh, I'm sorry. God, I don't know what's wrong with the audio. I have to fix my audio because there's something wrong. And I don't even know how to fix it. I need a meeting with some audio expert, you know? It can help me with the audio thing. Wait, I think I know. Let me. Where's the.
So Russia took more refugees than anybody else. So that's what I say. If they're genociding people, like
Is it better now? Is it better now? Also, never be sorry about my audio being crap. Never feel you need to apologize for my audio being crap. Okay, so how's it now? Let's turn back the claim. He says that 2 million Ukrainian refugees went to Russia and 1.5 million went to Europe. Okay?
These are not Russian Ukrainians. These are Ukrainians, right?
Can you
And
hear?
they're not for
Ukraine's a big
NATO.
country.
Yeah. Okay. So some people are not as well, and I've seen them also living peacefully, together with Russians, outside of.
Worse? How can it be worse? Wait, hold on. How can it be worse? I've boosted more. Okay. So how is it now? Oh my god. Okay.
And because of what happened in Ukraine, because there was a little protest, right now Russia's on edge
So how is it now?
because we're saying that
How's it now?
Ukraine's futures with with the NATO and etc.
When we say we say that, the Ukrainians are also saying it. All polling data seems to indicate that I think 70 to 80% of Ukrainians want to be within NATO and want to be within the European Union.
Well, I've talked to I've interviewed some Ukrainians as well, and some of them are not for NATO. And these are not Russian Ukrainians; these are Ukrainians, right?
Yeah, hello Docsmex. That's right. Late night research stream. So how is it? How is it now? How is it now? Mm. Mm. Hmm. How do I keep struggling with this issue. Wait, maybe there's something here that I can do. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm gonna... Oh, there might be one thing. Um, mm, no. No, that won't work. Oh god. What do I do? I guess I can turn my... Not many options that I've got. I mean... Oh god. The audio thing is so frustrating. I don't have that many options at all. Phone, music, browser. Mm,
And
Yeah,
they're not for
Ukraine's a big
NATO.
country.
and it's so loud for me as well. My god. There's one more thing that I could try, but... What if I...
Yeah, okay. So some people are not as well, and I've seen them also living peacefully
How is it now?
together with Russians outside of what they call it, the war zone in Ukraine.
What is... How is it... How is the audio now? How is this? How is this audio? Huge echo.
And most refugees actually, with the NATO and etc.
When we
With the NATO and
How is it now?
when we say we say that, the Ukrainians are also saying it. All polling data seems to indicate that.
Okay, how is this now? Oh my god. Oh. How is it now?
I think 70 to 80% of Ukrainians want to be within NATO and want to be within the European Union.
Oh god. So loud from my perspective as well. You know? It was so loud from my... I don't know how to... Oh, there's one more thing that I can try. Hmm. That might be louder. Make myself quieter. Okay.
Well, yeah, I've talked to some.
Okay.
I've interviewed some Ukrainians
So-
as well, and some of them are.
How about now? Really hoping that will work. Because it's getting
Are
ridiculous.
not for NATO. And these are not Russian Ukrainians. These are Ukrainians, right? And
Yeah,
they're not for
Ukraine's a big
NATO.
country.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So some people are not as well, and I've seen them also living peacefully. What do you call it, together with Russians outside of what do you call it, the war zone in Ukraine, and most refugees actually. That's why as well I would say that this notion that genocide is nonsense, because most refugees went to I don't know, like 2 million went to Russia. And,
How's it
and
now?
That's, I think, 1.5 went to Europe.
How's it
Russia
now?
took more refugees than anybody else.
Okay, is that better? Oh, a little higher?
So that's what I say. If you're genociding people, like
Is that better?
you wouldn't take.
I'm sorry. Did I make an accusation of genocide?
No, I'm not you, but what do you call it, the mainstream media.
Okay.
Is that better? You tell me. Figured out a new way to change it, so you tell me if that's better. How is it now? That made no difference? But it makes a difference on my end, and I don't understand why it doesn't make a difference on yours, you know? Like,
So I'm not gonna make the accusation of genocide. I do think there's an argument to be made.
okay, I think I'm starting to understand what's going on.
Especially when we talk about the kidnapping of children.
Okay, now I see. Now I see what's happening. Okay. You know what? I'm changing something. Where's the system? Where's the stream? Okay, now I. I don't know why this is so quiet. Okay, this is not doing anything. Oh? No.
This was recently brought forward to the woman who orchestrated the.
Why is it so quiet? Oh my god. Why is it so quiet all the time?
Kidnapping of Ukrainian children.
should be loud. But it's not for some reason. Oh my god, how do I make it louder? Okay, maybe I'll just have to fix this once and for all, but here we go. Okay. Okay. Is anything to spread out me? What? What? This is This is nonsense. What? Oh my god. What if I just used I guess you're not hearing anything right now, right?
Is displacing vast amounts of people, and they're doing it on purpose.
It's still quiet. Still quiet. Wait, I got it?
publicly said
It's
on
better
the state
now?
media channels that the more people they displace, the easier it will be to conquer territory. The more people, refugees they create, the easier it will be to carve out Ukraine's economy and make them, cave into them and surrender.
Wait, so how is it now? How is it now? Is it better? Is it better? Please tell me it's better. Oh my god, please tell me it's better. Oh my god. So how is it? Okay, oh my god. Then we're going to return to that statement. I'm gonna give you the thing that I wanted to give you before.
Indicate that I think 70 to 80% of destiny, and if these people want to choose over the post-Soviet sphere, I think it's like. What do you mean by that, by the way? When you say Russia's sphere of influence, what do you mean by that?
They have a military alliance with those countries.
Yeah, when you say sphere of influence, do you just say it as like a statement of fact, or of like that's their thing, so it is what it is?
No, it's a statement of fact. They have military alliance and what do you call it, and economic alliances and etc. Yeah. And what was it before? Like, I mean, and
all sliders are to the max.
Well, because of what happened in Ukraine, because there was a little protest, right now Russia's on edge because what do you call it? We're saying that Ukraine's futures with with the NATO and etc.
Well, when we say that, the Ukrainians are also saying it. All polling data seems to indicate that I think 70 to 80% of Ukrainians want to be within NATO and want to be within the European Union.
Well, yeah, I've talked to I've interviewed some Ukrainians as well, and some of them are not for NATO. And these are not Russian Ukrainians; these are Ukrainians, right?
Ukrainians.
Big country.
Yeah. Okay. So some people are not as well, and I've seen them also living peacefully, together with Russians, outside of the war zone in Ukraine, and most refugees actually. That's why as well I would say that this notion.
So this person's about to say that 2 million Ukrainian refugees went to Russia, 1.5 million went to into Europe, and therefore most refugees went to Russia.
Genocide is nonsense because most refugees went to I don't know, like 2 million went to Russia.
See, he said most refugees went to Russia.
And that's I think 1.5 went to Europe.
1.5 million refugees went to Europe. I don't know where this person is getting those numbers from, but I can assure you, once again, since the 24th of February of 2022, so since the first day of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, 11.9 million refugees from Ukraine have crossed Polish border. 11.9 million Ukrainian refugees have crossed the Polish border since the beginning of the invasion. Okay? Yeah. And now let's see how many of those refugees are still in Poland. This is pretty accurate data. Over 10 million returned to Ukraine. And I'm just talking Poland. I'm not talking the whole of Europe. You know? So it is safe to say that over 2 million Ukrainian refugees are in Poland alone. You know? So that is complete nonsense. The claim that most refugees went to Russia, that is the most nonsensical claim that one could make. I cannot believe that this person would make it, you know?
So Russia took more refugees than anybody else. So that's what I say. If they were genociding people, like you wouldn't take.
I'm sorry.
Actually, you're mistaking Russia with Poland. Poland is the country that took the most Ukrainian refugees. I think you're making I don't know. It's like understandable mistake. You're mistaking Ukraine with Poland. I guess some people do that.
Did I make an accusation of genocide?
No, I'm not you, but what do you call the mainstream media?
Okay,
Propaganda.
so I'm not gonna make the accusation of genocide. I do think there's an argument to be made, especially when we talk about the kidnapping of children. This was recently brought forward to the woman who orchestrated the kidnapping of Ukrainian children during the Vice interview. We're going to be watching that later on today's stream. But Russia is creating the refugees. Russia is
True.
displacing vast amounts of people, and they're doing it on purpose. It's publicly said on their state media channels that the more people they displace, the easier it will be to conquer territory. The more people, refugees they create, the easier it will be to carve out Ukraine's economy and make them, cave into them and surrender. So it's very hard for me to take in any belief of humanitarianism from the Russians when you create the refugee crisis. This would be like, it's almost like, well, hey, America took in a lot of Vietnamese refugees after the end of the Vietnam War. It's like, oh, wow, that's crazy. How did those come to be?
Well, yeah, exactly. So, but we didn't call it what do you call it, Operation Baby Lift. Oh, what happened? Damn it. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, and then my phone shut off. Yeah, so we didn't call it Operation Baby Lift when we took on all the kids. We didn't call that genocide, did we? Or we didn't war crime? No, because we felt a little bit guilty. We felt a little bit disheartened, and after the war ended.
Well,
and
the problem was the distinction I would make is that during the Vietnam War, there was never a period of time where the American government said Vietnam doesn't exist. There's no such thing as the Vietnamese. They're actually just Americans in denial. Vietnamese isn't a real language. It's just like some pseudo language made up by some people in the woods. They should actually be speaking English.
The Russians, man, they said the country.
Yes, 100%, 100%.
I've never heard that, man. Because
you've never heard that. You haven't been paying attention, man.
True.
No, I've been paying. Maybe some radicals probably said it, but I'm pretty sure
Putin.
The Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, said that Ukraine does not have a right to exist. Russia created Ukraine. During the start of the Soviet Union, it was created as a social construct by Vladimir Lenin. And on Russian state TV, they regularly talk about...
Which is the biggest BS of all BSs possible. I could be making a whole thing about that, but today is not the time for that.
How the Ukrainian language is fake, how they're self-hating Russians, and they need to be taught to be Russia. And this is part of the what is so nefarious about the kidnapping of Ukrainian children. Many of the Ukrainian children that have come home have given reports about how they were forced to sing Russian songs. They were forced to try to take Russian citizenship. If they shared any pro-Ukrainian sentiment, they were severely punished. I mean, they genuinely believe that Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist, and they're trying to erase that. But this isn't the first time Russia has done something like this. They've done this to a lot of native people all across Central Asia. They've done it to the Tatar community during the Soviet Union.
Oh yeah, but
they try to do it to Polish people.
With the help of Ukrainians too. So if you want to put that up, the Ukrainians and the Russians, these two were buddies in their empire. So
what?
They fucked over the Tatars together, and Crimea wouldn't be part of Ukraine.
Buddies? Like,
what?
Subjugated people are regularly recruited into militaries and then used as weapons against
these were people. What do you call it? No. What do you call it? Ukrainians and Russians are like Scottish and English. So
no.
So it's like if the British Empire.
They're absolutely not. Ukrainians and Russians are absolutely not like the British and the Scottish. Absolutely not.
To fuck shit up. You can't say I'm a Scotsman. I wasn't part of me. No, it was you too. So they're saying the Russian Empire. The Ukrainians were right there with them, and and the Soviet Union especially. 3 of the leaders of the Soviet Union were
it's like saying that Polish people were just part of it.
Actually, 4 of them. Actually, Nikita Khrushchev, Leonid Brezhnev. Who else was there? Gorbachev and Cherkov as well. Chernikov. I think that's the name, Chernikov. So all four of them were of Ukrainian descent, or like have like what do you call it, or half Ukrainian, or that kind of stuff. So you have Ukrainian blood in them. So this was just like a
Oh,
Slavic
God.
empire, like the Russian Empire was Slavic empire.
No, oh
That treated
God.
others badly, but yeah, these two were together, and what do you call it, the Cossack battalion, which is a Ukrainian
That's a
battalion, was
joke.
one of their most feared battalions that went in the most of the time in the vanguard to fuck shit up. So
Oh,
to say
God.
that what do you call it, Ukraine was a colony of Russia is erroneous. It's at bad, and like what do you call rewriting
It's
history.
not.
Well,
No.
it was a colony of Russia. They banned the
No, it's not.
Ukrainian
It's not.
language. They tried to discriminate against the Ukrainian language. Many Ukrainian authors
Yeah.
had to flee Ukraine, and they had to flee to Austro-Hungary because they
True.
were not able to freely practice their poetry. They were not able to freely practice
I
their
told you.
art.
I mean, keep in mind that parts of Ukraine were part of the. See, this is why you do need to know about the. Even some people say, oh, why learn about the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth? It's so long ago, nobody cares. Part of the Ukrainian partition of the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth was in the Austro Hungary partition as well. Russia wasn't the only country that sort of partitioned what is now Ukraine. Austria-Hungary did it as well. In fact, Austria-Hungary very cynically used the Polish-Ukrainian conflict over what terrain should belong to which country by saying that it's an internal conflict between Polish and Ukrainian people. But that's a whole other topic. But keep in mind that Austria-Hungary was one of the partitioners.
Many Ukrainian political dissidents were murdered by the Russian state for advocating for independence, for advocating for more civil rights, for more civil liberties for Ukrainians. They regularly engaged in brutal murder campaigns across Ukraine,
course.
where they went to people who did disagree with the government or did show any resistance to either during the Russian Empire or during the Soviet Union, and they butchered locals who opposed them. I don't want to get into the history of the Holodomor right now because I have a weird feeling we're going to have a very different interpretation of that historical event.
Oh, God.
But there was many different times where the Russian Empire either abused Ukraine and the Soviet Union, maybe to a lesser extent than the Russian Empire, but I mean, it's very hard to top the Russian Empire, also mistreated Ukraine.
No, but like these people have the same, what do you call it? They have the same saints. They have the same church. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
So?
Well, they don't have the same church. This is a massive issue in Ukraine right now. A massive issue.
No, they did. They separated them right now, but they did have the same church. They did have the same church.
No. The Eastern Orthodoxy of Ukraine in the Commonwealth before the partitions and the Eastern Orthodoxy of Russia were two separate things. The Lithuania part of the Commonwealth had its own Eastern Orthodox kind of main, the head of the Eastern Orthodoxy. And Russia was really angry about that, by the way. So no.
What is the head of the Russian Orthodox Church? What did he say about Ukraine in this war?
What did he say? But
he said that if somebody goes to Ukraine or fighting in the Russian army and dies, they will go to heaven.
Mm-hmm.
It's a crazy statement. This is something you would expect from like ISIS, like an ISIS statement. Like if you go and you fight the Americans and you put a bomb on your vest and go and die, you are guaranteed a place in Valhalla.
Oh my God. Wrong religion, Dylan.
That's just, what do you call it? That's religious rhetoric, man. That doesn't have to be just ISIS. That's religious rhetoric. But when you go to war, that's going to be religious rhetoric. But the point is, though, that, but they did have the same church.
You think that's like, okay, that's bad, right? That they're saying that it is a religious duty for you to go to Russia, go to Ukraine and die and fight the Ukrainians and fight them in a religious war.
Well, this is an existential threat to Russia because as we've heard
See, an existential threat to Russia.
recently. I mean, even what's your boy's name? The Hungarian guy with glasses.
The Hungarian, you mean Adam something?
Yeah, Adam something. Yeah. He was talking about, hey man, okay, we're going to finish up this war, then we're going to break up Russia into little states. And I've seen this as well. I've heard this as well from the Ukrainian intelligence
It
chief.
should happen.
And
It
I'm
so
pretty
should
sure some
happen.
other, what do you call
By
it,
the way.
pundits and also what do you call it, government officials have said this kind of stuff. So this is an existential threat to Russia.
Well, the thing is, the Russians are making it an existential threat to them. If they didn't invade you, the Russians. Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I can explain what I mean.
True.
The Russians.
They shouldn't have invaded.
Ukraine. They botched the invasion. They didn't manage it well, and now it's not going too well. Where they've thrown away a lot of lives, a lot of resources, isolated themselves on the world stage, and now Putin is betting a lot of his political ambitions upon this war. If he knew it was going to go this badly, I do not think he would have pulled the trigger on it.
Keep in mind that the whole Russia experiment started with the Duchy of Moscow just like annexing and taking over neighbors, you know? That is how it happened. So yeah.
And he's created this existential crisis where if he now loses the war, who knows what happens, what political instability that could cause in the Caucasus, in Chechnya, in Abkhazia, and all these other places that the Russians have troops or soldiers or many view as a continuing occupation. There were Chechens in Ukraine and other places around the world who, if this war is won by the Ukrainians, they might want to go back home and try to reclaim their land, which they see as being butchered by the Russians in the two Chechen wars, where the Russians basically razed the country to the ground. And so, if they wouldn't have launched this invasion in the first place, if they didn't launch this invasion in the first place, this existential crisis wouldn't have been created. This existential crisis, and by the way, I don't even know if it's an existential crisis. We don't even know for sure. Nobody knows. If the Russians were to pull out tomorrow, would Russia collapse? We don't really know that. I can imagine a world where the Russians create some justification.
Oh, please, that would be great.
You know, we killed all the Azovites in Mariupol, therefore we denazified the country. We took a bunch of the kids, we saved them. It's time for us to go home now and concentrate on the home front. I don't know if it would work well. I probably wouldn't. But there's a scenario where they can try to run that route and try to keep Russia stable enough so it doesn't literally collapse. And when we talk about existential threats to Russia, what about the existential threat to Ukraine, the country that did not decide to be invaded, the country that did not decide to launch this war, who was invaded by the Russians and has its existential existence questioned every single day on Russian state TV as they try to say Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist. It's an artificial state. That is what was the speech that Putin used to launch the war in the first place.
We remember that speech.
Ukraine's very existence.
I remember that speech. That was the speech that really made me want to do historical content because there were so many historical lies in that speech that it just really made me want to talk about the real history on stream.
Well, Ukraine right now, it sold most of its assets. I mean, its country like wholesale to basically to our corporation AIG, what's called BlackRock and etc. So, and it's basically they are $100 billion in debt to America. So for generations to come, their children are going to pay for that.
Right.
Their children and their grandchildren are going to pay for that. So I mean, compared to Russia, which is an empire in itself.
Well, not anymore.
And our former rival in the Soviet Union. I think the existential threat of
it's an empire on very brittle legs.
Civilization, and an empire that was that survived for a couple hundred years. I don't know, maybe not a couple hundred, even more than that. Is more of a thing than this Not even the existential threat of Ukraine. For number one, nobody put the Ukraine under nobody put Ukraine's sovereignty into trouble until they decide to join NATO. Because if they didn't decide to join NATO,
Oh.
everything would be copacetic. Because
And how is
Russia
that
gave
an
Ukraine
argument?
independence in 1991, not because what you call America told it to do, because they wanted to. So the only problem right now is not the sovereignty
you're
of
fucking
Ukraine.
with me. You're fucking with me. Fuck off.
True.
Nah. I'll give you a
Yeah.
second to correct that. Now you're fucking with me. I don't believe you.
All right, go ahead. What are you saying?
The reason Ukraine became independent was because it voted to be independent, and Russia couldn't do shit. They weren't in a state
True.
to do anything. They couldn't have stopped Ukraine
my
if they
God.
wanted to. They couldn't have stopped Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. The economy was collapsing. When Putin got into power, one of the first things he did was just like closing like 2/3 of Russian military bases, because the entire military apparatus, the government apparatus in the Soviet Union, was unbelievably bloated and unable to sustain itself. And we can see this most clearly through the failed Russian invasion of Chechnya during the Yeltsin administration. Chechnya is 1/50th, 1/60th the size of Ukraine, with 1/20th the population, and they failed in their invasion. They had to prepare
True.
for like another 4 years before Putin gave it another go, and it was still difficult for them to deal with Chechnya. How would the Russians be able to stop Ukrainian secession at that time in 1991? How could they have seriously done that?
Okay, well, look, that's what I have to say. So, number one, they could have held it by force. They
By
might not have
force.
succeeded.
If they can't even take Chechnya, how are they going to take
That's what I'm
Kiev?
saying, though. But look, that's what I'm saying. The Gorbachev was a good leader, so he willfully, he saw the writing on the wall. So, and then he peacefully he collapsed the empire.
Well,
so,
it wasn't peacefully. There were actually a lot of killing of protesters, but continue.
All right, well, more peaceful. He didn't he didn't try to hold on by to their life. Germany and so it was a huge empire. It was Russia itself is a big country, but adding all
That
those other
person is
countries
just
was,
babbling now.
So by force, they could have tried to do that by force as well. And they have nuclear weapons as well. So they could have done that as well. So, but they saw the writing on the wall. So that's why everybody congratulated Gorbachev.
Okay, let's be fair. It wasn't a serious option that they would just nuke the Ukrainians into submission as the Soviet Union was collapsing. That wasn't a serious option they could have utilized.
No, not the Ukrainians. No, nuke the Americans and nuke the Europeans to
What?
by force. The their falling empire. So that's it. So when their empire is falling apart, to just throw everything under the table instead of just basically bowing gracefully out.
I mean, he could have done it, but it would have been suicidal. It wouldn't have worked.
True.
Well, they were dying angry. That's what I'm saying. So they could have just done that. So, but like I
What?
said, so we have to give
They were transforming
little
into
bit
a
of
different
credit to
system.
Mikhail Gorbachev, because that's why you want the
This is
the
such
peace prize.
brain dead
Because he
analysis,
he
quote
was
unquote.
he did it peacefully, and the Soviet Empire ended. So, and then after that, but after the Soviet Empire ended, there was many melees because they lost their empire in Russia and Ukraine as well. But we're so arrogant though. After that, after the Soviet Soviet Union Empire collapsed, we still kept NATO. After the Soviet Union collapsed, I think America should have moved all its troops out of Europe, because we're still expanding even before this war, right? We're expanding military bases in Italy. We're expanding military bases in Portugal. I don't know who's going to invade Portugal right now. Russia? No. Is it the North Africans? Is Algeria is going to invade Portugal? Or is it Algeria is going to invade Italy? So that's what I'm saying.
This person has got brainlet
ambitions of the United States. So after the Cold War ended, we should have given power to the Europeans, whether it's France, Germany, or whoever. Somebody should have taken control over Europe, because there was no reason for this kind of stuff. And this is
I'm sorry, what? Someone, oh God.
Our military industrial complex, our ambitions for become number
Hot
one.
take, not is just not a problem at all.
Actually, the number one place is what led us over here, because they're no longer an empire. I mean, they're forced in the region.
Okay, to be clear then, in this recreation of Hitler, how it would have played out then is that America abolishes NATO. Russia then decides, because it's so difficult playing alternate history here. It's very difficult to like, this would happen, then this would happen. But it's very hard for me to assume that just because we abolished NATO, that Russian nationalism subsides. People like Putin, if Putin himself didn't come to power, wouldn't come to power, and
Yeah.
they wouldn't start saying, we need to assert ourselves on the world stage and bring us back to our glory days. Russia, no matter what,
Yeah.
was going to go through an economically tumultuous time. They were going to. Maybe it could have, the dissolution of the Soviet Union probably could have been managed better, but resurgent nationalism after the collapse of the Soviet Union, we
Was
saw
all
it
Russia.
happen in Yugoslavia, we saw it happen all across Europe. So it's hard for me to imagine that just because we abolished NATO, that necessarily means that Russia would then be 100% peaceful, and there's no scenario where now they're going to start invading their neighbors again. Where if Chechnya secedes in this world, that they're going to be like, okay, that's fine, Chechnya can be its own country. Or that.
No, that's not what I'm gonna say. But I'm just saying though, like it would be like we wouldn't have this kind of war though right now though. And
We
most of all,
don't, we
as
do
well,
not
like
know that.
Yeah, because Russia would have just conquered Ukraine. And then, well, if there was no NATO, then Russia would just attack Poland as well.
Because this is
Okay, we're having like a moment with the game. But yeah, Russia would have just attacked the countries that are in NATO, like like Poland, to get it back to the fold, to the empire. Because Putin did mention Russian Empire in his speech. He did.
The forces of darkness have been soundly defeated.
Yeah, I win. Consider subscribing and donating
Here beats
to
the
purge your
defeated
name
malevolent
from being
heart
white.
of Black Hand's plagued lands. The sister towns of Rockard and Stoneard are all that stand between the forces of the kingdom and Black Hand's stronghold, Black Rock Spire. After conferring with your war chiefs, the path to victory lays clear. You must destroy Rockard and Stoneard, thereby cutting off all lines of support and supplies, so that the final offensive can be made upon Black Rock Spire.
And the dark portal. And then we can play as the orcs. Wait, this is not the last level? I think this will the level when I can build the water element as well. Okay, let's go.
So this is a really big problem for me, is that this war is not just about NATO. In
True.
fact, I don't even think that the primary motivator of the invasion necessarily can even be pinned on NATO.
Yes,
Because when
correct.
the Russians decided to invade Ukraine in 2022, when when that invasion came, the February invasion, they had
Correct.
already stopped Ukraine from any NATO ambitions.
Oh my god. Thank you for the gifted tier 1, Jess. Thank you so much for purging the white name. Thank you so much. Oh my god, thank you. Also, Dylan knows what's up. You can really see that Dylan is in Ukraine, that Dylan is really involved in Ukraine affairs. Like, he understands it's not about NATO. He gets it. Dylan just gets it from being there. This is so silly. It's really annoying. It's really
By them having control of Crimea, and by them having control of 1/3 of Luhansk and Donetsk, by NATO's own charter, Ukraine cannot join. It is impossible for any country that has a military dispute with any other country when it comes to
okay. I'm sorry. I really need to go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Yeah, down with the white names. Thank you. But yeah, before I go to the toilet, it really is irritating to hear the whole propaganda about NATO. It's not about NATO. It's the thing between Ukraine and Russia goes really deep, okay? It goes really deep and it goes centuries back. I'll be right back. I have returned. I am returned and I'm ready. I'm ready to do everything. Like, Dylan's gonna explain it probably, but it's... The NATO line is such a cop-out that it's not even...
Territory, a territorial dispute to join NATO. On top of the fact that both the French and the Germans, even before the invasion of Crimea, were not going to sign on to Ukrainian NATO membership. In order to have Ukraine join NATO, you have to have every single NATO state agree. Hungary, France, Germany, every single one. You weren't going to get the French to
Poland
agree.
would
You
agree.
weren't going to get the Germans to agree. And you certainly weren't going to get the Hungarians to agree.
Oh, yeah.
And you need the Turks as well.
Alright.
Hungary is
Yeah, I got
super...
you, but what I'm saying though, like, even
Hungary is super anti-Ukrainian, by the way. Like the Orban, the leader of Hungary, declared in a speech that Zelensky was his enemy. Do you remember that, or did you know about that? That Orban in his speech said that President Zelensky was his enemy. Were you aware of that? You might have not been, because it was some time ago. It was during the invasion, of course.
if if NATO left, we still have a Euro force though. I mean, the Europeans are not are not powerless. I mean, France is not a powerless
What
country.
percentage of
Neither
our
is
aid?
Germany.
What percentage?
It is actually very interesting because the far-right Polish government treated Hungary as its ally against the European Union. It still does to a degree, but the fact that Orban said that Zelensky was his enemy actually created a bit of fracturing between the Polish government and the Hungarian regime, because Poland and Hungary were united together in the anti-EU sentiment. But once Orban was openly saying things against Zelensky in the invasion, even the far-right Polish government was like, wait, what are you doing? What are you saying? What do you mean? What is this? Because even a very far-right government will be on Ukraine's side when it comes to the war, At least that's a bit of a guaranteed state of affairs, that even a far-right government will support Ukraine pretty hard,
Aid to Ukraine is American compared to European.
Well,
That's
right
a
now, but I'm just
guarantee
saying, though,
pretty
if NATO
much.
left, I'm pretty sure they would have their own military force there, and probably even Russia would probably join. Who knows?
I mean, if somebody could design a better, stronger mutual defensive pact with all of Europe, I
That
think
has to be
that's
better
cool.
or
But I
stronger,
also
just-
believe that the Euro-Atlantic alliance structure isn't necessarily that bad. I think the idea of America working with Europe and having a defensive pact with Europe is a good thing. It was part of after World War II, it was our investments into Europe that created a lot of the economic success that we see in the United States. In the period of the 50s, 60s, and 70s, it created a boom period in American manufacturing and American consumer goods and selling. It was very beneficial for the United States. And I don't see any reason why we would need to abandon that alliance structure. Maybe you could restructure it in some way that would better be a better representation of the world post the Soviet Union, and you could call it something else maybe, but there would have to be some mutual defensive structure in Europe to dissuade against invasions in the future, like the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And also, you would need to get all of these new countries to join, because the thing is with NATO expansion, a lot of people say it was Washington's ambitions, and certainly there were people in Washington D.C. who wanted to keep expanding NATO, but it was also the Poles who wanted to join NATO. It was also
True.
the Estonians, the Latvians, the Lithuanians. It was all these, the Hungarians, even though now they're led by Viktor Orban. At the time, they very much wanted to join NATO, and the majority of Hungarians still want to be in NATO. They wanted to join NATO because they knew that something like what's happening right now with Russia and Ukraine could one day happen to them if they're
True.
not careful and they're not part of an organization that could defend themselves.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. So let me rebut.
I'll even say more. Poland, even though it is in NATO, freaked out when the invasion started. All of Polish people freaked out because, according to some poll at the end of it, at the start of the invasion, like over 60% of Polish people believe that that Russia will attack Poland next to NATO or no. That Russia is just gonna attack Poland, you know, and that the NATO thing doesn't matter. Isn't that interesting? Polish people were so afraid of the invasion that they basically said that they think Poland will be next and that NATO will not change anything.
On that one. Okay. My problem with this is NATO, right? NATO is the guard dog of America. NATO is to make sure to keep the Europeans down. Because from what I've seen, you know,
What?
like even
Dumb?
going back to history, you know, like NATO helped coup d'etat in Greece. Okay. Like when they had a left-leaning, probably close to like, you know, socialist kind of type of guy. They did a coup d'etat on that. NATO also sat back and watched Turkey, a NATO member, invade Cyprus and take half of it while, you know, I don't know what they were doing in a military base in Cyprus, because both USA and Britain had a military base in Cyprus, and they were just, I don't know, watching it or drinking tea or whatever while the Turkish invaded and took half of it. NATO also had a secret army of Nazis in Operation Gladio and made sure to kill leftists or any other, actors that threatened America's hegemony in Europe. Okay, but you can say that was in the Cold War because, you know, we're in a tit for tat with the Soviet Union, another empire. But now, after the Cold War ended, I think the American government has acted abhorrently bad. It has invaded almost a dozen countries. Yeah, all the refugee situation right now, the crisis right now that is happening in Europe. I've visited a refugee center in Iceland, right? 90% of them, you can say, are indirectly or directly at fault, the fault of their refugees because of the fault of the United States government. The Venezuelans, sanctions, right? A lot of Venezuelans have saw refugees there. Syrians, you all know about that. Libyans, Iraqis, Afghans.
Wait, back the fuck up. Are you going to say the Syrians are the fault of the United States? Syrian refugees are the fault of the United States?
Yeah,
that's the Assad regime. Wait, are you kidding? Dude, I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh my god.
Bashar al-Assad.
We have to have another good argument about the Syrian war, but
well, no. Just to be clear, Bashar al-Assad had a protest movement against him. He then murdered some children and some other people, and it pissed off a lot of people. And so then there was defections from his own military that he couldn't keep a hold on, which created the FSA. Then other groups started to enter from the region, and then the country fell apart because his
question marks are okay.
Started to fade because people started having bigger ambitions past the Assad's family's rampant corruption, abuses, and civil right and violations in civil rights. The reason of the Syrian civil war started was because Bashar al-Assad is a terrible, terrible, terrible leader, and his government is unbelievably corrupt and unable to deal with the problems that were in Syrian society 2010,
and
2011.
Timber Sycamore?
Now I can hear him.
Operation Timber Sycamore of training jihadists to get into us to fight Bashar al-Assad. Because let me tell you a story about me, all right?
I'm sorry. Okay, let me just be clear. Operation Timber Sycamore, whether or not it happened, if it didn't happen, if it did happen, no, I know it happened, but the Syrian civil war would have happened despite Operation Timber Sycamore, because the Syrian civil war was already underway by the time Operation Timber Sycamore happened. So the Syrian civil war was gonna happen with or without the United States even existing in the first place. So again, the Syrian civil war.
Just gonna say that Russia wanting to annex Ukraine would happen with or without the US existing as well. Just so you know.
Caused by Bashar al-Assad. He has not given enough blame in Western circles for the war when we talk about this anymore, because there's so much disinformation about this war in particular, and I've talked to so much of the Syrian diaspora community, and the main complaints I get isn't like, oh, I hate how the Americans ruined my country. It's Bashar al-Assad murdered my family, Bashar al-Assad destroyed my home, Bashar al-Assad arrested my brother and they tortured him because he wanted to set up an NGO, but he didn't want to have to, give him a little bit off the top. This is the conversations I have with the members of that community. It's not, oh, I hate how America came in and just started the civil war magically with terrorists.
God.
Okay, well, for me, I have personal, stake in this because, I was arrested by the Turks in Akshakale, which is the border between the Kurdish area that was controlled by the Kurds, which I was, anyway, let's just say I was helping them out. And I was arrested by the Turks. And before that, the FBI and the CIA also knew me. But, they let me rot in prison, though, in Turkey. So I have a look at I personally know what the fuck they did over there. I personally know that the Turks opened up the gates of to Idlib and let all sorts of foreign fighters get in there. I also know the Qataris or the Saudis and all our other friends supported jihadis over there, because there's no fucking way that kind of tidal wave of weapons came into that country. So I mean,
press X to doubt.
I personally know. I know all the when I was in prison, I talked to many people as well, whether they be ISIS fighters or etc. So in this situation, I would tell you, man, the United States started that war, man. They maybe not even started that war.
I'm sorry, man. It's just a lie, man. Because the problem is when you talk about Operation Timber Sycamore, it's going to be like, well, America, funneled weapons to FSA units, and Saudi Arabia funneled weapons. The Turks opened the border, but you know what's never talked about? It's never talked about Russian funneling of weapons. It's never talked about the brutality of the Russian air campaign. You know what's never talked about? The Iranian-backed militias that were sent to go save Bashar al-Assad's ass. Did they start the war? Was it the Iranians? Was it the Russians? No, it's Operation Timber Sycamore. Give me a joke. The reason the war started in the first place was because Bashar al-Assad engaged in another brutal crackdown, just like his father did before him, just like he engaged in 2004 during the football protests in northeastern Syria, just like he did a million other times. And this time, his people had enough. There were defections from the military, not organized by the CIA, organized locally. And then the civil war started, and that's when all the foreign influence came in. Not just from the United States, not just from Saudi Arabia, not just from the Turks, by the way, fuck the Turks, but also from the Iranians and also from the Russians. And it was the Russian air campaign and the Iranian militias which saved Bashar al-Assad. Without them, he would be dead.
So what now?
Without them, because we're about to take him out. But anyway, what else to say though? What about in Bahrain? Bahrain also, there was a full-fledged uprising as well by the Shias in Bahrain. Saudis sent in their tanks. They crushed people. But what happened there? They crushed them, and the protesters, nobody brought in ATGMs, surface-to-air guided missiles.
Absolutely. I think it's terrible. I think our relationship with the Saudi royal family is disgusting. I think our enabling of their actions is disgusting, as we look the other way as they engage in human rights abuses across the region. I think it's hypocritical.
But don't you think though a war wouldn't be engulfed like that without us funneling ATGMs, fighters, training fighters, surface-to-air missiles, sending in spies to and other fighters and money and all that kind of stuff? Wouldn't you think the war would be there would be probably an uprising, but it would be crushed as soon as possible?
I will say that if it wasn't for Western support for the FSA and support from other regional factors, and it was just the Russians, the Iranians, and the Assad regime, then they probably would have cracked down upon the People's Revolution and cracked down upon any groups that tried to enter from other countries.
We've moved from Ukraine, certainly,
and they would have gone control of the country better. But I don't understand why there's this double standard where we're like, oh, look at all this Western support. That's what caused the war. And then we just kind of ignore the Russians. We just kind of ignore the Iranians. We just kind of ignore what set off the civil war in the first place.
No, the Civil War, like I said, to begin with, there were CIA agents implanted there to begin with. They were from the get-go,
You're
they
saying
wanted
the
to take them
CIA
out.
agents were the ones that murdered those kids? Was it the CIA agents that made all the FSA agents defect? Was it the CIA agents that made those
The
protests happen?
defectors, yeah, for sure. Yeah, defectors for sure. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure they were offered money for sure.
Where? Do you have a link to that? Do you have any like thing? I
That's
haven't
just how
heard
shit
about
operates,
before.
man. That's just how shit operates. What do you mean? Most of them are living in France or Europe or etc. Well,
No,
like, I mean,
you said that we offered them money during those early defections. Do we have anything to prove that?
yeah, because most of them are living in the States or what do you
Wait,
call it,
no.
or Europe.
Them,
I mean,
just because they're living in America doesn't mean that we offered them money
True.
to defect.
but I mean, I don't know, man. What can I tell you, man? If you go to another living in the enemy's country and you're saying that, like, I mean, there was no involvement on your part. It's
Political
ridiculous.
dissidents and rebels will often flee the country if the war doesn't go their way. That happens all the time because they don't want to die.
But anyway, Syria right now is a safe place to go. Even you can go and check it out in the Bashar al-Assad area, and nobody's going to hurt you anyway.
They would hurt me. They would not like me.
Well, yeah, but you're still pressed. I mean, they wouldn't like you, but not going to hurt you because you're pressed.
They've killed a lot of journalists.
Not well. They haven't killed vice journalists, and you're an American journalist, so
I'm
I mean,
a
sure, you're not
freelance
going to hurt
reporter
you.
with no major news organization. They got away
True.
with shooting a lot of journalists on the ground.
Western journalists? I haven't heard about that.
Yes.
But anyway, but I say, but
I wouldn't be
it's a
surprised
safe
if
place for
Russia
tourists to go
would
to. I mean,
kill-
tourists have went. Borden Bancroft have went. What else? Who else have went? And not only that, though, well, you know the Syrians are allied with the Kurds, right? The Syrian government is allied with the Kurds.
They're semi-aligned with the Kurds. It's pretty complicated. Wait, we're way off the topic of Ukraine, and we only have like 13 minutes
True.
left, and then I have to have somebody call in and talk about Sudan.
All right. But yeah, okay, we're finishing off. Yeah. Yeah, all the refugees. Okay, if you want to take out the Syrians, take them out. You know, about 80%. If you want to take out the Syrians, 80% of them are caused by the.
We were talking about Venezuela and all these other refugees. Can we get back to Ukraine, like the Ukraine
True.
topic?
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm trying to get to, though. I'm just saying, though, America's NATO, what do you call it? America involvement in Europe has not been good. It has put down, what do you call it, Europe. It has brought in like waves of refugees into Europe. And now it
my
has brought in
God.
this war into Europe because, like I said, you know, the relationship between
switching
Russia
topics.
and Germany was very copacetic
A lot.
until recently.
Let's say we had no. Okay, so two things. First off, our relationship with Europe has been very beneficial for them when it came to investments in helping rebuild Europe after World War II. That was extremely beneficial for not only the West Germans, but many countries that were ravaged by the war. Also, our defensive pact made it so a lot of countries that wouldn't have been able to defend themselves on their own, and I do not believe Europe could have defended itself from the Soviet Union without the United States, and it made it so that they could continue to maintain their liberal democracies outside the reach of Joseph Stalin.
True.
Now, moving...
Yeah, I'm not talking about NATO in the Cold War area. I'm talking about after the Cold War finished. Like, that should have been abolished. I'm not talking about Cold War.
Let's
like,
say we had no relationship with NATO, with these European countries. How would that have stopped refugees from being caused? How would that have stopped refugees from going to Europe?
Right.
No, I said, you know, America's relationship in general, because our invasion.
But if we didn't have a relationship with Europe, that wouldn't mean that these refugees wouldn't still be created.
No, like actually it would, because you know, if we live in a multipolar world, if we live
Oh
in a
my
multipolar
gosh.
world, that America doesn't have all the headshots. Even America is not the head honcho of the Western world. When Americas can't go around invading Afghanistan, Iraq, and all that kind of stuff.
These
because-
people are like NPCs with their talking point. With their talking points. The thing is that it's so glaring, Chris, that in Ukraine, in this war, we discovered the largest mass grave since Yugoslavia. And no one is acknowledging it. Yeah.
There wouldn't be a coalition. It would be
Oh,
different.
Dylan
That's
is.
why-
If I know anything about Afghan history, we're the only ones that ever invaded that country.
No, but okay, but do you believe? All right, let me just ask you this question though. Do you believe that it is that we should live in a multipolar world, or America should rule supreme
I
and
don't
be
think
the sole?
America. I don't
power?
think. I like the two options. We live.
True.
Okay, so I do not believe America should rule supreme and have all the control in all of the world. But I also don't believe that if we were to remove America from the world stage, or we were to develop this multipolar world, then that would necessarily create a more peaceful society or more
True.
peaceful world overall. Because I think that the world that a lot of these countries are aiming for, like Russia, for example,
It's
is
not a
not a
peaceful.
multipolar world, which means that everybody kind of works with each other on equal footing and shakes hands and is able to develop better relations based on a multilateral basis within the guise of the UN. And we can just see from Russia's conduct in this war alone that that isn't the case. That in development of that multipolar world, Russia is creating one of the largest refugee crises of the 21st century. We can see with the Taiwanese, with the Chinese and their contribution, their possible contribution to the creation of the multipolar world. They are possibly going to invade one of the densest countries on the planet, Taiwan, which would cause another gigantic humanitarian catastrophe.
True.
And so I think that when we talk about this multipolar world, that could be created by the Russians, could be created here. It just kind of looks a lot like, I don't know, like
It's a brainless argument by brainless people. Hey, Yugoslavians, I have feelings. Oh. You are? Sirvain?
pre-World War One, and it wasn't exactly the most prosperous time for the world. It
Yeah.
wasn't exactly a time in history where there wasn't a lot of refugees being created. What would stop
The opposite,
all these wars
actually.
from happening, or just moving over into more regional struggles?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure there will be like. I'm not saying there will be no more wars. I mean, that's an idiotic way to say things. There will be no more wars.
But you're saying that
either
like
way,
all these refugees were created, and if America didn't have a relationship with Europe, then there'd be no refugees. It's silly.
No, I'm saying right now. I'm saying right now, like what do you call it? There's one guy. There's one Pax. There's one superpower, the reigning supreme, which is America, which is trying to keep that number one spot. Yeah, and it has invaded at least 10 countries, and then coup d'état since the end of the Cold War. So I mean, America has gone mad, man. I mean, with power.
Russia, during its invasion of Ukraine, in its opening statement, it gave a justification that could be used not only to invade Ukraine, but Moldova, Romania, Estonia.
Multipolar world means that you have a bunch of empires that duke it out and keep fighting with one another. This is what it means. And they basically divide the world like cake, and all the smaller countries are just, I don't know, peons on a chessboard.
Latvia, Lithuania, any post-Soviet state. I think honestly, the only reason that they can't do it is because there's a wall in the way, and that wall is NATO.
No, I mean, look what do you call it? Even without America or NATO, I'm pretty sure the French, the Germans, and other countries would have built a Euro force. That's what Macaroni, I was about to call him Macron, Macaroni. Macron,
God.
he said, we should
It is
abolish
dumb,
NATO
yeah.
and create our own Euro force. We should not be like what do you call it?
Okay, that's what the
dependent on
French want
America.
to do, but I don't necessarily just because the French want to do it that everybody's going to follow suit. And just because the French want to do it doesn't mean the French are going to want to stick their neck out for the Eastern Europeans. Are
True.
the French really going to want to fight a war over Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania without
Poland.
the support of
Dude,
the
man, they
United States?
invaded, bro. They invaded Russia before, man. They're just as power hungry as America is, man. They
You mean
still
like
want
in
their own basic power.
1915? Like over 100 years ago?
They're still an empire, my guy. A small one, but they're still an empire.
You cannot...
In 1915, Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, and Belarus were just forming as countries. They were considered fake countries, and they didn't exist in 1915 as countries, In 1915, Ukraine and Poland, they didn't exist. Yeah, there will be more problems, you're right.
invade Russia. It's impossible.
I know
They
they're
have
not going to.
nuclear
They're not going
weapons.
to invade Russia, but
The
they still have
dynamics are
nuclear
completely
weapons.
different.
I know, but they still have nuclear weapons, submarines, and what do you call it? And I'm pretty sure they can build what do you call it? Are you telling me that Europeans cannot build a what do you call it? A united front without America? That they need America to help them. That they're such babies.
If you look
That's what
at
I'm
the
saying.
amount of if you look at who's giving the lion's share of aid to Ukraine, I don't know. I mean, they haven't stepped up to the plate enough yet.
True.
Yeah, because we pushed for this war. This is our war to begin with. I mean, nobody wanted
for the
this
war. What do you mean we pushed for the war?
I mean,
Although I do need to admit that for the not huge capabilities that Poland has, Poland does actually contribute quite a lot to Ukraine.
what do you mean? Like, other people wanted to negotiate. Like even France wanted to negotiate before the war
It's
started.
just
They
that
say,
Poland
yeah,
does
but
not
like,
have
yeah,
the
but at the
capability.
end of the day, the people calling the shots are UK and America. So I mean, they wanted to like I would say, okay, man, we're not going to.
Because those people are stupid. That is why.
What do you call it?
And what was it exactly that they wanted to negotiate? What was their offer? Because I remember the offer being, we drop our nuclear umbrella status over much of Eastern Europe, which was already just a non-starter. All of the proposals I saw were just non-starters. They were just, it was basically, we're holding a gun to Ukraine's head. Here's a list of demands. That's what the Russians did.
Yeah.
Well, but nobody wants to take a negotiation. I'm pretty sure in the West, in the US and UK.
Oh my God! It's always that argument. Oh, just negotiate.
Negotiation. France wanted to do the negotiation. Germany wanted to do the negotiations. You know the German general.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. Negotiation in and of itself is meaningless if you can't come to terms.
True.
So what was the terms that could have been agreed upon? What proposal was made that was actually a serious proposal that wasn't a non-starter? That would have actually been like, you know what? I think we can consider this. I think this is a reasonable request, and we're willing to accept it on behalf of making sure Russia doesn't invade. Not to mention, we had no clue if they were actually going to invade or not, because the whole time Russia was saying, we're not going to invade. We're not going to invade. How do you even negotiate with somebody who's not even being serious with you? The whole time you're saying, we're not going to invade, but also here's our list of demands. I thought you said you weren't going to invade.
No, but okay, but I'm just saying though. But even before that, though, when the German general he said that Crimea should be.
Imagine if I invaded your house and just said, "Come on, let's see, just give me your couch and we will call it good." True. Literally.
It should stay with Russia, and Russia should.
My God.
Russia and Putin deserve respect. He lost his job, the admiral.
Yeah,
that's how fucked up this. I mean, what do you mean? Like, just because he's saying that we should give respect to somebody, he lost his job. You see, that's how you act.
Wait. Okay. Think about what you just said. You said two things. Which one do you think is the statement that I had more of an objection with? Is it that we should respect? Yeah. Okay. It's not because he said we should respect the Russians. I don't have this like hate boner to an extent. Like we just need to every time we see Putin, we need to flip them off. Yeah, I think a general saying we should give them the Crimea is way outside of his purview. That's not a decision for him to make. Number one, he's not a politician. He's not supposed to negotiate that. He's a general. Number two, he's not Ukrainian.
And yeah, but Ukraine are not making the decisions here either, man. Let's not be foolish here. I mean, if you're giving somebody $100 billion, basically you own them and you're making decisions for them.
You own them.
The Ukrainian people. If we owned the Ukrainian people,
you own them.
Ukrainian people, they would have accepted the deal Yanukovych offered them during the Euromaidan, like Victoria Nuland talked about.
No, what do you mean? Like everybody knows that America wants to fight Russia to the last Ukrainian. That's what. I mean, what do you call it?
I mean, that's
oh my God! All the talking points, all the NPC talking points. The U.S. wants to fight Russia to the last Ukrainian. Fuck off. Fuck off. My God, fuck off.
Catchphrase.
Yeah, good. Well said. Catchphrase.
I mean, it's not just a catchphrase.
It is.
It is more or less the truth because what do you call it? If we give them $100 billion. And
it is much less the truth.
People because basically they're so in debt to us. I mean, basically, if you can see America's relationship around the world, most countries that we are where we have relationship don't jump if we don't tell them to jump. Like in this kind of situations, Turkey the only country that does that kind of things is Turkey which is a rebel country, like Erdogan, which is an ally, but he does what he wants when he wants to.
So this,
But most countries they have to follow us.
the thing is, Ukraine wants the aid. They're asking us for the aid.
This is
They're
so
asking us for
brainless.
the military assistance. You poll the Ukrainian people, they're gonna say yes, we want the aid, we want the ability to win this war. That's what they want. It's in line with what their government wants. Here
True.
is what their government's pursuing here, and so we're giving them what they want. And now I'm supposed to feel bad about it. I'm supposed to feel bad that I'm having my taxpayer dollars go to defend Ukraine. A lot of this is aid, by the way. I don't even pay it back. And I'm supposed to feel bad that we're owning them.
Yeah, so basically,
By the way,
if you're given
there's going to be nothing to own in a lot of scenarios if the Russians win, because we see how they treat cities, literally
True.
wiping them off the face of the earth. There are cities that, like, when it comes to census data and they're just existing anymore, they're gone. Like Papanza, it no longer exists, wiped off the face of the earth.
That's
The Russians
modern
captured it and said it doesn't
That's
exist
not
anymore,
modern
sorry.
warfare.
Yeah, that's
What?
modern warfare. I mean,
No,
like,
it's
it's
not
horrible.
modern warfare.
What?
That didn't exist on the same. This doesn't exist on the same scale in every war. A lot of countries have fought wars we didn't wipe off entire cities
but
off the face
we
of the
haven't
earth.
talked
That's
about, like,
Russian
we're
war
talking
doctrine.
about-
That's how the Russians
Yep,
operate.
that's how they're.
Okay,
How this is
I'm
how
gonna have
Russia
to
fight.
let you go in a second here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Fuck off, dude.
Yeah, but in closing, I have to say though that I'm against this notion that the neocons have, or even the American government has, that it wants to be the sole superpower and it wants to keep that. Our economy is failing economically wise. Yeah, a lot of countries are rising: Brazil, India, China,
And
etc.
economically
So
wise.
only thing we have is military force, and we're using that to the utmost way. So, like I'm just saying, we're causing a lot of damage for everybody. So I think at that sense, we need to stop.
What a
with that.
brain wreck.
If the only thing we have is military force, why were
It
the
is
Chinese so angry
disgusting.
when we instituted all those sanctions in relation to like chips and manufacturing?
So thankful for
microchips?
Dylan.
No, we have economics too, but I mean, other countries are rising. Though still not going to be the top dog. I mean, what do you call it? People are living the dollar right now, as you can see with the Brazil, China. They're trying to like replace the dollar. So it's going to be sooner or later.
By the
that,
way, so I just want to know: is are you willing to sacrifice the Ukrainians in just this goal?
What's wrong with these
multipolar
people? A
world
lot.
Where, you know, if the Russians have to butcher
Metal
this
Gear.
country and just knock it down a few pegs, kill a few 100,000 people, maybe a few million, who knows how long it goes, you know, well, at the end of the day, it creates a multipolar world, so it is what it is.
No, I'm willing to say that what do you call it? All the American friends of Ukraine, if they leave and what do you call it? Elect a new government that is
Russian
neutral, that
government.
doesn't stay in NATO or what do you call it? Doesn't join Russia. That is neutral. Then I'm pretty sure even the Russian would agree with that one. That there will be a new government.
No, they would just make a Russian government. That's nonsense.
That's so. You called me naive earlier
That's
in this
brain
conversation.
dead.
That's unbelievably naive.
That's
my
not
guy.
naive. That's
I
brain
mean,
dead.
they've already annexed like 5 separate provinces in Ukraine. They've explicitly said that they will not be returning those provinces, but that is a non-starter for the Ukrainians.
Yeah, that is a non-starter for the Ukrainians, but that's what I'm saying. But like, I mean, let's see if they can take it back, man. I mean, let's see if they can take it back. But I don't think
By
they
the
can.
way, if I treated Africa this way, I wonder if you would like give me like a different treatment. If it was like, so we coup one of your guys, it is what it is. Like, get another government. Just stop sucking. Like, would like, it is what it is. Like, let's see if they can, you know, get a government on their own then. Like, you know, stop.
Well, if it was a French puppet government, yeah, I mean, go ahead, do it. I mean, if it's a French puppet government, and you know, the Egyptians say they don't want the French puppet government in my country, I'm good to get rid of the French puppet government because it's doing French bidding
This
first,
person is
not
so
my bidding first.
brainless.
Because the Ukrainian government is doing Washington's bidding first,
You're
not
saying
what's
they're
good for the
doing
Ukrainians.
Washington's bidding first, but you're making that assumption based upon that it is not in the interest of the Ukrainian people, who disagree with you, by the way, to take back their land, which the vast majority of them want to do. And the easiest way for them to do that is to get support from its Western allies, which it has used to regain territory in Kherson, to regain territory in Kharkiv. They've used it to regain over 50% of the territory the Russians captured since February 24th of last year.
Oh no.
50%? Really? Come on, man. Don't be like that.
That's wait. No, that's not, no, that's just a statistical fact.
50. They took over 50% of what Russia took over. 50%.
Yes, that
took
is
over. I'm not invaded.
that is a statistical fact. Yes.
They took over like a whole city, like Mariupol. What do you mean? Like, I mean that.
The Russians
Mario-
took
Yeah.
a bunch of stuff, but a lot of people don't remember how much has been recaptured. They captured a bunch of territory. The Russians captured a bunch of territory around Kiev. All of that was recaptured. They captured
Thank
a bunch
God.
of stuff in the Kharkiv Oblast. The vast majority of that was recaptured in the Kharkiv counteroffensive.
No, even
God.
though all of Kharkiv is not
The only provincial capital they've captured in the whole war was the capital of Kherson, the city of Kherson, which has been recaptured as the Russians were pushed over the Dnieper River.
Thank
Yes,
God.
over 50% of the
Mariupol,
territory that they've
Melitopol.
captured since February 24th has been recaptured by the
Western data.
Ukrainians.
Oh, Mel.
No, anyway, just okay, I'll give you that one.
Google
but,
it if you want.
I mean, I'll Google it, but we'll have to see though. I mean, they're not going to take over
My
Crimea,
God.
but I'm just saying though, if they want to throw their bodies against what do you call it, against this war machine, which is like I don't know, 10 times bigger than them, they can. But I'm pretty
That's
sure
laughable.
I would feel like somebody who was talking so much about the power, like the evils of neocolonialism, and from like I feel like somebody looking from an African perspective should, know better
As
than
a
anyone
African
that a
perspective,
smaller
I understand that's
resistance.
what it calls. I understand that Ukrainians are fighting for NATO's bidding, which is the number one superpower, which is
For
also
NATO's
fucking us over.
bidding. Dude, this
NATO's
is
My
bidding.
God, this is
talking
so
down to
pathetic.
Ukrainians. That's what you're doing. You're talking.
Yes.
No, I'm talking back to NATO. No, I'm talking back to
talking
the
down to them.
Ukrainian.
Because if I go,
no.
because when I talk to Ukrainians, you know what they say? Oh, I don't want my family to end up like the families in Bucha did. Oh, I don't want to end up because I mean I know people who lost
Yeah.
people on the mass graves in Izium and shit. And when I talk to them, they're not saying, "Oh, I want to make sure the Western policymakers get the polish as much money for Raytheon as possible." They're gonna say, "I want to make sure that the people are filling up mass graves in my country leave so they can stop filling up mass graves."
Yeah.
Dylan, I'm here with Ukrainian male refugees too, and they don't want to be part of this war as well. A lot of male left as well. They don't want to be part of this war too, and a lot of them are like they're still in Ukraine.
Bullshit. At the start of this video, you tried to say that most refugees went to Russia. Bullshit. I'm sorry.
Are getting dragged together to fight the war. They're not. They don't want to fight this war. I'm still with like a lot of
You're
male
just
refugees
lying.
too.
The vast majority of Ukrainians polled say that they want to continue to fight till victory. There is no
I don't.
There was a poll in which most Ukrainians said that they would be willing to fight even if they got nuked. So there you go. Just so you, so that we're on the same page.
I'm just saying from what I see over here that the male like refugees here are not for the war. A lot of them are
By
not
the
for
way,
the war.
I know a lot of people who were scared to fight. Like personally, I even know a few draft dodgers, unironically, who don't want to serve, but also still support fighting, but they'll still dodge the draft. A lot of people have a lot of personal reasons for not being able to engage in combat. Like, for example, having to take care of kids.
And that's perfectly fine. I think if someone wants to be in safety, then they should be able to be in safety. Like I've had 2 refugees who were guys, and they were getting crap from some person, and I simply told that person that if people should be able to find safety if they need to. It doesn't matter if they're man or woman or any other gender. Just because someone is a man, it doesn't mean that they automatically have to be a soldier. If someone feels that they need to run to safety, then they should be able to.
Single father,
It's as simple as that.
Reasons that could make it so that they don't want to serve on the front.
Not everyone is a warrior. Exactly.
It could be, but anyway, we'll see how it goes. And
I gotta go because I have to have this conversation about Sudan.
okay, peace, man. Bye.
Peace, bye.
Oh, screw you. No one has a claim to your life. True, Moho. That is the truest statement that I've seen. My gosh. Oh my god. We're on a Dylan roll. Like, we're binging
They
Dylan.
would like to see
He switches between I want peace and haha Ukrainians can run into gunfire if they want. Oh god.
some sort of escalation that forces our hand and draws us directly into this war, because frankly, that is the only way that they would outright win.
Dog, what the is she talking about, man?
She's high. Oh, of course, the answer is that she's talking about things that she has no clue about, but my god. Why are there so many opinions on Ukraine from the US? Why? Can someone tell me? Can someone from the US tell me why there are so many bad opinions on Ukraine coming from the US? Someone please enlighten me on this. I have to go to bed. Well, good night. I hope to see you again on the next stream, okay? I hope you've enjoyed. That's the most important thing. I hope you have enjoyed. The rising segment gave me psychic damage. Well, you know.
What is she even saying anymore? What are these words? What are these words coming out of her mouth?
Jibber jabber.
Breaking Points, which is a show hosted by Crystal, who recently got married to Kyle Kalinske.
Oh
Mazel
god.
tov. Congratulations, Yahtzee. All the wishes in order and everything. And Seeger, right? I think his name's Seeger. Yeah, Sager. Discussed the Putin drone attack. The drone attack in Moscow that the Russians claimed was an assassination attempt. If it was an assassination attempt, it was the shittiest assassination attempt in the world. I already expressed my opinions about it. If the Ukrainians did it, they didn't do it to assassinate Putin. Putin spends very little time in the Kremlin. Putin was not at the Kremlin at the time.
Yeah, we know.
It would have been much smarter to plan one of these attacks on, say, one of
Actually,
the
the really prevailing theory is that was just a third party that just didn't like the Russian government. That it was an unrelated third party.
he actually spends times in, or when he was making a public appearance, even though those are very rare these days. And they probably would have done a little bit more than a dinky kind of like, remote control drone that had very little explosives on it that then just blew up next to a flag. What was the plan? Just fly it next to the Kremlin and just like hit the side of it and hope that you hit the correct window that he might be near at that specific point of time, that Putin might be like, oh, what's all the commotion? And he sticks his head out the window and it like hits him in the head, it breaks his neck. Like, well, I mean, it blew up next to like the flag on the Kremlin, on top of the Kremlin. It was a really shitty assassination attempt, if it was an assassination attempt, which makes me believe almost with like 99.9% certainty that it was an assassination attempt, no matter what it was.
Well, as I said, there's a theory, a hypothesis that it was just a third party group unaffiliated with Ukraine or Russia that just hates the government and decided to take advantage of the situation, the wartime situation, and do this attack.
They wanted to talk about it, and they wanted to talk about how some people are saying that it was a false flag done by the Russians. Now, I've already expressed my beliefs about this. It's one of three scenarios. The first scenario is that it was done by the Ukrainians, that they organized it. They had some operatives in the country, working to do this in order to embarrass the Kremlin or to cause fear in the Kremlin, to basically let them know that they have, their hands everywhere. It's a propaganda victory. It was possibly done by, as the Ukrainian government alleges, Russian partisans, and I know that might sound wild, but I do know organizations like BOAK have engaged in saboteur efforts. Nothing this high profile. It's mostly like train derailments. But it's not impossible. Definitely want to talk about the equipment that's being used here, which is like, store-bought drones. These aren't Bayraktars, right? These are not like crazy, insane military drones that are impossible to get.
This is a high
Could
probability.
probably be attained by any organization that really, wanted to go out and get them. Or was done by the Russian government in a false flag, which they have been caught multiple times during this war doing false flags, whether it is staging atrocities,
I think it's
which
the
they
second
have
option,
done, and we've talked about
personally.
it on my second channel before, Dylan Burns Live, about them staging atrocities, or them pretending that the Ukrainians invaded them and making fake invasion videos of Ukraine invading Russia with armored vehicles that Ukraine doesn't even have at its disposal.
True.
And then it gets geolocated in occupied territory. Territory has been occupied since like 2015. So, you know, that's not completely out of the possibility. Now, I hold some reservations about that possibility because I don't know why Vladimir Putin would want to be embarrassed this way unless he was going to use the moment to do like massive mobilization to be like, we have been attacked in the city of our forefathers. That hasn't happened. Maybe in the next 24 hours that will happen because, you know, there's going to be the Victory Day parades. But then again, he is also not going to be at Victory Day parade in Moscow. He's going to be calling in, which seems to indicate that he might slightly be scared for his safety. So anyway, it could be any of those scenarios outside of the one scenario that I really just don't buy at all, which is that it was an attempt on his life, because none of the evidence seems to line up for that. Russia needs false flags, lol. I mean, Russia engages in false flags, so apparently they believe they need false flags. I don't think they need a false flag to do it, but if they can help, like, ratchet up domestic support for the war, they will do it. That's why they stage atrocities. That's why they've engaged in false flags before, and that's why they'll probably engage in false flags again. So, do they need it technically to do that? No.
I think it's the second option.
Easier if they had something to point to be like, soy, this is why we need to send your 17-year-old to die. Soy, soy, soy. They need something to point to.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Let's watch the Crystal and Sagar interview about the...
I already know what the person on the left is going to be saying. Oh, we World War III. We're sending too much help. Oh, we should reduce. We should negotiate. Oh, it's going to be the whole shebang.
Drone, not in Ukraine, in Moscow. I know Vosh talked about it. That's how I found it. Even this existed. It just popped up in my feed. I don't even know if I'm going to disagree with them much. But people were recommending this to me, saying, Dylan, you're going to disagree with this. You should react to it. We want your opinion. So let's watch it.
I have a feeling it's going to be bad.
Everybody, happy Thursday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. Lots to get to this morning. We have the latest fallout over that alleged strike on the Kremlin. We'll tell you what we know about
alleged
that.
Strike.
We also have another bank
We're saying there was no strike
of failure. This comes as the Fed hikes interest rates yet again, and we face down the debt ceiling deadline. So there's a lot going on in terms of the economy. We also have new details about.
By the way, I just saw somebody in stream chat just say Ukraine would never commit terrorism, right? Can I be honest?
Also, so it's not terrorism. They are at war. How can you say terrorism? They are at war. That's first of all. So, a country that's at war attacking another country's government building is not terrorism. That's just stupid. Also, the units that I'm using in Warcraft right now are overpowered.
The same day they did that, Russia struck, like within 24 hours of that happening, a marketplace in Kherson killed 22 civilians.
Right.
As they were shopping for goods. A civilian target, through and through. They were leveling apartment blocks full of people.
Saying Ukraine does terrorism.
A drone blowing up next to a flag, injuring and hurting anyone, is really deserving of any more outrage than those strikes.
Calling it terrorism.
A million times more outrage, even if the news media is not going to cover them as much.
True.
And if that is considered an act of terrorism, then that strike on the Kherson marketplace is like 1,000 more 9/11s of importance.
True.
Than the fucking drone blowing up next to a flag and hurting nobody.
Exactly. Dylan knows what's up, as always.
Epstein was hanging out with and how often. Larry Summers, I have some questions for you. And a new effort by our friends over at Media Matters to paint wanting debates as being right-wing. You're going to love this one. You're going to love this one. Also excited to talk to you, Ben Smith, in the show. He has
what a show.
New book out. And he's talking about, he was with BuzzFeed. How we can...
It's just that terrorism is a very meaningless word. I mean, doesn't the word terrorism have like 13 definitions? Well, it has a specific definition, but this ain't it.
Say once again, just thank you to everybody paying for the new lights. We just got some, just mean the world. So we love anybody comment for those very much, and I just step in the phase that we go to be able to expand. Yeah.
Indeed.
All right, let's start off with Ukraine. So obviously, Emily and Ryan did a great job yesterday of talking about what was going on in this alleged attack on the Kremlin, potentially an assassination attempt. That's what the Russians are claiming. By the
I mean, like, potentially, if you're like I don't know if you have a single brain cell. I just again,
True.
man, none of the evidence points towards that. None of the evidence points towards that. If you really believe it was an
When
assassination
Russia doesn't
attempt,
need
then
evidence,
you have
Russia's
to believe
Russia.
that the Ukrainian SBU and the Ukrainian, well, it wouldn't even be the SBU, it'd be like the GUR, I believe, in this instance, that they didn't know that Putin wasn't at the Kremlin, and they wanted to attack the Kremlin even though he's never there, and that they decided that these two little dinky drones were going to be the best method, and just like randomly ramming them into the side of the building. And now, if that was an assassination attempt, Putin's going to be like 10 times more careful, as we're seeing him being. Even if it wasn't an assassination attempt, it was just like a PR stunt. The Russians could still get super scared about it and protect Putin 10 times more. And now he's not making an appearance at Victory Day.
Sagar
Which
has
would
actually
be
first
probably
temperature
a much
IQ.
better opportunity to
Yeah.
probably assassinate the guy. Not making recommendations. I'm just, identifying that if you.
I
get
don't
into, like,
believe
the high
Ukraine
building,
wanted
like,
to,
across the
like,
street,
no.
and you have a clear line. No, never mind. I'm just
Even
saying,
though
this
it
doesn't
was
make any
listed
sense.
as one
This
of
makes
three
no sense
options, I
whatsoever.
don't think it's an option actually.
Ukrainian intelligence services on Vladimir Putin's life. Well, in terms of what we know about the both reaction by the Russians and then the initial denials by the Ukrainians, here's what we have so far. President Zelensky of Ukraine was actually in Finland when the attack happened, and he addressed the allegation on camera in English. Here's what he had to say.
We don't attack Putin or Moscow. We fight on our territory. We are defending our villages and cities. We don't have, enough weapon for this. That's why we don't use it anywhere. For us, that is the deficit. We can't spend it. And we didn't attack Putin.
I mean, this is not true. Like, they have done attacks in Russian territory before. But I mean, I'm not surprised that he's saying this, because even if they didn't do it, then he's going to say this because he's sticking with the company line of, we don't do that type of stuff. Of course. And they didn't do it. If they did do it, then they're going to deny it because it was a Ukrainian intelligence operation. They're going to deny all the Ukrainian intelligence operations because they're engaged in a war for their survival.
Although I'm wondering what Dylan means by there's been attacks on Russian territory. Does he mean attack on Russian territory, or does he mean attack on territory that Russia claims to be Russian?
And they're not going to be like, yes, we brag about this 100%. We did it.
Putin, we leave it to tribunal.
Just gonna say, I would say it begs belief, just because, and we'll get into this in a little bit about the way that they are specifically phrasing their denials. But I think it's also just worth, for anybody who's just joining us and hasn't seen the video, this is some crazy video in downtown Moscow. Let's go and put this up there on the screen. I mean, what
It's
we're
not
watching
that
here
crazy.
is this, this is the heart of power inside of Russia, and you can see a drone very clearly coming and striking the
It's not that
flag,
crazy.
which is on top of
Oh,
the domed
wow. Oh,
building
no.
there. And actually, whenever
Yeah, I mean, Putin goes up there to smoke all the time. That's why it was an assassination attempt. He likes to sit on top of the flag and look out at the city like he's the hunchback of Notre Dame.
there's some zoomed out photos and video of this, Crystal. You literally watch the drone fly past the Kremlin, the entire seat of power and all legitimacy of authority in Russia, before exploding on top of the flag. The Russians claim that anti-aircraft was used to blow up other drones that were in the area. Again, the circumstances around all of this are unclear. I want to go back to, though, the initial denial now by the Ukrainian regime. Let's go ahead and put this up there on the screen. And this was a screenshot that was flagged by our producer. Following the news, the actual chief of staff to President Zelensky actually posted 3 fire emojis on his Telegram channel without any commentary. But then
I don't give a fuck. That's funny.
True.
Deleted the post shortly afterwards.
Deleting the post is almost more of a tell.
Deleting the post is
more of a tell. I mean, he could.
Nah,
who cares?
whatever.
Like, he posts it because it's funny. No matter what, it's funny. Here's
True.
all the reasons it's funny. If the Ukrainians did it, then the Russians got stunted on by the Ukrainians, and it's funny for that reasons. If the Ukrainians didn't do it, then the Ukrainians could believe it was either BOAC or an organization like that, and they humiliated the Kremlin. If the Russians did it, then it's still humiliating, because no matter what, a drone blew up next to the flag and it makes the Russians look bad. No matter what, it's funny. And
True.
posting fire emojis doesn't doesn't mean
It doesn't mean
anything.
anything,
Him deleting
exactly.
it probably means that they could see that
Oh my
3
God.
emoji post as an like not even an endorsement, but like, hey, we did it. And so they went up to him and was like, yo, dog, you know, to remove that, we didn't do it. Could be the one reason they took him down, or hey, we don't want them to know that we did it. That could be the other reason they made him take it down. Either way, they don't want him to like put out comments like that, so they probably had him remove it for that reason.
A little bit of a
My
tell,
gosh.
I would say.
No,
And
it's
the
not.
other reason that I
Don't be
think it's so
ridiculous.
important to think about all of this is that if you read the detailed response, not just by Zelensky, but by the chief foreign policy advisor to Ukraine, who actually put out
What? Did I just get a Melina raid? Did I just get a Melina raid right now? We got a
Melina?
Melina raid.
Oh,
Welcome, Melina raiders. Hello, all of you
this is
people.
like from
welcome,
Destiny's
welcome.
girlfriend.
Have fun? Okay, we'll have fun. Oh gosh. I don't know if these people are ready for today's topics. We're talking about war and stuff. For all of you Melina raiders, all 1,800 and oh my Jesus fucking Christ. Wow. That's a lot of people.
I don't know if... whatever. Just gonna hold my tongue.
Jesus Christ. For all of you people,
True.
my name is Dylan Burns. I'm an amateur war journalist. I'm currently in the Kharkiv Oblast. I'm filming with the mining crews around here. I'm following them, living with them, and documenting their experiences, interviewing them one-on-one, filming
Amazing
the process
job.
of demining explosives. I just got back from very close to the border with Russia, where I was interviewing soldiers who were fighting in Bakhmut. I was going to go to Kupiansk with artillery crews, but, you know, they got bombed, so they had
Oh
to call
my
it off
God.
because, you know, don't want it to
Okay,
blow up.
great.
And so that's the type of work I'm doing. I'm trying to film those experiences, and I'm going to make them into short pieces and post them on my YouTube channel, Dylan Birds TV. And I also post unfiltered interviews, part of a series called Ukraine Uncensored on Dylan Birds TV. But I also do a lot of streaming
That's
content. I
great.
stream every day from 6 p.m. to midnight from Ukraine, unless I'm back in the States for the brief periods of time that I'm back at the States.
I
So
should
welcome.
stream
I
every
appreciate
day
it.
too.
Welcome here. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
If
Also,
Dylan can
if
stream
you're
every
really
day,
cool,
so
you
can I.
can leave the gutter chat, which we call Twitch chat around here. You can go to my website, dylanburns.tv, DYLANBURNS.tv, where you can see the wonderful site chat, which is on screen. Currently, we're about to watch a new segment, which was produced by Breaking Points, which is a segment on The Hill, I believe, done by Crystal Ball and Seeger over here, where they're talking about
Wait, the crew he was supposed to film with died in a shelling? Is that... When did that happen? Sir Vane, when did that happen? Can you elaborate on that? Can you talk more about that? I didn't know. Did that... Wait, did that really happen? Oh my gosh, spider. Wait, can you... When did that happen?
drone attack on the Kremlin, and I was giving snarky commentary
Hi.
as a dumb Yankoid. So welcome, welcome. Thank you all for coming here.
Oh
tweet
God.
in English. He said something which
Damn.
calls into question the entirety of the statement. He said, Crystal, we have never used drones.
And people say
or
Ukraine gets
perpetrated
too
any
much
attack
support.
on Russian soil. That's why even pro-Russian or pro-Ukrainian accounts who I follow, people like Michael Weiss and others, are saying this is ridiculous. They're like, the idea that the Ukrainian intelligence services have not carried out both assassination campaigns and even air attacks on Russian soil is ludicrous. You know why it's ludicrous? We even know from the leaked set of
He said a day of filming got cancelled because there was too much danger and the crew he was going to film with died. Damn. It's horrible.
Pentagon documents that they not only have done so, but want to do so with long-range weapons. So
He refused to take him because it was too dangerous and they turned out to be right. Yeah, absolutely. Well, they know what they're doing. Because at least some of those guys died in a shelling. Well, they do know what they're doing. They do know what they're saying.
I mean, the thing is, we don't know if every explosion was done by the Ukrainians because, again, there is anti-war partisan efforts that are going on in Russia.
That's
They're
right.
not as widespread as many people would have them believe. I know BOAC has been engaged in that type of activity. But, I mean, it isn't that surprising that a military at war fighting for its survival would be like, would not be like, yes, we did all of that. Yes, that was us. They don't want to give the Russians any information about their intelligence operations in their country. If if it's them derailing the trains, or if it's BOAC derailing the trains, if it's them
that's good.
doing these car bombings, or if it's another organization doing these car bombings, they don't want to assist them at all. And I mean,
That's
it's a
good.
good narrative to stay within the within the country, within Ukraine. It's an easy narrative to throw out there. This, to me, this isn't really a tell on whether or not Ukraine did this attack or not, because this is something they're going to say no matter what happens, whether the Russians did a false flag, whether the Russians did not do a false flag. That's something they're going to throw out every single time. It's going to be the same message, the same narrative. So I don't think this is a tell, really. But you can use it to. You can't say it's not true, but it's not a tell on whether the drone attack
I doubt
was them or was not them.
I personally doubt it.
No one has a right to commit terrorism. Again, like I keep hearing this word used for this drone attack, and let's be clear. Let's get some footage of the drone attack again, because when people say it was terrorism, I just want us to all be clear what we're calling.
Also, those countries are at war.
Terrorism here, okay? Drone attack.
War.
Kremlin. Do we have the? Okay, here's the clip. Here's a clip.
And even penetrate Russia's airspace.
That's it.
Well, Ukraine is receiving long-range missiles now, so their range capabilities are getting significantly better now.
Now, if that meets your barrier for terrorism, okay, that's up to you, okay? You can use that word if you want to. If you think that addresses the seriousness of the graphic, gore, violent content we just watched. But to be clear, within 24 hours of this happening, 22 Ukrainian civilians were killed in strikes on a marketplace in Kherson. A few days later, some of our boys in the emergency services, 6 of them were killed while they were doing mining efforts.
There you go.
Kherson Oblast, while they were doing
He's talking about it here.
Emergency service work. Apartment blocks with civilians in them were struck. In Kiev, not far away from my apartment in Kiev.
Oh, God.
They were doing attacks with Iranian-provided Shahed drones on civilian buildings that actually hurt people. Didn't just, explode harmlessly next to a flag. And again, we don't even know it was done by the Ukrainians, right? Because if it was done by the Russians, then it's not a terrorist attack, then it's just a false flag. But I just want to put this in perspective here. I want to put this in perspective in the grand scheme of things. Right?
So sad that he has to say these things.
I mean, if we would have put this next to 9/11 and then used the same word to describe both, I don't know. I feel like we're applying too much serious here. If you want to use the word, that's fine. But in the grand scheme of things, this is getting 10 to 20 times more coverage than the attacks on Ukrainian civilians that actually ended up killing people.
Exactly. Countries are at war.
Anyway, you get the idea. You get my point. Even if you wanted to call it terrorism, which I can understand.
No.
This, even if you would
I
use
don't
this
agree.
word here, I feel like
I just don't agree.
Overemphasizes exactly what happened here.
I don't agree.
Let's go back to this.
There's a lot, if you parse the language, Zelensky, funnily enough, is saying, oh, well, we don't have the weapons. First of all, you have the weapons. Second, you actually want more, so you can do even more of this. And third, the idea that the Ukrainian intelligence services have not carried out multiple attacks on Russian soil throughout the course of this war is just a lie, absolutely on its face. Even the most pro-Ukrainian accounts will tell you that. Now, does any of this mean that they are directly responsible? Who knows? Is it a genuine who knows moment? Is it technically possible the Russians could have carried out a false flag? Maybe. I mean, let's think about it a little bit. But first, though, I think we should note that the people who are the most pro-Ukraine here in Washington all want to call it a first flag, because I think by saying that, they are implicitly acknowledging this is a dangerous escalation. One of those is the former CIA director.
And if what's terrorism, who cares? I despise these liars. I despise liars. They annoy me so much. True. Why can't Sage and Crystal just be honest and they suppose Russia taking over? Because they're cowards. They're spineless cowards.
Here's what he had to say.
And former CIA director under President Obama, Leon Panetta. Secretary Panetta, sources tell CNN that U.S. officials had no warning that...
By the way, when we talk about dangerous escalation, I'm really worried about these escalations. I am genuinely worried. because you know if things get really bad and they really scare the Russian government, they might like invade Ukraine or something, and that would be really bad, man. That really
True.
sucks.
An attack
Imagine
like
that.
this was coming, and that the Ukrainians
Imagine that. Imagine that happening. Russian invasion on Ukraine would be pretty bad. Last level. Last level, everybody.
The forces of darkness have been soundly defeated.
Seriously, explain to me why using head and run tactics on the fascists is bad. Ukraine is at war with Russia. Attacking Russian structures isn't terrorism at that point, it's just war. The building that blew up wasn't even a civilian building. This is ridiculous.
Blackrock's spire stands before us.
True.
The skies above the reeking swamp fill with the gathering thunderheads that spell doom for the loser in this final confrontation. Tension hangs like a heavy cloak on your shoulders as your troops prepare for the battle ahead. Above the din and chaos that swirls about the battlefield stands the castle of Blackhand, its gaze sweeping down upon the battlefield where the destiny of the land will be decided.
Yes.
Destroy the stronghold and those who would seek to defend it, and Azeroth will be freed from Blackhand's poisoned grip forever.
I guess the Dark Portal was not a thing in this story at that point. My point is, even if I agree to those terms, so what? True. You're right.
assure them privately they had nothing to do with it. What's your take?
Jake, this really does smell like a false flag operation on the part of the Russians, a diversion, if you will.
So, false flag.
Wait, that isn't an acknowledgement that it's a dangerous escalation. That's just him expressing that he believes it's a false flag. I mean, like, okay, if this is a dangerous escalation, what has been escalated? What's the new thing we're doing? Because
True.
if the argument is, will they try to assassinate Putin? Again, ridiculous. I don't think it was an assassination. If it was done by the Ukrainians, it was done for the symbolic purpose of, in the lead up to Victory Day, they're showing that they have the long arm of the GUR can reach all the way to the heart of the Kremlin. If the Ukrainians did it, whether through Russian partisans or through their own agents operating in the country, doesn't really matter. Same purpose, same message delivered.
True.
Not really an assassination attempt on Putin, but let's for a moment pretend it was, right? Let's for a moment pretend it was. And I don't think the Ukrainians even should be engaged in operations like that to do something like that to Putin. I think that their resources should be concentrated somewhere else. I don't think killing Putin would necessarily even end the war.
True.
I think the people that would replace him are pro-war maniacs, or people who would still want to see this war through, because he's surrounded himself with people of a similar ideological bent, mafia state mafiosos who are hell-bent on the imperial Russian nationalist goals that he has also bent himself on.
Right.
But what are they going to do? Are they going to try to assassinate Zelensky?
That was it.
There's been a million reports about the Russians already trying to assassinate Zelensky at the start of the war.
True.
What are they going to do? What are they going to escalate to that the Russians aren't already doing in Ukraine? Are they going to kill civilians?
Everybody's gonna try to say that the nukes are gonna be the next escalation. All the shells say it all the time. You already know the answer
Are they
to
going to
that,
bomb
Dylan.
civilian infrastructure? Well, they're already going to do that. Are they going to bomb, the support services in Ukraine? Already did that. In fact, they tried to use that as a weapon of war, trying to knock out Ukraine's electricity. I was in Kharkiv when they were knocking out. I was actually like a mile and a half away from it. I had to like jump into like a ruined sports center to take cover.
Actually, they even ruined the support vehicles that Poland sends, like ambulances and stuff like that.
As they were taking out the electricity for the city, what are they going to do? That's like the escalation. What is this going to escalate to? And the Russians haven't escalated since this has happened. I mean, they've been doing a lot of drone strikes and attacks on civilians, but nothing that they haven't done before.
Right.
After any time they face a humiliation. So when we call it an escalation, is it a temporary escalation where a few days they get really angry and they start shelling a bunch of places? Or is it a permanent escalation where they're going to do something totally
Everybody
different?
ignores that.
We now, from what we've seen publicly at least, haven't seen any permanent escalation unless something's going to be announced tomorrow morning when, Victory Day parade happens, which Putin's going to be calling into.
That was
because
such a
he's terrified of showing his face in public.
sad parade.
Flag. They
Pathetic
said it's a
parade.
diversion. I mean, again, look, anything is possible, but I think we should consider a couple
you
of
have
things. I'm
love.
curious what you think, Crystal.
Yeah.
Number one is this. It's humiliating to have a drone. It's like the Chinese balloon thing, but for the Russians. You have a nation that you are at war with that is able to penetrate your most innermost defenses and strike at the seat of power in Moscow. I mean, that's humiliating. That would be like if somebody, you know, blew up the statue on top of the Capitol building. That's insane.
Right.
Think about what that response would look like, and the questions it would call to the actual like command and control of the Russian regime.
Yeah.
Second, you know,
I think that might be the purpose. The purpose is to show that they don't have a hold on the situation. If it is done by the Ukrainians, that would be the purpose, not the assassination. Not to assassinate Putin. The purpose would be to, you know, make them come into question. Like, oh, how strong is Russian air defense? Is it strong enough to keep all of Russia under safe control of you know, Russian air defense? I don't know, man.
Okay, everyone's saying it's a false flag and all that, but we also, again, as I've laid out, Ukrainian intelligence services have long both wanted the weapons to carry out attacks like this, have, you know, justified this, and also are, you know, we're obviously gleeful, as we initially showed you in that. So I just think much of the false flag discourse is centered around the...
No, if the Chinese sent a drone to the White House and blew up the flag on the premises, people would be fucking pissed off. Well, of course people would be pissed off, but let's redraw the situation. So in this scenario, the United States has invaded China. They've invaded China and they're occupying like 1/10 to almost 2/10 of the country, right? And they have committed tons of massacres, filled up mass graves, targeted civilian infrastructure. They're saying that China isn't real. They're just Americans in denial,
right?
And they need to get in line. And if they don't get in line, it's only going to get worse for them, as we're trying to use refugees as a weapon of war and displace as many people as possible.
Yeah, it is justified to attack your enemy. Of course, I agree.
China
I agree with that.
A little dinky drone close to the White House while Biden's not there. That would be a more concrete comparison. Oh, and we don't even know for sure the Chinese did it, or if it was somebody else. There you go. There's your comparison.
A fact that here's the basic truth. Whatever you think, this is definitely ratcheting things up a notch.
Well, and whatever you think, it's definitely in the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, even the biggest Ukraine stands who want to believe Panetta that, oh, that has all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation and a false flag in the infamous words were used to dismiss the Hunter Biden laptop story. Even if you want to believe that, you have to acknowledge.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just feel like Crystal hasn't been paying that much attention to the war in Ukraine.
True.
Russia has engaged in multiple false flags at the start of the war in Ukraine and throughout the war in Ukraine. We've covered them on the channel before as they've staged atrocities that have been exposed. Then after they were exposed, they delete all the videos and pretend they never posted them in the first place. They have staged a fake Ukrainian invasion of Russia that was then geolocated to be an occupied territory, as they were using armored vehicles that Ukraine doesn't even have access to.
They spread false pamphlets that was asking about Ukraine joining Poland, because Russia from day one is claiming that Poland wants to take over Ukraine. I'm just gonna say that from my side.
Aren't even that good. And when they counter factual information, like what happened in Bucha when the evidence was overwhelming, all they do is they just put fake over it. They just write the words fake, put it on Russian TV, say, look, it's fake. If you see this video, it's fake. And they say that to the Russian public. They engage in false flags and try to disprove truthful information, try to disregard it all the time in Russia. Do it all the time. They've done it a lot during this war. And so to just be like, oh, it's like the Hunter Biden story.
They will continue doing
this
it.
just comes from her being generally disconnected from the war and not paying that much attention to the specifics of, you know, Russian propaganda.
That's charitable. Was it Ukraine? Maybe don't care.
Some crazy crap
it didn't mean much in the end of, or at
and
first. Yeah,
some
true.
crazy crap. Man,
Didn't.
Yeah, that would be my takeaway.
Have to acknowledge, the Russians are liars. So are the Ukrainians. I mean, we know this.
Oh,
okay.
F
And
you.
look, heat of battle, heat of war. I get it. Okay,
Oh,
maybe
F
you can make
you.
some excuses for them, but you cannot rely on the word of Zelensky, whether or not anyone in the Ukrainian state, Ukrainian Rotary Club, or whatever, had to do
F you.
with this attack.
I mean, I can at least agree with that. Like, of course, Zelensky is the president of Ukraine. If they did engage in it, they're not going to admit to it. I can at least agree with that.
I think your
A few Ukrainians are not liars.
point about, you
A
know,
few.
it's hard to imagine that this would be the type of false flag that they would want to stage, given that also throughout this war, it's really been
Remember, like, the whole bunch of thing where they claimed that was fake because Bucha sound like Bucha. Remember the whole Sims card? Oh, God.
Putin's
Both
Putin
sides,
has
guys.
really attempted
Yeah.
to sort of protect the population from the fallout
Both
of the war
sides.
and not make it feel like this is on their soil and this is coming for them directly.
I mean, that's no, I wouldn't. Okay,
The
so
refuge of
this
ultimate
is-
spineless
no,
cowards.
Again, I think this just comes from her not paying too much attention to Russian propaganda.
Yeah.
The narrative is that Ukraine wants to invade Russia and actually annex like other regions of
Yeah.
Russia. There's been talks of they're coming for Belgorod, they're coming for you.
And
they're
of
going
course, there's the whole Poland wants to take over Ukraine thing.
to like make your kids trans and gay or whatever. The West is coming for
Butcher.
you. There's going to be NATO bases in
Oh,
Moscow.
God.
That type of rhetoric has been
Bucha sounds like
extremely
Butcher,
ramped
so
up since the start of the
stupid.
war. I mean, absolutely ramped up. There's a difference though between them saying they want to come to you and they will come to you, but don't worry, we're here to stop them.
God.
That's the narrative. So I don't think it's completely out of the realm of possibility that they would take a drone, hurt no one, injure no one, and then have it just go dink next to the Kremlin and be like, oh my God, this is 9/11. Because no one died. Did anybody get hurt in the strike? Was everybody protected? I mean, nobody got hurt. So again, I don't think it's impossible. I do think it's the most unlikely scenario.
Same.
But I'm not going to be so quick to dismiss it.
I'm gonna dismiss it for you.
in order to try to maintain support.
I'm gonna
for
dismiss
the
it.
war
I'm gonna do
effort.
it for
So,
you.
You know, it flies in the face of that as well.
I'm gonna do
but
it
just think
for
about
you.
it. I mean, we know of two very likely that Ukrainians were involved in two separate assassinations on Russian soil with pro-Russian war bloggers, effectively. We know that they, you know, were very likely involved in the Crimean Bridge. We still don't really know exactly what happened with Nord Stream. They may have been
Of course, calling the bridge thing terrorism is even more ridiculous. I'm not even gonna go into that.
involved. It may have been U.S. on our own, etc. But it's not crazy to think that they were involved in blowing that up as well. We know from the leaked documents that they.
Well, then we do. Wait, okay. To be clear, what she's saying over and over is, we know that they might have been. Okay, then you don't know.
True.
We don't know this. Don't say you know
Exactly.
and then proceed to say you don't know. I can't be like, we know that Steven Crowder might have possibly beaten his wife with an alligator. I mean, we know. Like, I don't know that. I don't know that information. Maybe it's true. I mean, dude's said a lot of weird stuff towards his wife. You know, there's been a lot of weird conversations there. We've had some weird footage be released.
In Russia, Sims 4 has an M rating. In the US, it has a T rating. You can guess why.
We don't know that information, though. Like, we don't know this. We don't know that. Don't say we know. Say, there's been a lot of speculation about this. There's been a lot of speculation about that. There's a lot of evidence towards this. That would be something you say. But don't say we know and then proceed to say you don't know. Because that's what she's saying. She's saying we know and then proceeds to say we don't know.
True.
They were very interested
Oh, but the Kerch Bridge explosion 100% was the Ukrainians. 100%.
in obtaining long-range missiles from us so that they could strike further onto Russian soil. So to act like, oh, there's no way this
Wait,
could...
okay, the long-range missiles is not... It probably would be used on Russian soil. I also think that it should be used on Russian soil. I don't know
True.
if that's a radical idea that if a country gets invaded, it can punch back. It's
True.
going to be necessary to undermine Russian supply lines into the country. And this is completely legal under the laws of war and international relations. But apparently, Russia's allowed to have their gloves off as they murder and slaughter and rape and pillage and loot through the countryside. But the Ukrainians need to put pillows on their fists as they try to resist any war that
Right.
is existential to their existence as not only a nation, but also as a people. As a people. So, you know.
be them. I think that that is incredibly naive.
Oh, also, some of the strikes would not be even in Russian territory. It would be internationally recognized Ukrainian territory, like the Kerch Bridge and deeper supply
True.
lines, and for that, like deeper in like Kherson, Zaporozhye
Imagine
territory.
calling that
I think it is willfully blind,
terrorism.
and it frankly irritates me that the media is not more clear about these things because you have so much of the population that
F
they
you.
just see Zelensky as a hero and they just dismiss it
Yeah.
out of hand of there's no way possible
He is
that
a
he
hero
could have done
indeed.
this. Think about the incentive that they
I do think the people that completely dismiss it and say there's no way possible the Ukrainians could have done this, I do think that's silly. That's the one point of agreement I can put forward.
have here too, which is something that we have always flagged as a real danger. It is in the Ukrainians' interest to have an escalation that would
I've seen
draw
advanced wars players with better geopolitical analysis than this.
us directly into the conflict. So when we look at something like this and we're like, this is insane. You're
Just let them kill you because we don't like those helping you.
trying to potentially assassinate the leader of a nuclear-armed superpower? Like, what in the world are you up to? But their calculus
God.
is very different. Their interests are not in this way actually aligned with us.
God.
They would like to see some sort of
Look at
escalation
Dylan's
that forces
face.
our hand and draws us directly into this war because, frankly, that is the only way that they
Look
would
at Dylan's
outright
face.
win.
Dog, what the fuck is she talking about, man?
True.
What is she even saying?
What is she
What are these
on?
words? What are these words coming out of her mouth? So the first thing is she's like redoubling down on the assassination attempt. Again, if you think it's really even that possible, or at all likely whatsoever this was an assassination attempt, I think you're a schmuck. And I even said it about her on Twitter when she tweeted out like, "Oh, looks could be an assassination attempt." Hook, line, sinker, man. Hook, line,
True.
sinker. Why would they again strike the Kremlin? Putin's not there. Putin's usually not even there. And how do they do it? They do it with two dinky drones that blow up near the flat. It doesn't make any sense. That's not how you. The only way Putin could have died is if he decided he was going to run on top of the building and literally
True.
jump in the direction of the drone. He could have literally been next to the flag and he probably still would have survived. Maybe with like his hair singed or maybe a few burns. He would have had to jump off the building onto the direction of the drone, have the drone blow up for him to then die. I mean, that part's just silly. As for the idea that this could be a motivation for them to drag us directly into the war, the United States, I have seen nothing from the Ukrainians that seems to indicate that they are doing that in a sustained effort, that they're trying to find different ways to get America directly fighting into the war. Of course, the closest I could even think of would be the close the skies thing over Ukraine, which he knew was never going to happen. Zelensky knew that wasn't going to happen. But there was no way Zelensky was not going to tell his people, I tried to make it so the Russians can't blow up your hospitals. I tried to make it so the Russians can't blow up your kindergartens, blow up your homes, kill your grandmas, kill all your family members, fill up the mass graves, bomb apartment blocks off the face of the earth. I tried. I asked. Of course he was going to do that. Of course he was going to do that. And I would expect any other world leader in his position to do the same. But I've seen no evidence that this strike or any of the other actions they've engaged in or the GRU has possibly engaged in, because again, we don't even know this was them, was meant to drag the United States into the war.
Right.
And I don't understand how this would. How would this even drag the United States into the war? What's the game plan? Let's think about how the scenario goes. Okay. So a drone blows up next to a flag, and then America invades Russia. How does one come up to? How does that even work?
Well, it works if you don't have a
Let's go with
brain.
the theory that everything that's being alleged, the Ukrainians said they did it, right? Like Daria Dugina, I can buy that happened, that the Ukrainians did that. Let's say they blow up Daria Dugina. How does that drag America into the war? What happens? Oh, Russia gets angry and they start bombing NATO bases? Do we really think Russia's going to be like, oh my God, Ukraine did a bombing in Russia. America's at fault. We're declaring war on America.
True.
If they can't even take Bakhmut after 9 to 10 months, a city of 70,000 people, just throwing in with human wave tactics, wave after wave after wave, you think they want to escalate the war more? And have more soldiers fighting them? That have better training, are more familiar
Better
with the
equipment.
they're fighting with, and better supply lines, better intelligence apparatuses, a powerful air force that can actually close the skies over Ukraine. It doesn't make any sense. So what's the path here from drone attack to they're at war?
True, it's against the rules. You guys.
What's the path?
So that has always been there, but I just really want to urge people to think about how much fire We are playing
Take
with
your
you.
own advice.
Because even
Think.
if you submit, there was like a 1% chance that this was the Ukrainians. You have to, these are our partners and allies. They did not warn us probably in advance that they were going to do this. We have no control over
You
them.
can't.
By the way, can we really blame
You
them?
can't know that. You can't even know if they've informed anyone or not. That's BS. Even if they informed anyone, you would not know about it. And even if they didn't inform anyone, the US apparently has enough intelligence, that they would just know about it, even if Ukraine would not inform anyone.
No, because before I thought it was bad, and because I believe that more integration with intelligence between Ukraine and the United States is good. And from the reports I have read and from what I've been told, there seems to be situations where Ukraine will want to strike a position with HIMARS. They'll call the United States and they'll be like, we want to strike this position. And they're like, hold up for 2 minutes. And in 2 minutes, 2 to 5 minutes, they'll send them more accurate coordinates. The Ukrainians will be like, thanks, dog. Really appreciate it, sister. Click. And then they'll strike them with the more accurate coordinates provided by the United States intelligence apparatus.
Yeah, exactly.
That is great coordination, where we aren't pulling the trigger on anything, but we're certainly giving them the intelligence they can use to kill generals, to undermine logistics, blow up
Which is great.
ammo depots.
I love to see it.
Fantastic cooperation.
Right.
That is great, but we
Beautiful.
also saw the Jax Textera leaks. And we saw that there was information about Ukrainian air defense, which could have possibly endangered lives. When you think about how many lives that Ukrainian air defense saves in the Kiev Oblast, where they're shooting down the Shahed drones. There is a possibility that Russia could have exploited it, definitely if it came out earlier, to try to target the different regions with the lowest amount of air defense.
Yeah.
And try to do a Zerg rush of missiles and
Zerg
strikes
rush,
in
oh
order
my
to,
god.
Overpower Ukrainian
Dylan,
air
the
defense and kill
StarCraft
civilians.
player.
It was
Zerg
leaking
rush.
information about casualty data. It was leaking information about a bunch of other stuff. And so Ukraine sees
They
those
didn't tell us something that the public couldn't have known, even if they did tell us whether you're a liberal.
leaks come out, and then Ukraine thinks
They
yeah,
didn't
we're gonna
warn
tell
us,
them about our
probably.
military assassination attempts. Again, not an
Oh,
assassination
God.
attempt, but I'm entertaining this for a moment. That the United States wouldn't even approve of in the first place. Of course, they're not going to tell us about this. I mean, if it was an assassination, I don't believe it. I don't even think they should be doing it in the first place. I don't even think this was really that beneficial if the Ukrainians did it. Outside of a woohoo propaganda victory.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's continue.
Let's continue.
And we also know from the leaked documents and from a lot of other reporting, we have less insight in some ways into what the Ukrainians are up to because we don't have these deep intelligence networks that we've been working on for decades with regard to the Ukrainians, and they don't let us in on what they're up to. We have less insight into their operations in some ways than the Russians.
Yeah.
So we are playing with...
Could you imagine if the Jax Textera leaks exposed Ukrainian invasion counteroffensive plans? If they shared that information with the United States,
right?
And that information was made publicly available to that Discord freak, and he leaked it to the public,
oh god,
undermining all these plans that they had for the counteroffensive in the coming weeks and months.
I would have been so...
My god, man. Terrifying concept.
Yeah.
I don't know, even if we did have access to it, that he would have had necessarily access to it, because I'm sure in those reports he didn't have access to literally everything we know. But it's a terrifying thought.
Fire. This is an insane situation, and it just reminds me again, whatever we can do to get this conflict to an end is incredibly critical.
This is the issue.
Well,
you know,
give
the
Ukraine
NATO
more
people
weapons.
Who are out there are always like, well, the
That'll end the conflict sooner. Give Ukraine weapons.
always tried to assassinate Zelensky. Yeah, who's defending Moscow? Okay,
right.
If the Ukraine, listen, here's my general take on the matter. People dismiss any concern of ours as some sort of condemnation on Ukraine. Now, here's the deal.
By the way, every time someone says we need to get this war to a close very quickly, like right now, the follow-up should always be, okay, what's your peace proposal? Okay, peacemaker. Okay, Miss Diplomat, Mr. Diplomat, you know?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, my follow-up to the war should be ended as soon as possible is like, well, then we should provide more weapons to Ukraine, right? I think this will make the war end as soon as possible, giving Ukraine more support. My answer would be unironically, you're right. We should give more weapons to Ukraine.
You two get together, we send these two before the international community. How are you going to draw the red lines that will divide communities and families for the next who knows how many 100 fucking years? It's like, these people will have freedom of expression. These people won't. These people will be able to see these family members. These people will be tortured to death in Russian prison.
Yeah.
These people will get to keep their homes. These people will be deported once they reject Russian citizenship.
Yeah. To Siberia.
These are the lines that are going to be drawn. And so it's not something
they already are.
Flip it like, oh, at the end of the day, peace is the priority over everything. And of course, peace is good. We should all want peace, but it needs to be a just peace. It needs to be a just peace that the Ukrainians can live with. There's a reason why they want to keep fighting despite the death toll, despite the destruction. And it's because they want their own liberation. These are things that we see, for example, Algerians fought for the liberation against French colonialists. We saw the Vietnamese fight for the liberation. We've seen the Afghans fight for the liberation. We saw America fight for liberation. We saw so many countries fight for the liberation. And afterwards, we're always like, well, of course they won, because they had the will of the people and they kept fighting. They would never give in. But then we're in the throes of one of those types of struggles, and we're like, God, why won't they just fucking give in?
True. It's so pathetic.
If Ukraine wants to put itself in a position to risk its annihilation, they are free to do that.
Fuck you.
I'm dog. Come on, I don't even think that deserves words. What does that even mean? That just felt condescending. That just felt super this just felt just super condescending, man.
Fuck you.
Then, should said risk happen, they should bear 100% of the risk and of the possibility without any of the escalation coming back on us.
Well, okay, what came back on us?
Screw you.
What came back with us? Let's say that the Ukrainians did it. It was Zelensky. Zelensky snuck into Moscow and personally
not true.
He's like, I need to see if there's any Donetsk children on the throne of the Kremlin, and then he just and he did that.
Oh God.
What's been the backlash for the United States? What have we
console
suffered
trolling
as a result of this drone attack?
Pathetic.
Where is it? Where's the suffering? Where's the suffering? The only suffering I see is the Ukrainian civilians getting bombed. That he was, that's they want to face annihilation. Well, that's your condescending comment about it. The thousands of civilians getting killed in drone strikes and shit,
Yeah.
What's
why
the
my
backlash
response
that
is
we
fuck
received?
you.
We received no backlash.
Oh God. I can't believe this.
And that's part of why I'm so annoyed by the discourse around this.
Also, I don't think Crystal is in a position to say whether America would directly need to put boots on the ground in order for Ukraine to have a victory where they take back Crimea. I don't know her to be a super in-depth military analyst who can make those types of predictions, and we've underestimated the Ukrainians before. So at the very least, we should let them have their swing at it, right? At their own liberation.
Good. Exactly.
Nobody's saying that Ukraine is quote unquote not justified or doesn't have the right to retaliate. You can do whatever you want, but whatever you want, you should keep us out of it. And that's the problem, which is that they don't seem to understand. We are tied at the hip. Not my choice, I can tell you that, but by the choice, though, of the President of the United States, of NATO, and the entire Western alliance, who seems to...
And the majority of Americans, which he disagrees with, but okay. I mean, that's always left out. It's always like, oh, NATO made this terrible decision. Oh, it was probably Biden who dragged us kicking and screaming as ordinary, strong, working, blue-collar Americans. But no, it's the majority of Americans. The majority of Americans support Ukraine. And that data has stayed consistent with the majority of Americans support Ukraine. The numbers ebb and flow, whether it's like
one of those rare
80%,
America good moments,
or maybe even 55%. But there's never been a majority wants to stop sending aid. So this is also what
America
the
good
Americans
moment.
believe. Maybe that'll change in the future. I hope it doesn't. I think it would be silly if it did, and it could have disastrous consequences for the people of Ukraine. But the majority of Americans also support it.
Lost their minds, and they seem to think that we are going to rise and fall with whatever happens to Ukraine. And if that's the case, then of course, as you said, Ukraine is of their fate, and what happens to them is now directly tied to us, and so we should have some say in the matter.
When you're dealing with nukes, what's going on here is tied to everyone on the planet.
Right.
I mean, even if we weren't so directly involved in basically proxy, fighters alongside of the Ukrainians with.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Let
Wait.
Ukraine
What's
cook.
going on here is tied to everyone on the planet.
Right.
I mean, even if we weren't so directly involved in basically proxy, fighters alongside the
Proxy
Ukrainians.
fighters.
What does that mean? Is it
So
proxy fighters
stupid.
alongside the Ukraine? Who's the proxy fighters?
Not Crystal.
This is like American soldiers on the ground. Proxy. What does it mean, proxy fighters? What is that even a comment about?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
Okay, if she was calling the Ukrainian military proxy fighters, again, I would say that's condescending. That removes their autonomy.
Well, that's
this isn't like, oh, they've grabbed a bunch of prisoners. And
well, that is what white Americans love to do, as we've learned today. Take away autonomy and agency from others. So, classic.
we forced the Ukrainians to do this.
Return to
They were doing this on
tradition.
their own. But she said alongside, so I'm trying to figure out who's
Return to
who
tradition.
who is she talking about? She's talking about foreign volunteers? If she's talking about foreign volunteers, that's super silly because we're not involved in sending foreign volunteers. I've interviewed foreign volunteers. I've worked with these foreign volunteers. They're good people, but they did it all of their own fruition. And the American government is very clear to them that the American government will not come and save them. The American government is not responsible for them. And if they get killed, that's their fault. The American government is 100% clear about this. They are not encouraging people to go to Ukraine. In fact, I'm pretty sure the travel, if you go to the American government's like website on like traveling to countries, yeah, Ukraine is like a big, like, I don't think it's a smart idea, chief.
With, by the way, some limited number of boots on the ground and providing a lot of intelligence to help them with their targeting and all of those things. And of course,
By the way, I think the number of American boots on the ground was like 13 or 14.
Wow.
As in 13, 14
What
special operators in the entire country.
What a
and
number.
We don't even know what those special operators were engaged in. I know earlier in the war that
What a
we
number.
were told that there were
Shocking.
special operators deployed at the embassy in case something happened and embassy staff had to be evacuated quickly. So it could be their embassy guards.
There have been Americans that joined Russia too. Does that mean America is sending troops there? True. Maybe America is secretly just fighting alongside Russia for the unipolar order. Let them eat pie and then finest of beets. Pagaruta, Rutapka, including the Pagaruta. Oh gosh.
And if that's the case, I couldn't care less. I could honestly not care less. And if they're training people, good. I think that's a good thing.
Nice. You're right.
the money and the weapons
As
and
always,
all that we
Dylan
have
is
sent
right.
over there. Even if that wasn't the case, every single person on the planet should be concerned about what's going on here.
Sure.
Yeah, everybody should tell the Russians to leave.
True.
I mean, let's be clear. Is this just the strategy we're gonna have moving forward? We're gonna encourage in the world that you invade a country, you fail, and so then you just threaten to blow up the world, and so the world has to be like, okay, well,
According
we have
to
nukes,
conservatives,
so
yeah.
we have to concede. Like when we were losing the war in Afghanistan, should we have just been like, we will glass Afghanistan, we will turn it into an irradiated wasteland, and we will destroy the world if the Taliban does not surrender? And then the world goes to the Taliban. It's like, I'm sorry, you just have to.
True.
You just have to. It is what it is. Like America, we don't want to. Ooh, Americans are pretty scary, man. But what if we did that in Vietnam? Or what if the Soviets did that in Afghanistan during their invasion of Afghanistan?
Yeah.
It's silly. The last time something like that's even been seriously considered was Korea, and that was before all of the modern innovations and how these weapons can do 100 times more destruction than what they could
Yep.
do then. And the Soviets didn't even have nukes until the end of the Korean War, like 1953. So that mutually assured destruction wasn't even a thing yet when MacArthur was recommending it, and it still got rejected for that war.
Yeah, he was called an
It still
idiot.
got rejected.
He was called an idiot. Which
And
is
then
pretty
also,
funny
this
to
is
me.
another important thing. And by the way, this is coming from Bellingcat,
Fact that when
which is
MacArthur
definitely
was
one of
called
the
an
more
idiot,
of a
so
pro-Ukrainian
funny to me.
group. I think is be fair to say. Put this up there on the screen. They are acknowledging that there are apparent Ukrainian attacks within Russia and Russian-controlled territory over the last 4 days, all using drones. There was a drone attack on a
Wait. Who cares? Wait,
True.
what's this new definition? Wait, how are we moving the goalpost here? It's now no longer, oh, the Ukrainians didn't attack in Russia. Now it's the Ukrainians didn't attack in Russian-controlled territory? You mean they fought in their
Back.
own country? is okay. So it's now not, oh, it's an escalation for them to do attacks in Russia. Now it's an escalation
Defend when you
for
defend
them to
yourself.
do attacks at all. They just can't shoot back. It is an escalation for the Ukrainians to like fire a gun vaguely in the direction of a Russian soldier in their village. That is too much of an escalation.
True.
All they can do is lie down
and die.
A huge fuel storage facility in Crimea.
Yeah, that's Ukrainian territory. That's not an escalation. That's not. Why is this even being brought up? Well, who cares?
Because
there was a drone attack on an oil depot near the Kerch Bridge.
Because according to those shows, any form of Ukraine defending itself is escalation. They don't hide it. They explicitly say it. To them, Ukraine defending itself is escalation in itself.
Again, Ukrainian territory.
There was
Wait, that might have been Russian territory. If it was over the Kerch Bridge, it just says near the Kerch Bridge. But if it's in Crimea, then it's Ukrainian territory.
Major train derailments in a region inside of this territory, and they're also now.
Those two, we don't know for sure if that was the Ukrainians. That would just be, we're kind of doing a guessing game here. Could have been the Ukrainians. That is within Russian territory. Or it could have been like an organization like BOAK, which has engaged in train derailments before. And we know that partisans in Belarus have engaged in train derailments. But these train derailments seem to be strategically done to, support a possible Ukrainian counteroffensive. So I'm more willing to believe that this could have been done by the Ukrainians.
Now was the drone attack at the Kremlin.
Am I really supposed to be like, oh my God, the Ukrainians
fight back
in their own territory?
True.
Not just they shot back, period, anymore, and it hit Russia, but they shot back in their own territory. Why are we even talking about this post?
True.
Lots of people kept saying, "Oh, well, this is an isolated incident." No, it was part of a concerted
war.
Ukrainian drone campaign.
It's called war.
Wait, so this was the point. So the point was that they used drones. Yes, Ukraine used drones. I don't think that proves that it was part of a drone campaign.
Oh God!
All this proves is that Ukraine has used drones in Russian-occupied territory, which of course they are. They're fighting a war in their country.
True.
Of course they're going to use drones
the
territory of their own country, and that they've used drones in Russia before. But in those attacks, there's also something that's similar. They're all near Ukraine and all done to support Ukrainian offensive operations, targeting oil depots near the border.
Not civilians like Russia.
Near the border. There's something that I don't think it would be a part of that operation. If it was done by the Ukrainians, it probably would have been done separately from that operation for a totally different purpose, since it was against the Kremlin, not against targets that, support offensive operations.
Against targets inside of Russia. Now, once again, they can do what they would like, but if they get retaliated against and they get a city wiped out or something like that, well, then that's on them. Because
fuck you.
He's so fucking stupid. I'm sorry.
True.
I can't. What? There was a drone that we don't know that they could have done. They could have not done. It could have been them. It could have not been them. And it blew up next to a flag. So if a city gets wiped out with, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million dead.
True.
Oopsie daisy. Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. What? This is fucking insane.
Oh God.
Because that's not on them. That would be a war crime. That would be illegal. That would be horrible. Dude, like one little dinky little drone goes boop, and he's like, millions dead. It is what it is, dog. Your fault. What's wrong with you?
that's what war
As a
looks
conservative,
like.
that's
idea
what's
that
wrong
we
with
should
them.
get drawn into it even more, which is what a lot of people here in Washington want, I think is very problematic.
Yes.
I just, for me,
Your stupidity is
the fact that so many
problematic.
people want
We should, by the way, we should support more. That's my position. We should
True.
support more. We should
Yes.
send more aid. We should send more ammunition. We should do more
More
to
weapons.
support Ukraine. We should.
Yes.
The longer we wait to send more aid, the longer the war is going to take.
Yep.
And if
Correct.
they lose,
100%
then we're talking
correct.
about splitting. We're carving up a country, like they did like colonialists did in Africa, where we're just going to be drawing borders
Oh,
to serve the
God.
interests of two rival global superpowers,
Yeah.
not the interests of the locals, causing instability for decades to come, and possibly even building the groundwork for a future Russian invasion in the future.
Yep.
I call it a false flag, is the tell in and of itself. Because by doing that, they can push responsibility off the Ukrainians. Because if we all acknowledge that let's just say it's probably almost certainly, it was the Ukrainian regime
Dude, shut
The
the fuck
regime.
The regime?
Regime.
Dog, is this like on the hill? No, it's on their like separate thing. The regime?
Jesus.
Dog, he just sound, dude. He's just starting to sound like Soleniev, man. The Ukraino Nazis led by those homosexual
Regime.
trans, like he just fucking sounds like Russian state media. The regime? What the fuck
The
is this?
regime.
Dog, Crystal's not batting an eye.
Well, then they have to
Actually, she batted her eye twice there.
acknowledge then that they've done something incredibly risky.
I also want you to think about, you know, with Panetta there.
They want Ukraine to bleed out. They want Ukraine and her people to, yeah. These demons are gleeful about dead Ukrainians. Like the
With Jake
regime.
Tapper.
This is such a dead giveaway
you
to me,
ever had
calling
anyone
the
with a
government of
critical
Ukraine
view,
the
as we do, or
regime.
a skeptical view, as we do, go on and say, you know, this really looks like a Ukrainian attack. Oh, they'd be up in arms.
Oh, they'd be
There's no
out,
way you could just say that without Tapper jumping in and press.
Yes.
Which, you know what? He should, right?
Sure.
But you got to do it on the other side, too. And Panetta's just
Fuck
allowed
you.
to float this with no backing, no evidence, no nothing, just because he wants it to be true. And
Dog, after
So-
he's just like, it's probably the Ukraine, probably them. It's probably, yeah, it's almost certainly the Ukrainian regime.
God.
Zelensky bastard dictator. Might as well just be going to the, might as well fully commit at this point. And then right after him saying that, you cannot do a spiel about
Regime.
like, man, they're saying it with such certainty. What? Come on, don't, what's the phrase? What's the turn of phrase? Don't throw stones at glass houses.
no pushback from the media. This becomes the accepted narrative. Also,
Jesus
to
Christ.
linger on that tweet that we put up earlier showing the various drone attacks in and around Russia from Ukrainians, that also really undermines Zelensky's claim that, oh, we don't even have the weapons to
That's
do
what
this.
I'm saying. Yeah.
So if your statement of denial really doesn't hold up to scrutiny, that should cause people to have a lot of question marks about what else you're presenting here and
Question
whether
marks.
it is in fact accurate or not. Again,
so
let me just
stupid.
say, if you are more inclined than we are to believe Zelensky's denials and believe this was a potential false flag, please acknowledge there is at least a chance that this was the Ukrainians. And if there's even a chance that they
The
are
regime.
freelancing and engaging in this type of incredibly reckless actions, that should
Oh,
change your
God.
whole way that you're thinking about this war.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey guys,
Reckless, the regime.
Regime. Oh my God. Oh God. The regime. It's true. The horrible regime. We're about to finish the level, so I'm gonna. You know, once you get these units, you're basically unstoppable. Also, if you've enjoyed this, press like, subscribe, ring the bell, throw me a sub or two, a donut or two. I'm always open. She officially sucks. Regime. I know, right? Such a giveaway to me. You know, I might DM Dylan and ask him if he would be willing to have a follow-up conversation with me. I do have a few topics that I would like to talk to him about, actually. One of them would be if he, that is, provided he knows anything about it, the grain crisis between Poland and Ukraine. You know? It would be great to get a follow-up discussion with Dylan. Thank you so much, Fake Alec. Fake Kyle Parker for the $10 donation. Here's some money. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Also, I should have a follow-up conversation with Anastasia. She actually is in... she actually accompanies sometimes Dylan. As in she told me that she dropped him off by the miners that he was filming. You know? I reckon they became quite good friends over the course of the invasion. Which is understandable. Anna is a really nice person. And of course, Bad and Panada called her a fascist because, of course, because Bad and Panada is Bad and Panada, you know? So of course.
Your will, sire.
So as I said, once you get these units, the game becomes strangely, and this is really weird, once you get these units, the game goes from being quite hard to just trivial. Once you get the summons, those elementals on the human side and the demons on the orc side, the game just becomes trivial right away. So we're about to beat the human campaign with ease because the last few levels are trivial. Panada is a minion, he sucks, true. Actually, there is this person, I'm not sure if you were here, fake Kyle Parker, a fan of Bad and Panada that keeps coming here to hate watch my streams and keeps commenting. When we were reading the information about the revolutionary heroes of Mexico, they came in to say, oh, you're just reading from the wiki and you hate Bad and Panada. Why are you even doing this? Like, come on. And of course, the person always writes Holodomor, you know, because it's so funny. The mass starvation of Ukrainians is so funny, right? Such a funny meme. I swear. Those tanky types are just the worst. As you can see, the enemy units are just dropping like flies. Just dropping like flies. The same with buildings, by the way. You're gonna see. It's about to end. Somewhere around there should be the Blackrock Spire. I hope it's a building in the game. Should kill the wizard first. And this one. And this. See? With just 4 elementals, I basically destroy whole armies. Okay, the catapults are still dangerous to me. You know what?
My liege.
You can just send 4 more.
My lord. Yes, my lord. Your will, sire. Yes, my lord. My lord. Yes, my lord. My lord. Yes, my lord. My liege. Yes,
In fact,
my
I can
lord.
send
My liege.
an overkill
My
amount.
lord.
Can I just then I can just do
There are
this?
enemies nearby.
There we go. Their counteroffensive is thwarted. Yeah, the regime.
The orcs are approaching.
They're making a big mistake by basically fail. Failed counteroffensive. Because once you get these units, nothing can stop you. This is just how it ends. Just drop like flies. It's over. Yes, my lord. Yes, BE is just envious that your community is full of love, support, and strawberries, and he's full of hate. Nazis and poo. True, thank you. I'm gonna be trying to grow. And yes, Baran Panada made a video about Dylan as well, just so you know. Because of course, Baran Panada has done a video
Yes, my
about
lord. Your will, sire? Yes. Yes, my lord. Yes.
Of course, Baran Panada has done a video about Dylan. Something imperialist Dylan. Unironically, he's done that video. Oh, a peon. Oh, it's over. Once we've got that far, it's over.
My liege? Yes, 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 yes.
It was just a matter of destroying all the infrastructure. That's it. You're witnessing this amazing achievement. Damn, they've got a lot of... We saw that BE did a debate with Mad Blinder. How did that go? How did that go? I saw that Baran Panada did a debate with Keffels. And it didn't go well for him either. He basically said that everything is just theater to him. That nothing matters. No, don't just... I didn't see it yet. Oh, okay. I saw the Keffels one. Embarrassing. Oh, one more. Oh, it's over, as you can see. Where's the Blackrock Spire? It might be as dumb as any other time I've seen BE do anything true. This is it, the Black Rock. Let's go destroy it. Look at it. The special building in the game. The Black Rock Spire. Now that's a big building. That will take a bit to destroy. I'm using overpowered units, so it's okay. That's game. Once we destroy this, that's game. On the human side, that is. What will... Oh, I'm gonna have to send more of the elementals. The Black Rock. Because the Dark Portal was not a thing. You destroyed in the next game. You're not even rebuilding. Okay, almost done. Almost destroyed. Okay. We're done. What an explosion. Look at that. That was big, wasn't it? That was cool, wasn't it? Wasn't that cool? I think it was cool. I thought it was cool. I thought that was a cool explosion.
We are under attack. Yes. Your bidding, your will, sire. There are enemies nearby. We are under attack. Your will,
Jesus.
sire. Your bidding. Yes. Yes.
Guess it's over.
Yes.
Gee.
Yes, my lord.
Attacking the mages. There's still peons.
My lord. Yes, my lord. Your will, sire. Yes, my lord. My your bidding.
Where did I get so many more units? My god. That's okay. Do they have a second base or something?
Your command.
My gosh.
My liege. My lord. Your will, sire.
What's happening over here? Oh, I can still use these. Is there a second base in here? Even though I've destroyed their main base? Are they having a second base in here or something? It's a second base! Oh my god. Okay, we're finishing the second base, I guess.
Your command.
My gosh.
My liege.
Thought it was over.
Yes. 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 My lord.
I guess it's the
Yes.
last level, so
Yes, my lord.
it will take a bit longer. Well, it's over. Let's not kill ourselves. It's over. Destroyed their main base. They don't really have anything left. destroy the town hall. Oh. These are lost. These little babies got lost. I don't know how, but they have. They've gotten lost. I'm hoping the orc music is gonna be different than the human music. Done. Now it's over. Easy. Wrecking those buildings. Cowardly enemy units running away.
My lord, your will, sire? Yes, your will, sire. My
Thank you. And that's it. That's a wrap. I'm gonna watch the ending now. In a moment, once we destroy this one last unit. No? It's not over?
My liege. Yes, my lord.
I forgot, in the first game the peons could not attack. What else is there here? My god.
My liege. Yes, my lord. Your will, sire. Your will, sire. Your will, sire. Yes.
I have to destroy every single thing on the map. It's a bit annoying. Third base. Oh gosh. I don't think there's anything here. I think this is finally over. I hope. Oh no, not over. My gosh, so many buildings. Come on. Needs to be over. Needs to be over. For real. Okay. Save. 41.
Cheers of victory come from the troops as the last orcish corps
True.
to the ground.
To the ground. Now it's the ending.
The fall of Blackrock Spire spelled final victory for the forces of Azeroth. With Blackhand slain and their stronghold destroyed, the few scattered orcs that remained were quick to bow before your might. A celebration ensued that lasted for many days and nights, with music and joyous festivities resounding throughout the land. The people of the kingdom have come from miles around to gather at Stormwind Keep, and are delighted by a display of mystic sights and sounds provided by the court conjurers, while being treated to a feast of unequaled splendor.
Man.
Amidst this celebration, your ascension to the throne is acknowledged by your new subjects, and you are given the honorarium Defender of the Crown. As the evening celebration continues into the early hours of morning, you retire to the sanctity of your throne room.
Damn. This ending is canon, right? The orcs were never again a problem, and World of Warcraft never happened.
Ruling Azeroth is an awesome responsibility, and should prove to be your greatest challenge yet. Learning the intricacies of court politics alone will be like sailing in uncharted waters. King Lane was renowned for ruling with a fair and just hand, and you resolved to be as proficient as he was. There is also the matter of discovering the exact location where the Orcish hordes entered into this world, and divining a way to end the threat of another invasion forever. But that is a story for another time.
Damn. And so we stopped the invasion, and the orcs never came back, right? That was the end. Right? That was the end of it. No, it wasn't. In Warcraft 1, the canon ending is the orcs winning. Just so you know. Jess McReynolds, Stu Rose, Ron Miller. It actually has a lot of people working on it. Oh damn, look at that. 3D artists. There's a long music and sound. Glenn Stafford, Gregory. Oh, voices. Bill Roper. One person did all of the voices. Bill Roper, the famous voice of Warcraft. Manual illustrations. Voices are like the only thing that just has one name. Everything else is like tons of names. Oh gosh. What a big marketing team. Sales. Damn. Not a small team worked on this game. A pretty big team actually worked on this game. Registered beta testers. Darek Arasi, David Bevik, Jeff Hassens, Shana Abiri, Robert Georgievich, Daug Gauss, Sina. So many beta testers. Stuart Venable Jr. Special thanks to Bob and Jen Davidson, John Patrick, John Goodman left. Wow. John Sosoka, Pam Drake, Jenny, and others, and other cool people. Private Babs. Writer, the Batman, MB. My gosh, the Batman worked on this. The Batman. Wonder who the Batman is. Vic's car. The kitchen sink and you for reading this. Oh my gosh. We got it. We read this. So they thank us for reading this. You're welcome. The end. The Batman, yeah. Okay, we're gonna start the Orc campaign.
Blackhand is a
outpost in the swamps of sorrow. Your task is simple enough that even the war chief feels that you are capable of it. Construct at least 6 farms so that we may keep our troops well fed and ready to do battle. Only a fool would leave his treasures unguarded, so you must also build a barracks for the defense of these farms.
And yes, it is the same guy that voices the human units. It is the same guy that voices everything, including the orcs. And yes, I consider this to be like the canonic voice of the orcs, okay? But this voice actor is not part of Warcraft anymore. You know? I actually really like this voice actor. I'm gonna make him a bit louder. Do you like the voice actor? I like the voice actor. Don't at me. Stop poking me! Whoa. Whoa. The laugh. The little laugh. Habu. You know? All the catchphrases started with this game, like Dabu and Stop Poking Me. In World of Warcraft, when you click on some NPCs of the Horde, they also say, stop touching me or stop poking me. So, I love that started here. You know? The good old Warcraft 1 when you needed to build roads, to build anything. I like those sounds of building. Good old game. Good old game. Which incidentally, I actually bought on the Good Old Game service. I actually bought this game on Good Old Games. Okay. I can't believe I'm getting annoyed by proxy with those conversations that Dylan had with those idiots. The debates. Insufferable. Honestly. Insufferable. Insufferable twats. Twayats. Let me check something real quick while this is done. Fortunately, we're gonna have to finish the stream after this level. I'm sorry. Apologize. I should be more of a powerful streamer. Just power stream through everything. Varvent. Oh, okay, we'll just build the rest. Okay. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. I'll become a more powerful streamer with time. Seven people are logged in. I'm gonna have to so smug. Yeah, I'm smug. I'm the smuggest person alive. If I get a guest to talk to me, then I'm gonna do it on camera. So that people that talk to me can get to know the face behind the avatar. But for that, I need to get some interviews rolling, you know? Or talks, or debates. Debates. Hardcore debates. I'm gonna debate Ukraine with Dylan Burns. No, I'm not gonna. He's had a lot of horrible debates about Ukraine. Oh God. How does he do it? How does he go for all these debates and not go mad? How does that happen? Wait, hold on. What is my... I don't... Okay, I'm gonna have to... Abu. Guluk. Lord. Oh no. We need more gold. I I need more gold. Unfortunate. Where are you? Why is the level so huge? Really? Does it have to be so far? Does it have to be so far? Oh gosh. It does, doesn't it? It has to be so far. Why does it have to be so far? My gosh. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. Bourbon, bourbon, bourbon. Taboo. 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 Okay. Taboo. Glook. Uh-oh. Glook. How many farms do I need? Build. I think that's the last farm that I need, right? 4 farms and 1 barracks. I hope. Why did he stop? The barracks look like it's like has an egg in the middle. Like an egg. And this looks like a donut. A donut and a thing with an egg in the middle. Farm. You make pig farms in the second game. Giggling. Giggling. Don't tell me I have to build 6. That would be too much. Okay, it's okay. Oh my gosh. By the time this is finished, already the new peons will be coming back with more gold. In Warcraft 2 they added sea warfare. It's a big thing. Work complete. Okay, that's one's gonna be last. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6th one should be last. So I'm waiting for the gold. Just waiting for the supply of gold. And it's gonna be over. We're gonna save. then I'm gonna go retire for today. That is. Looks so smug. So smug indeed. So smug indeed. Oh yeah. Okay, is it over? Oh, I save. Orc 1. Orc 1. Done.
Gaze upon the destruction you have wrought and the broken bodies of your enemies.
Why would I do that?
Like the stinging of a wasp, the attacks from the humans grow more and more bothersome. You have been assigned to a small outpost on the borderlands of the Swamps of Sorrow. You are to defend our lands from the incursions of these ravenous dogs by crushing any opposition that you encounter.
True. True, that is what we're gonna do. Okay, next time though. Look, we're going. Okay, save once again. And now, good night or good morning, depending on when you are. Thank you all for coming. As always, love and solidarity. We're gonna finish up Warcraft 1 soon. Okay, thank you. Thank you very, very much for coming. And I hope to see you again. I do hope to see you again. Turning this off. Thank you very much. I'm gonna write it in the chat. Love and solidarity. No, if not with the caps lock. Too aggressive. Heart. And in YouTube too. Love and solidarity. Heart. Okay, I'll see you